Harper Audio presents Secret Life of a Vampire by Carolyn Sparks, performed by Jennifer Bradshaw. Chapter 1. "I don't want to die again," Laszlo groaned. Jack knelt beside Laszlo's sprawled body. "Can I fetch you anything? A warm cup of typo?" Laszlo covered his mouth. "Don't talk about food." "Mi dispiace." Jack patted the vamp on the shoulder, the only spot on the guy's shirt that wasn't soaked with spewed blisky. Poor Laszlo. He'd only drunk one glass of the whiskey-flavored synthetic blood when everyone had toasted the groom. But obviously the little chemist was better at making vampire fusion cuisine than ingesting it. He'd promptly thrown up all over himself. There wasn't much anyone could do for the poor guy, so the bachelor party had raged on in full force while Laszlo rolled on the floor, his face clammy and pale. "Shall I help you move to the couch?" Jack asked. "I might get blood on it," Laszlo mumbled. Jack frowned at the rich upholstery on the Louis XV-style furniture. "It's already stained." What a mess. How would he ever clean this up? He rose to his feet with a growing sense of doom. It had seemed like a great idea when he'd reserved an Edwardian suite at the Plaza on Fifth Avenue to celebrate Ian McPhee's last night as a bachelor. But now he realized the hotel's housekeeping service would wonder how an innocent party could produce so many bloodstains. Things had gotten out of hand after Dougal arrived with his bagpipes. Ian had insisted on teaching everyone a Scottish jig. A dozen tipsy vamps hopping around with glasses full of blisky had resulted in a few collisions and even more stains on the carpet and furniture. And then the phone call had come. The ladies were at Romatech Industries having a bridal shower, though Jack had heard that Vonda was bringing a male stripper from her vamp nightclub. The ladies' party had come to an abrupt halt when Shanna Dragonesti had suddenly gone into labor. Before teleporting to Romatech, Roman Dragonesti had lamented that he was too inebriated to help his wife in her time of need. This had caused the other guys to rally around, declaring their undying support with a rowdy fight song. Then a dozen drunken male vamps had teleported to Shanna's side to cheer her on to victory. Jack grinned as he imagined Shanna's reaction, but the moment quickly faded. He had 2 hours before the sun rose to get this hotel suite back to normal. A noise from the adjoining bedroom drew his attention. Had one of the guys stayed behind? Good. He could use the help. He strode into the luxurious bedroom and frowned at the naked Vanna lying on the bed, dripping blear on the satin comforter. That had been Gregori's bright idea. He'd arrived at the party toting 2 vampire artificial nutritional needs appliances, otherwise known as Vannas. The lifelike rubber females were sex toys in the mortal world, but for vamps, they'd been modified with a battery-operated circulatory system. Gregori had filled the 2 sexy dolls with beer-flavored synthetic blood, and then he'd invited the guys to have a bite. From the looks of the lacy clothes strewn about, the guys had had more fun undressing Vanna than nibbling on her. A man's voice drifted from the bathroom. "Oh yeah, baby, take it off." Jack knocked on the bathroom door. "The party's over." "The party's never over for Dr. Fang." The door opened, revealing Phineas McKinney. "What's up, bro?" The young black vamp looked debonair in his maroon velvet smoking jacket and white silk cravat, although the cavalier effect was marred somewhat by his SpongeBob boxer shorts. Like any vampire, Phineas didn't reflect in the bathroom's gold-framed mirror, but the second Vanna did. The dark-tinted doll was sitting on the white marble vanity, wearing nothing but red silk panties and a silly grin on her face. Jack was distracted for a moment when he noticed the words on Phineas's shorts. "Ladies dig the sponge." Sorry to interrupt. Phineas's face turned a bit red. "I was just practicing, you know. When you're the love doctor, you gotta keep your mojo in top condition." "I understand." "I bet you do." Phineas grabbed the black Vanna off the vanity. Her legs jutted stiffly forward like a Barbie doll, and he pushed them down. "I heard you're a real Casanova." "So, they say," Jack muttered. He could never escape his famous father's reputation. "I suppose you were too busy to hear, but Shanna went into labor. All the guys left with Roman. Except Laszlo. He's still sick." "No shit." Phineas strode into the bedroom with the black Vanna clasped under his arm. "The sun will rise soon, so we need to clean up." Phineas glanced at the white Vanna on the bed in a pool of blear. "Damn, bro, we need professionals for this. How about vampy maids? They clean Roman's townhouse." "That would be great. Can you ring them?" "Don't remember their number, but they're in the black pages." They would never find the vampire version of a telephone book in the Plaza Hotel. "Do you—" Jack was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. "Expecting someone?" Phineas's eyes lit up. "Maybe some real women?" "NYPD!" a male voice shouted. "Open the door, please." Jack sucked in a deep breath. Merda. "Hot damn," Phineas whispered. "It's the Popo." He looked around frantically. "We're in deep shit." "Relax," Jack whispered back. "I'll use mind control to get rid of them." "I don't do well with the police." Phineas backed away. "I'm out of here, man." "You're leaving?" Jack winced as the pounding on the door grew louder. "Open the door now!" the police officer yelled. "I'll be right there," Jack shouted. "Look, man." Phineas tossed the black Vanna into the bathroom and shut the door. "I'll go to the townhouse and call the vampy maids. I'll come back later to help you, okay?" His body faded away as he teleported. "Grazie mille," Jack muttered. He strode into the living room, considering his options. He could grab Laszlo and teleport away, but the police would still come in and see the bloody mess. The suite was reserved under his name, so they might want him for questioning. No, it was better to take care of this now and use vampire mind control to erase the police officer's memory. Laszlo struggled to sit up. "This is terrible." Sweat beaded his brow. "I think I'm going to puke again." "Hang in there," Jack whispered. "I'll get rid of the cops." "I'll call the manager up here to open the door," the police officer yelled. "I'm coming." Jack cracked the door 2 inches and quickly assessed the uniformed patrolman. Young, nervous, easily handled with vampire mind control. His gaze swept to the second officer. Santo cielo. He forgot to breathe for a moment. Not that lack of oxygen could actually hurt him. His first impression? She was stunning. His second impression? She was trying very hard to minimize her looks. Golden red hair, pulled back severely in a tight French braid. Fresh, creamy skin. A few adorable freckles. And big blue eyes. She wore very little makeup, and she was still stunning. Her eyes widened as she met his gaze. Her mouth opened slightly, drawing his attention to her pink, sweetly shaped lips. "Bellissima," he whispered. She came to her senses with a heart-pounding jolt that Jack could actually hear. Her mouth closed with a frown, her chin tilted up. Her hands gripped her belt. No doubt she meant to intimidate him with her hands so close to her sidearm and baton, but he was more impressed by the way her belt accentuated her lovely hourglass figure. She should be draped in the finest silks. She should be displaying her curves like a goddess. The fact that she was doing the opposite, covering herself from chin to toe in a mannish blue uniform, was intriguing. The world had changed in 200 years. If this lovely police officer had lived centuries ago in Italy, she would have been sought after by every artist who wished to immortalize feminine beauty on canvas. But here she was, trying to look tough and powerful. Didn't she realize she was already powerful? A woman like her could bring a man to his knees and make him grateful for being there. The male officer cleared his throat. "Sir, we received a call from hotel security. You and your friends have been way too loud and rowdy." "We were, having a party," Jack explained. "A bachelor party." "Hotel guests from 3 floors were calling to complain," the male officer continued. "It was a very good party." Jack smiled at the female officer. "I'm sorry you missed it. Perhaps next time." She wrinkled her nose. "I can smell the whiskey from here." "Your neighbors complained about a bagpipe," the male officer said. "And some loud clashing noises. Someone thought you might be having a sword fight." "There's nothing to be concerned about, officer. Everyone has left." Jack raised his voice when Laszlo let out a low moan. "It's very quiet now." "I think I heard someone," the female officer whispered to her partner. "He sounds injured." "Thank you for stopping by." Jack started to shut the door, but the male officer wedged a booted foot in the way. He pressed a hand against the door. "We'd like to take a look inside, if you don't mind." "I do mind." Jack unfurled a wave of psychic energy. "Both of you are under my control." The male officer's arms dropped down by his sides, and a blank look stole over his face. The lovely woman stumbled backward. She grimaced and pressed a hand against her brow. "I am sorry to cause you pain," he said mentally. "What is your name, Bellissima?" "Harvey Crenshaw." "Not you," he told the male officer. Laszlo moaned again. The female officer lowered her hand. "I knew it. There's someone in there. Step aside, sir." Jack's mouth fell open. What the hell? She was supposed to be under his control. "You will not enter." "We will not enter," Harvey repeated. "Of course we will." The woman shoved at the door. Jack was so shocked he stepped back as the woman barged in. 9 circles of hell. "Wait, you can't come in here." She spotted Laszlo on the floor and immediately clicked the transmitter on her shoulder. "We have a stabbing victim. I need an ambulance." "No, no ambulance," Jack protested, but she was already giving the suite number to the operator. Merda. Now he'd have to erase more memories. And why the hell wasn't she obeying him? He hurled a wave of psychic power at her. "You are under my control." She shivered as she knelt beside Laszlo. "Hang in there, sir. Medics are on their way." "Oh, God, no." Laszlo gave Jack a beseeching look. "I can't go to a hospital. Make her go away." "I'm trying." Jack concentrated hard. "You will leave this instant." "I will leave this instant." Harvey stepped back into the hallway. "Harvey!" The female officer jumped to her feet and jabbed a finger at Jack. "You stay put." She dashed into the hall and grabbed her partner's arm. "Harvey, what's wrong with you?" He just stood there, his face blank. She shook him. "Harvey, snap out of it!" With a sigh, Jack reeled back his power. Keeping Harvey under his control would only make the female officer more suspicious. Harvey blinked. "What? What happened?" The female officer pointed at Jack. "Cuff him." "What?" Now Jack wished he hadn't let Harvey go. "I didn't do anything." The woman glared at him as she marched back into the hotel room. "We have a stabbing victim, and you're the most likely suspect." "I didn't stab him." Jack aimed psychic energy once again at the male officer. You will not cuff me. Harvey halted next to him, the blank look once more on his face. Jack clasped his hands behind his back so the female officer would think he was handcuffed. She hadn't noticed, for she was kneeling beside Laszlo, ripping his shirt open. Where were you stabbed, sir? He wasn't stabbed, Jack insisted. He just threw up. A pint of blood? Do I look stupid to you? She glowered at Jack. Where did you stab him? In the back? I didn't stab him. I've tried controlling her, but it doesn't work, Laszlo told him mentally. I know, Jack answered. She was every vamp's worst nightmare. A beautiful woman who could not be controlled. Perhaps she has psychic power, Laszlo continued. Or she could suffer from some sort of mental defect that's blocking our power. Did your mother drop you on your head when you were a baby? Jack asked. Harvey sniffed. Yes, she did. Not you, Jack muttered. The woman studied him suspiciously as she rose to her feet. Harvey, watch that guy. Harvey. The male officer flinched. What? Watch him, she pointed at Jack. Don't let him move. I'm going to check the rest of this place. Harvey nodded. Up against the wall. Jack backed up so the woman couldn't see that he wasn't cuffed. She scanned the area next to the wall-mounted flat-screen TV. Someone was stabbed here. This is blood splatter. It's not mine. She narrowed her lovely eyes. Whose blood is it? Friend's. He cut himself accidentally. After guzzling down an entire bottle of Blisky, Angus McKay had decided to become a blood brother with every guy in the room. He'd taken his Highland dagger to nick his wrist, but accidentally punctured an artery and spurted blood in a wide arc across the wall. He'd promptly wrapped a towel around his wrist and replaced his lost dinner with another bottle of Blisky. Right, an accident. The female officer stopped beside the crossed swords on the carpet. And these are your weapons? They're not mine, Jack protested. Right. They're Scottish claymores, he told her. They belong to the groom, and there's no blood on them. The guys were using them to do a Highland sword dance. She studied the swords, frowning. You could have cleaned them. I didn't stab anyone. At least not tonight. She surveyed the room, and her gaze lifted. What's this? Jack winced at the sight of Vanna White's red silk bra dangling from the chandelier. The female officer climbed onto the coffee table and used her expandable baton to dislodge the bra. There were women at this party? I wouldn't call them real women. Female impersonators? She gave him a wry look as she waved the bra in the air. He scowled at her. It's not mine. She tossed the bra on the couch and stepped down to the floor. What's in the bedroom? Jack squeezed his eyes shut as he bombarded her with all the psychic power he could muster. Do not go in there. Do not go in there, Harvey repeated. She shivered. It's damned cold in here. She slipped into the bedroom. Oh my God. Jack groaned. She stuck her head out the door. Harvey! Harvey! Call for backup! She went back inside. Harvey shook his head. Huh? He gave Jack a questioning look. Who are you? Where am I? There's a body on the bed, the woman called from the bedroom. Female! It's Vanna White, Jack explained. Oh my gosh, she's not alive, the female officer continued. Harvey blinked. You killed Vanna White? You bastard! He reached for his transmitter. You will not call for backup, Jack told him. Harvey lowered his hand and resumed his deadpan face. She was never alive. The female officer appeared in the doorway holding the doll. It's a sex toy. She tossed it on the floor and gave Jack a look of utter disgust. "You sick pervert." "It's not mine," he growled. With a huff, she headed back into the bedroom. This had gone far enough. Jack focused on Harvey. "You will leave this place and go back to your car. You will forget you are ever here. You will forget me and everything you have seen here." Harvey nodded, then slowly wandered down the hall. Now to take care of the beautiful but strangely resistant female. Jack followed her into the bedroom. "Miss." She whirled around, and her eyes widened at the sight of his free hands. She immediately reached for her gun. "I thought you were cuffed." Jack stepped toward her. "There's no need to—" She drew her weapon. "Stay back! Harvey? Where are you?" Jack could hear her heart racing. "Relax. I only want to talk. And there's no need to yell for Harvey. He left." Her pulse jumped. "My partner wouldn't leave me alone. What did you do to him?" "Nothing. He simply left." "I don't believe you." She lifted her gun an inch, aiming at his head. "More police are on their way." "No, they're not. I didn't let Harvey call for backup." She gulped audibly. "You didn't let— Who are you?" He opened his palms. "I will not harm you." "What did you do to Harvey?" she shouted. "Nothing. He's on his way to the car. He knows I'm harmless." Jack lifted his hands and moved closer. "Think about it, Miss—" She stepped back. "Officer Boucher." She pronounced it the French way, like Boucher. It sounded pretty coming from her, even though he knew it meant butcher. "There was no crime committed here, and while it is true that my friends were too loud and messy, I'll clean everything up and pay for any damages. You have my word on that." She kept her gun pointed at him. "There's blood everywhere, a sure sign of violent crime. Just because I haven't found the body doesn't mean it didn't happen." "There is no body." She edged toward the bathroom. "I haven't finished checking everywhere yet." He sighed. "Don't go in there." She lifted her eyebrows. "Sounds like an invitation to me." She reached behind her to ease open the door. She glanced back and gasped at the sight of Vanna Black sprawled on the tile floor. With vampire speed, Jack lunged forward and snatched the gun from her hand. She gasped again. Her eyes grew wide. He could hear her heart racing dangerously fast. Merda. Did she really think he would kill her? "Bellissima, you wound me." He ejected the clip and handed it to her. "I would never hurt you." She stared at him, then at the bullets in her hand. Her heart still pounded, but he could hear it slowing down. She glanced at Vanna Black. "Another sex toy? How many do you need?" He gave her a wry look. "It's not mine." "Right." He concentrated all his efforts on one last attempt to take over her mind. She stumbled back, knocked off balance by the strength of his psychic power. "You will leave immediately and forget you are here. You will forget you ever met me." The reality of that last command pricked him with a twinge of regret. He almost wished his mind control would fail. With a grimace, she pinched the bridge of her nose. Ouch! He should be careful what he wished for. She lowered her hand and gave him a confused look. "There's something really strange going on here." "Tell me about it." In 200 years, he'd never encountered this problem before. "I thought I heard your voice. Never mind." She stepped back, eyeing him warily. "Who are you?" "I am Giacomo. My English-speaking friends have called me Jack for so many years that I think of myself that way when I'm speaking English. You may call me Jack. I'm not your friend." She shivered from the cold psychic waves surrounding her. He stepped toward her. "What is your full name?" She stared at him, her eyes wide, as if she were completely entranced, but he knew she wasn't. He couldn't breach her mind. He had no idea what she was thinking. A noise in the hallway drew his attention. He peered into the living room just as two paramedics rolled a gurney inside. He shot a wave of psychic power at them. "You will leave the hotel, go back to your ambulance, and have no memory of ever being here. Go now." The two men turned and rolled the gurney down the hall. "How did you do that?" Officer Boucher whispered. He turned toward her. "I know none of this makes sense to you, but you must believe me. No one was harmed tonight. Nothing bad happened here." She frowned. "What about the guy on the floor?" "He's sick. I'll take care of him. You didn't find any wounds on him, did you?" "No, but there's so much blood." "I'll make sure it's all cleaned up." He offered her the empty gun. "Please go, Officer Boucher." She accepted the weapon. I don't feel right about this. I can't just act like nothing happened." "There's nothing you can do but go." "I am sorry." She stood there, chewing her lip and frowning. "This isn't right. Your partner is outside waiting for you. Goodbye, Miss Boucher." She wandered toward the door and glanced at Laszlo. "You'll be okay?" He waved goodbye. "I'll be all right. Thank you." She paused at the door to give Jack a pointed look. "This isn't over. We have unfinished business, Jack." She strode down the hall. A part of him, a very old and lonely part of him, hoped she was right. Chapter 2. "Wait!" Laura Boucher ran after the paramedics as they rolled their gurney into an elevator. She caught up with them just as the doors slid shut. She could have stopped the elevator doors, but she froze when she saw their faces. They had the same zombie-like expressions that she'd seen on Harvey. A shudder shot down her spine. It must be a residual effect from the icy cold hotel room she'd just left. Who was she kidding? She was totally freaked out. She punched the down button for another elevator and jammed the clip back into her automatic pistol. Coward. If she had any guts at all, she'd march back to that room and take the mysterious Jack in for questioning. Another shudder racked her body as she recalled the moment he'd taken her weapon. It had been scary enough when he'd ambled calmly into the bedroom with no cuffs on to announce that Harvey had abandoned her and no backup was on the way. But when he'd grabbed her weapon, she'd thought for a second that her life was over. And if that wasn't terrifying enough, she'd thought she'd heard his voice in her head, although she couldn't make out the words. She glanced down the hall. Should she go back for him? The man was dangerous, strangely compelling, but at the same time frightening, confusing, unworldly, and incredibly handsome. She jumped when a dinging noise announced the next elevator. She hurried inside and pushed the lobby button. Coward, you're running away. What else could she do? Harvey had left her, and Jack had disarmed her so easily. He would simply do it again. She snapped her sidearm back into the holster. She had a strange feeling Jack had been in control of the situation all along. He could have killed her, but instead, he'd seemed insulted that she'd thought him capable of it. After the elevator doors opened, she dashed into the lobby and spotted the paramedics leaving the hotel. She rushed through the revolving door and met them as they were loading the gurney into the back of the ambulance. "Hey guys, what's going on?" One of the paramedics gave her a blank look. Hello, officer. We're on call tonight. You were called here, to the Plaza Hotel. The paramedic shut the back doors on the ambulance. We've never been to the Plaza. Laura's mouth fell open. Didn't they know where they were? The paramedic climbed into the driver's seat. Good night, officer. She inhaled sharply as the ambulance drove away. What had Jack done to them? Did he have some sort of strange power over people's minds? Her skin prickled, as if 1,000 eyes were focused on her in the dark. Keep it together. You're not losing it. Unfortunately, she knew too well how fragile a person's brain could be. She spotted the patrol car parked by the curb and jogged over to it. Harvey frowned at her as she climbed into the front passenger seat. Where have you been? I've been waiting forever. I was in the hotel. She buckled her seatbelt. With you. He snorted. I've never been in a hotel with you. I'm a married man. I didn't mean... If that's some kind of joke, it's not funny. He turned on the ignition and pulled out onto Fifth Avenue. Harvey, I have the utmost respect for you and your marriage, and absolutely no attraction to you. You don't remember the Plaza asking us to check on some guests who were too rowdy? Hotel security would take care of that. Normally, yes, but when someone reported an alleged sword fight going on, they called us. He laughed. A sword fight in a hotel room? You need to cut back on the caffeine. You don't remember the guy with the sex toys? Harvey gave her a dubious look. You're crazy. Our last call was a drunken brawl in Times Square. Her skin chilled. I'm not crazy. It did happen. Just because Harvey and the paramedics couldn't remember it, that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Somehow Jack had erased their memories. What manner of man could do that? At least he hadn't screwed with her head like he had the others. Or had he? Was she remembering something that hadn't even happened? Oh God, not again. She'd already spent 6 months of her life in utter confusion, unable to tell reality from dreams. After the car accident, reality had seemed fuzzy, and her dreams had seemed real. She had to know. She had to go back and face Jack. 2 blocks ahead of them, a car swerved onto Fifth Avenue. It skidded across 2 lanes, sliding dangerously close to a yellow cab before speeding away. Harvey eased on the accelerator. What do you think? Drunk driver? Or stolen vehicle? Laura grabbed the radio mic to call the dispatcher. I need a 1014. She read the license plate number as they continued to follow. The radio crackled. That's a 1017. The dispatcher reported the vehicle was not stolen. Roger, she answered. Looks like a DWI. Let's get him. Harvey hit the lights and siren. Laura's nerves tensed. You never knew how people would react. Luckily, the driver cooperated, and 20 minutes later, they were hauling his drunken ass into headquarters. As the sun rose, Laura finished her paperwork for the night. She double-checked the log Harvey had kept. No reference of them ever going to the Plaza. She drummed her pen on the desk, debating what to do. If she included the Plaza incident in her report, then her supervisor, Captain O'Brien, would question why it didn't appear in the log or in Harvey's report. She'd never get promoted to detective if they started doubting her grip on reality. She strode to the water cooler and took a long drink. Maybe she should visit a neurologist and see if it was possible to have a relapse. Damn it, no. She crushed the paper cup in her hand and tossed it in the trash. She'd fought too hard to overcome her head injury. That was 6 years ago, and she was over it. She hadn't dreamed this up. For one thing, she could remember everything about Jack, all sorts of details. Thick, black hair brushed back from his wide brow. The ends curled slightly where they touched his shirt collar. And that black silk shirt. It had clung to him, clearly outlining his broad shoulders and rock-hard abs. He was as gorgeous as any model she'd ever seen in a magazine. And his voice had intrigued her, soft and melodious, with an Italian accent, but also crisp and polite, as if he'd learned English from the British. The dual accents hinted at a man who would be complex, fascinating even. He was both Jack and Giacomo. Bellissima, he had called her. She closed her eyes and mentally roamed up his body from his expensive Italian leather shoes. Long legs, narrow hips, trim waist, broad shoulders with a lovely curve to his neck that made her want to nestle her face into the crook. Strong jaw with a shade of dark whiskers, just enough to make her want to touch. Expressive mouth. She'd found herself using his mouth to gauge his reactions. One corner of his mouth would curl up when he was amused. His lips would part when he was surprised, then press together when he was annoyed. And his eyes. They were a warm, golden brown that radiated both intelligence and courage. He'd watched her every move with an intensity that bordered on hunger. "Hey, don't fall asleep standing up." She jerked her eyes open to find Captain O'Brien regarding her curiously. "Sorry, it was a long night." "It takes a while to adjust to the graveyard shift, but you're doing fine. Finish up and go home, Boucher." "Yes, Captain." She hurried back to her desk to finish her report without the incident at the plaza. But it had happened. Jack might look like a dream, but he was real. She usually changed into civilian clothes before taking the train back to her apartment in Brooklyn. After a long night of dealing with drunk and disorderly people, she just wanted to fade into the crowd unnoticed. But this morning, she kept her uniform on and took the subway back to the Plaza Hotel. "I need information on room 1412, she told the registration clerk. "Just a moment," the young man typed on his keyboard. "That's one of our Edwardian suites. Would you like to reserve it?" "It's already occupied. I want to check on it." He frowned at his computer screen. "That suite is vacant at the moment." "Well, maybe they checked out, but they were there last night. They had a wild party. Hotel security called the police." He gave her a confused look. "I don't know what to tell you, officer. According to our records, that room was vacant last night." Laura swallowed hard. How far had Jack gone to erase his steps? "Is the night manager here? I'd like to speak to him, and hotel security, too." The story remained the same. The night manager had no record of Suite 1412 being occupied. Laura asked him to check on any room reserved by a man named Giacomo, but no such name emerged in their files. Hotel security was even worse. They got all huffy when she claimed they had called the police. They could handle matters on their own, thank you very much, and there hadn't been any wild parties the night before. She insisted on seeing the room for herself, so they reluctantly gave her a key. On the 14th floor, she opened the door slowly and let it swing open. She inhaled, expecting to encounter the odor of whiskey. It was gone, but the strong smell of disinfectant and cleansers filled the room. She walked in and looked to the left where the man had lain on the carpet covered in blood. He was gone. The carpet was clean. She wandered through the room, eyeing the upholstery and carpet. No stains. Her gaze shifted to the wall. No blood splatter. She moved closer. Either she was off her rocker, or someone had done a phenomenal cleaning job. He had said he would clean it up. She touched the wall. It looked so fresh. Had they repainted it? Too bad she couldn't get a CSI team in here. There was no way Captain O'Brien would okay that. Not when hotel management insisted the room had been empty. She strode into the bedroom. The satin comforter was spotless. How had Jack managed that? She peered into the bathroom. No sex doll. She scanned the mosaic floor and white marble vanity for any sign of blood. The 24-karat gold faucets gleamed. The towels were neatly folded. No one would ever believe this room had been occupied. She strode toward the door to let herself out. Somehow, Jack had tampered with the memories of all the hotel staff. Had he bothered with the guests? She knocked on the next door down the hall. A droopy-eyed, yawning couple told her that everything had been quiet the night before, then slammed the door in her face. If it had been quiet, why were they so sleepy? Well, that was easy. They could have been up all night making love. Laura sighed. Just because she was going without didn't mean other people were. Close to the elevator, a man in a business suit emerged from his room, carrying a briefcase. "Sir!" She jogged to catch up with him. "Yes?" He gave her that wary look so many people give the cops, like they know they've done something wrong, and they're hoping she doesn't know. She gave him a friendly smile to put him at ease. "I wanted to ask you about last night. Did you hear anything out of the ordinary?" "You mean the damned bagpipes? Some idiot was playing them at 3 a.m. Laura's heart lurched up her throat. She wasn't crazy. And Jack had missed someone. "Yes, exactly. Do you remember anything else?" "Just that I couldn't sleep. I finally went out to a bar to get a drink." And that was how Jack had missed him. "Thank you." "Well, I just hope my presentation today doesn't suck," he grumbled as he lumbered toward the elevator. Jack was real, but how could she find him? She glanced at the local newspaper in front of the door. "Sir?" she called after the businessman. "Do you mind if I take this paper?" "Be my guest." He stepped into an elevator. Laura picked up the paper and turned to the section on wedding announcements. It had been a bachelor party with bagpipes and claymores. Chances were good that the groom was Scottish. Today was Saturday, so there were plenty of weddings listed. McPherson, Ferguson, and McPhee. 3 weddings with Scottish-sounding grooms. Laura took a deep breath. She was about to become a wedding crasher. Laura rushed up the stone steps as fast as her high-heeled red sandals would allow. After 3 months on the beat, she wasn't used to dressing up. She stopped before the carved wooden doors and mentally braced herself. She could do this. She'd crashed the McPherson wedding with no one realizing it. Of course, that had been a huge affair. The Ferguson wedding had been scarier. With only 50 people in attendance, she'd been painfully aware of the curious looks cast her way. She'd slipped away as soon as possible, leaving behind one of the 3 wedding presents she'd purchased that afternoon. She adjusted the bodice on her red cocktail dress. Maybe she shouldn't have worn red, or this low neckline. It was bound to draw attention. But this was a late wedding, starting at 9 p.m., so she assumed it would be more formal than the afternoon weddings she'd attended. The red dress was the fanciest one she owned, the only fancy dress she owned. After leaving home, she'd sworn never, ever to wear a full-length formal gown again. Too bad she had to lug this canvas tote bag with her. Her uniform and weapon were inside, since she'd have to leave soon for work. Her shift started at 10, but she'd make it on time. It would only take a few minutes to see if Jack was here. She believed he was real, but she'd feel a lot better if she could verify that in person. And she wanted to know how he had managed to erase his tracks at the hotel. He was an intriguing mystery, with his ability to control minds. So naturally, as a wannabe detective, she just had to investigate him. The fact that he was also gorgeous and incredibly sexy didn't factor into it. Yeah, right. She shouldn't lie to herself in church. She pulled open the heavy wooden door and slipped inside the vestibule. Rows of red glass votives flickered, casting a warm glow against the stone walls. Her stiletto heels wobbled on the uneven pavement as she moved quietly toward the nave. 2 saintly statues flanked the entrance, frowning at her for sneaking in uninvited. Those who were invited seemed like a happy bunch. She remained half hidden behind the door, watching them as they laughed and talked. The ends of the pews were decorated with white ribbons and lilies. Another floral arrangement rested on the altar. She scanned the small crowd, looking for Jack. She didn't see him, but she did spot the guy who'd been sprawled on the floor, covered with blood just the night before. How strange. He was perfectly fine now. "May I help you?" She jumped and turned toward the man who'd spoken behind her, a big, red-headed Scotsman. "Hi there. 'Twill begin soon. May I escort you to your seat?" "Sure." She figured he must be one of the ushers. This was definitely a Scottish wedding. The guy was wearing a black and white plaid kilt, white lacy shirt, and black jacket. A single red rosebud was pinned to his lapel, and his long hair was pulled back with a thin black ribbon. He regarded her curiously with his light green eyes. "You're a friend of the bride?" Laura's mind went blank as she desperately tried to remember the name of the bride. Cheryl? No, that had been the McPherson wedding. Damn it. She'd paid more attention to the names of the grooms. And this groom had seemed familiar somehow. "I am a friend of Ian McPhee." The Scotsman's eyebrows lifted. "You know Ian?" "Sure. We go way back. I used to date his cousin." "I see." Shoot. This wasn't working. She'd have to distract this guy. She brushed her long hair behind her shoulder to show off some cleavage and gave him the dazzling smile her mom had spent a small fortune on. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Susie." "Delighted to make your acquaintance. I'm Robbie McKay." He took her hand. "Since you're a friend of Ian's, he'll want to see you right away." "Oh, that's not necessary." She tried to remove her hand, but Robbie's grip tightened. "Surely it can wait till after the ceremony." "Come with me." He pulled her across the vestibule. Oh, shit. Isn't the wedding about to start? We need to take our seats. He opened a door and gently pushed her inside a dark room. "Wait here." He flipped on a light, and as she quickly looked about, he grabbed her canvas tote bag. "No! Damn it, her weapon was in there. I need that. You'll get it back." He started to shut the door. "Wait! Is Jack here?" Robbie paused. "Jack?" "Yes, Giacomo. His English-speaking friends call him Jack. I need to talk to him." Without bothering to answer, Robbie shut the door in her face. An ominous click sounded like a key turning a lock. Damn it. Laura looked about the dimly lit room. A storeroom, she guessed. A row of high-backed, carved wooden chairs rested against the wall to her left. A bookcase filled with dusty old hymnals lined the wall to the right. The wall across from her was bare. No other door. Just as well. She couldn't leave without her uniform and weapon. Damn, damn, damn. She paced across the small room. How could she have been so stupid? That Scotsman had moved incredibly fast. He'd wrenched the bag away before she'd known what was happening. But she had suspected he was onto her. She should have done something. But what? Drawn her weapon in a church at a wedding she was crashing? She tried the door, and sure enough, it was locked. How long would they keep her in here? What if she was late to work? What if she couldn't get her uniform and sidearm back? What a lousy cop she was turning out to be. On the other hand, if Jack was here, then she was a damned good cop for managing to find him. Male voices murmured on the other side of the door. She took a few steps back and drew in a deep, steadying breath. Click. The door swung open to reveal Robbie and Jack. Her breath caught. Good God, he was even more handsome than she'd remembered. His elegant gray suit looked tailor-made. His golden brown eyes widened as he looked her over. "You know this woman?" Robbie asked. "See." Jack never took his eyes off her. "Lucky bastard." Robbie shoved her tote bag into Jack's arms and strode away. Jack continued to give her that look, the one she could only describe as hungry. A chill crept up her bare arms. Oh, yeah. It was more than intellectual curiosity that had driven her to hunt him down. Bellissima. Jack shook his head. Mi dispiace. I forgot all my English for a moment. You look so bella. You would make the Mona Lisa cry with envy. Her heart stuttered in her chest. Get a grip. You're here to question this guy. Hello, Jack. I thought I would never see you again. She lifted her chin. I told you it wasn't over. He walked into the room and shut the door. Then you wish to start something with me? Chapter 3. Laura ignored the flutters in her stomach and the tingling sensation on her skin. She was not about to let this man know how flustered she was. I'm here on business, Jack. This is an investigation. He smiled slowly. I'm flattered. I didn't realize I warranted so much personal attention. The cad was trying to flirt with her, but she would remain professional. You can answer my questions here or down at the precinct. I don't want to miss my friend's wedding. Then talk to me now. I want to know how you did it. Did what? He ambled over to one of the high-backed chairs and set her tote bag on the red-cushioned seat. You know what? I went back to the plaza this morning and the room was spotless. I told you I would clean it. He peeked in her bag, then glanced at her. I'm a man of my word. If you're honest, then you'll tell me how you did it. I cannot take full credit. I was helped by some very efficient maids. He removed a gift-wrapped box from the tote bag. You brought a wedding present. How thoughtful of you, especially when you don't know the bride or groom. Her face grew warm. It was the least I could do. Now back to the matter at hand. When I questioned the hotel staff this morning, none of them could remember you. He shrugged. I suppose I am a forgettable sort of guy. On what planet? She muttered, then blushed when he gave her a sexy grin. He shook the wedding present. What's inside, officer? Some handcuffs? Very funny. And the rascal kept changing the subject. I'll answer your question, but then you have to answer mine. I gave them some silver-plated salad tongs. Silver, he chuckled. Ian will love that. I couldn't afford anything fancier. I had to buy 3 presents today. You went to 3 weddings. His eyes twinkled with humor. Were you invited to any of them? She crossed her arms, glaring at him. I went to every wedding I found listed in the paper that had a Scottish groom. Ian McPhee's name seemed familiar somehow. Jack set the wedding gift down on another chair. Ian became a bit of a celebrity about 6 months ago, when he was declared the most eligible bachelor in the city on an online dating service. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. Laura's roommate had shown her that site at a cyber cafe. All the girls in the coffee house had drooled over Ian. Jack glanced at her with a wary look. Were you one of Ian's admirers? Was he worried about competition? Laura affected a dreamy look. You have to admit, Ian is incredibly hot. Jack frowned at her. He's taken. That's why his bride insisted on putting the announcement in the paper. She wants everyone to know he's no longer available. Laura's curiosity got the better of her. What about you? Are you taken? I am single, but I wouldn't call myself available. An odd answer. She wanted to know more, but she needed to stay professional. Back to my original question. How did you erase all those people's memory? Jack rummaged around inside her tote bag. So, you crashed weddings with the Scottish grooms until you found me? That's a fine piece of detective work. I'm impressed. Laura's heart swelled at the compliment, then realized he'd done it again. You didn't answer my question. He pulled out her police hat. Charming. Leave that alone, and answer my question, please. He removed her folded blue shirt and pants. You are going to work soon. My shift starts at 10. Jack, how come no one remembers you? I didn't want them to. Ah, your gun. He retrieved her belt, holster, and automatic pistol from the tote bag. He flipped open the holster to remove her gun. She reached for it. Give that to me. He ejected the clip and handed her the empty gun. She lifted her brows. Do you think I would shoot you? You wound me. She repeated his words from the night before. His mouth curled up. Brava, bellissima. He unbuttoned his suit jacket and slipped the clip into his trouser pocket. You're very clever and talented. I plan to be a detective someday. His smile grew. Then we will be in the same business. I'm an investigator too, for a private company. What company? McKay Security and Investigation. He peeked inside the tote bag. There's something else in here. How interesting. He pulled out a lacy white bra. Put that back. Laura transferred the empty gun to her left hand, then made a grab for her bra with her right. He moved quickly, whisking it out of her reach. Bellissima. Why would you pack a bra in your bag? So I can wear it, you creep. Now hand it over. His gaze dropped to her low neckline. Does this mean you are currently without? It's none of your business. She extended her hand, palm up. Give it to me. He continued to study her breasts. I believe you are wearing a corset of some kind. I am not going to discuss my underwear with you. His eyes lit up. Then I'm afraid I will have to search you. What? Don't you dare! He gave her an innocent look. What choice do I have? You crashed my friend's wedding and brought a weapon with you. How do I know you don't have a knife strapped to your thigh? She gritted her teeth. Because if I did, it would already be sticking in your chest. His mouth twitched. And then there is the questionable area surrounding your breasts. You must be wearing some sort of contraption, though I cannot detect any sign of one. He stepped toward her. I will be forced to investigate further. It's a new bra, she blurted out, then winced. How had this conversation veered so far off course? She ought to clonk him on the head with her empty gun. A new bra? New bra. Polyurethane cups that stick to your breasts. Now back to my original question. They stick to your breast. He looked appalled, then focused once more on her chest. Surely you did not glue them to yourself. Of course not. There's an adhesive backing. He grimaced. Like duct tape. Would you please stop ogling me? He lifted his gaze. But when you rip them off, does it not hurt? This is entirely inappropriate. Scusi, signorina, but it is entirely inappropriate for you to harm your breast. They are very sensitive, no? She glared at him. They're tougher than they look. His gaze dropped once more to her chest. Then you would not object to rough handling. The nerve of this guy! I'm not discussing that with you. A little nibbling, perhaps. She snatched her bra from his hand and turned her back to him as she dropped it into the tote bag. I shouldn't have come. You're impossible to talk to. I swear you have a one-track mind. Perhaps, he sighed. People have always said I cannot escape my heritage. My father seduced hundreds of women in his lifetime. My mother was his last conquest. Sounds like a real Casanova. Laura set her empty gun down, then stuffed her uniform back into the bag. Exactly, he said wryly. She dropped her hat back into the bag. Since you refuse to answer my questions, I'm leaving. She picked up the empty automatic. I wish I could answer you. She turned to face him. Then do. I cannot. Try me. His gaze flitted down and then back to her face. I am very tempted to give you a try. Her pulse speeded up. Must you do that? Twist everything I say into some sort of sexual challenge? Yes, I must. His eyes gleamed as he leaned forward. It is only foreplay when you feel it. She stiffened. This man was outrageous. I don't feel anything. I think you do. Your heart is racing. How did he know that? Give me the clip for my gun. So you can shoot me. He touched her hair and rubbed a strand between his thumb and forefinger. Your hair is like a fiery nimbus surrounding an angel of vengeance. What is your name, Bellissima? Robbie said it was Susie, but he thought you were lying. She moved out of his reach. I'm Officer Boucher to you, and I want my clip back so I can leave. He stepped toward her. I bet you have a lovely lyrical name to match the beauty of your face. A rich, melodious name that rolls off the tongue and reminds me of the luscious curves of your delectable body. She stepped back and bumped against the wall. Damn. He planted his hands on the wall, hemming her in. Your beautiful name, Bellissima. What is it? She narrowed her eyes. Butch. He blinked. Butch? The guys at the precinct call me that. It's short for Boucher. She shoved at his shoulders, but it didn't move him an inch. His body was like a boulder of granite. His head, too, no doubt. Butch, he murmured. You are full of surprises. I like that. Since he couldn't be budged with brute force, she'd have to try another tactic. Tell me, Jack. She wrapped her right arm around his waist so that the gun rested against his back. What else do you like about me? The gold flecks in his eyes gleamed. I like your persistence and your cleverness. He hadn't mentioned her looks. She liked that. She gazed at his mouth and licked her lips. Tell me more, Jack. He lowered his head till his mouth was a mere inch from hers. She could feel his breath upon her cheek. She leaned into him and eased her left hand into his trouser pocket where he'd stashed the clip. Bellissima. He rubbed the tip of his nose against hers. You're driving me crazy. Was she really? Good. She liked that. She also liked the feel of the clip safely gripped in her hand. She eased her hand from his pocket and brushed her cheek against his whiskered jaw. Kiss me, Jack. Before or after you shoot me. His hand latched around her wrist. He lifted her arm so he could see the clip in her hand. Shame on you, Butch. Shame on you, refusing to answer my questions, embarrassing me about my bra. I ought to drag you to the precinct and stick you in holding for a few days. He grabbed both her wrists and pinned her against the wall. You refuse to answer my question, too. What is your name? How did you erase their memories? Drop it, he growled. You don't want the answer. I'm a good detective. I'll figure it out. He gave her a beseeching look. Just leave it be, Boucher. Go away from here and forget you ever met me. She searched his face. How can I forget you? Who are you? What are you up to? I do not harm anyone. Can you leave me be?" Could she? Could she walk out of here and never think of him again? No, she couldn't. She would wonder about him for months, years. "What about you, Jack? Do you want to forget me? Do you never want to see me again?" His eyes darkened. He stroked the inside of her wrist with his thumb, and it sent a delicious shiver down her spine. "If you knew what you're doing to me, you would run. You would run like the hounds of hell were after you." Run? She couldn't manage to move an inch. "Aren't you being a little overly dramatic, Jack?" "Am I?" He leaned close, and his chin grazed the edge of her brow. The scrape of his whiskers sent a shiver down her arms, prickling her skin with goose flesh. "I believe you asked for a kiss, Booch," he whispered in her ear, then drew back to look at her mouth. Her breath caught when she noticed the reddish glint in his eyes. That couldn't be normal. A knock sounded on the door. "The ceremony is starting," Robbie's voice called out. Jack released her and stepped back. "I have to go." He walked over to pick up her tote bag. When he turned to face her, his eyes had resumed their usual golden brown color. "You should go too." He handed her the tote bag. She quickly loaded her gun, then checked the safety before snapping it back into the holster. As she carefully placed it in her tote bag, a defeated feeling dragged her down. She was a lousy interrogator. She'd found Jack, but she still knew next to nothing about him. He dressed well. He was gorgeous. He apparently had issues with his parents, but then who didn't? And he could make people forget. "Why didn't you do it to me? Why did you make everyone forget but me?" He gave her a sad look. "I tried, Bellissima. You are immune to me." She hugged the tote bag against her chest. Not entirely. He'd just admitted to causing mass amnesia. She shivered. Was he some kind of psychic? Or worse? And how could she feel attracted to him? "Would you accept this?" He drew a business card from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. "My cell phone number is on there." He wanted to see her again? Her heart expanded in her chest. She took the card and examined it. Giacomo de Venezia. Was his last name Venice? Or was that his hometown? Beneath his name it read, McKay Security and Investigation. "I want you to call me if you're ever in trouble." She glanced up at him. "Only if I'm in trouble?" He frowned at her. "Especially if you're in trouble. I am worried about your safety." She flicked the card into her tote bag. "Now you sound like my father." She strode toward the door. He opened it for her. "I am serious, Boucher. It is a dangerous world out there. More dangerous than you know." She glowered at him. "I'm not incompetent, Jack. Just because you managed to disarm me, it doesn't mean anyone else can." "Signorina, you have disarmed me." She swallowed hard. Did she actually have an effect on him? Or did he just say these things to keep her constantly off balance? She walked into the vestibule and halted at the sight of the bride. She was a lovely young woman with long blonde hair, partially hidden beneath a gossamer white veil. She clutched a huge bouquet of white lilies and roses. Her eyes glittered with excitement, and she glanced their way with a brilliant smile. The wedding march began, and she started down the aisle. The train of her elegant white gown skimmed the floor behind her. "Wow," Laura whispered. "What a beautiful bride." She was absolutely beaming with joy. Jack rested a hand against his chest and smiled. "Amore, it makes people glow from the inside." "You believe in true love? And happily ever after?" His smile faded. Ever after is a very long time. It hasn't been that happy for me. He led her to a side door. What had happened to Jack? Damn, but she wanted to know more. She wanted to know everything about him. She glanced back. I left the gift in the storeroom. Will you give it to the bride? Yes. He held the side door open. Will you call me if you're in trouble? Maybe. She glanced at him, and their eyes met. Her heart stilled as if time had stopped, and in that timeless moment of a few seconds, she knew she would call him. She would not be able to resist him. There was something about him that awakened her senses and made her ache with want. But how could she trust a man who could manipulate people's minds? And what if he was manipulating her? Was her attraction to him real, or was he tricking her? He touched her hair. Be careful out there, Booch. Her heart squeezed in her chest. My name's Lara. She hurried down the steps, but heard his whisper float toward her on a night breeze. Lara Boucher. I knew it would sound beautiful. Chapter 4. Jack winced at the blood-curdling shriek. How could such a tiny bundle of humanity be so loud and so terrifying? I don't think she likes me. He quickly handed the newborn back to her father. Roman Dragonesti chuckled. You were holding her like a sword being used to knight someone. He cradled his tiny daughter close to his chest and jiggled her up and down. Jack stepped back, afraid that more than noise would emerge from the babe's mouth. That jostling doesn't make her ill? It soothes her. Shanna Dragonesti gave them a weary smile from her hospital bed at Romatech Industries. It reminds her of being inside of me. She's a bonny lass. Angus Mackay gave the newborn an appraising look. She'll be needing a godfather, no doubt. Angus's wife, Emma, laughed. Now that was subtle. She perched on the hospital bed next to Shanna. How are you, dear? I'm fine, Shanna said, but I hated missing the wedding. I was there. Her 2-year-old son, Constantine, sat at the foot of the bed. I was the ring bearer. And you did a great job, Jack said, then turned to Roman. What have you named your daughter? Sophia. Roman swayed slightly as the baby fell asleep in his arms. After my mother. A lovely name for a lovely little girl, Emma said. Jack kept a tactful silence. The babe looked too fragile and frightening to him. But then, he hadn't had any experience with infants before this. After the wedding ceremony, there had been a short reception at the church to keep up appearances for the bride's mortal friends and family. Then the party had moved to the banquet hall at Romatech Industries, where the vamps could be themselves and toast the newlyweds with bubbly blood, a mixture of synthetic blood and champagne. Jack had congratulated Ian and his bride, then wandered down the hall to the Romatech clinic where Shanna Dragonesti had given birth to her second child. He still marveled over the recent changes in the vamp world. All his bachelor friends were suddenly succumbing to the lure of amore. Roman and Shanna seemed quite content. His boss, Angus Mackay, was deliriously happy with his wife Emma. Jean-Luc had found Heather, and now Ian had married Tony. You would think there was something in the water, but none of the vamps drank water. They all survived off synthetic blood, first invented by Roman in 1987. Only their enemy, the malcontents, continued to feed off mortals, often killing them in the process. Roman lowered his sleeping daughter into the bassinet next to the hospital bed. Isn't she beautiful? Shanna whispered. She has her daddy's dark hair. Roman tucked a pink blanket around the baby. I'm sorry I missed her arrival. I wanted to take the stay-awake drug. And I said no. Shanna smiled at her husband. All you missed was me groaning and cursing men to hell for half the day. And when I was done screaming, Sophia took over. Look what I can do. Constantine tugged on Jack's suit jacket. Jack glanced down just in time to see Roman's son vanish. Ta-da! Tino reappeared across the room. Santo cielo, that's amazing! Jack had already heard about Constantine's ability to teleport, but he figured the little boy was in need of some attention after the birth of his sister, and it truly was amazing. As far as Jack knew, Tino was the only mortal on Earth who could teleport. Just remember not to do that tomorrow when your grandpa and grandma come to visit, Roman warned his son. I know, Tino hung his head. Grandpa won't like me if he knows I'm different. He loves you, Shanna insisted. We all love you. Grandpa just has trouble understanding. That was an understatement. Jack considered Shanna's father a loose cannon. As the head of the CIA stakeout team, Sean Whalen had started off wanting to kill all the undead. Now that his daughter was married and having children with a powerful vamp, Sean had reluctantly backed off the vamps and was concentrating on the malcontents. Jack patted the little boy on the shoulder. I think your grandpa would be jealous. You can do so many amazing things that he could never do. Tino's blue eyes lit up. Really? He turned to his godfather. Uncle Angus, when can I have a sword? You said you would give me one. Oh, great, Shanna muttered and fell back against her pillows. Emma chuckled. We won't let him get hurt. Angus swung the boy up into his arms. You have to be able to lift a sword before you can wield it. Constantine wrapped his hands around Angus's neck. I'm hungry. There's some food at the reception. Would you like to go with me? Angus asked. Oh, yes, Constantine squirmed in his godfather's arms. I want to see Tony. Very well. Angus headed toward the door. I'll bring him back in a little while. Thanks, Shanna said. And please ask Ian and Tony to stop by before they leave. I was so sorry to miss the wedding. I'll tell you all about it, Emma said. Scusi. Jack bowed to the ladies and nodded at Roman, then followed Angus out the door. I've reconsidered your offer, he told his boss as they walked down the hall. I'll be happy to fill in for Ian. Since Ian was leaving for a 3-month-long honeymoon with Tony, the position of head of security at Romatech Industries was temporarily vacant. Excellent. Angus set a squirming Tino down and let the boy run ahead of them. But I'm wondering why you changed your mind. Last night at the party, you told me you were eager to return to Europe to search for Casimir. Jack shrugged. Our leads are dead, literally. All of the recent sightings of Casimir had been in Eastern Europe, although the vamps had never been able to pinpoint his exact location. Whenever one of Casimir's men turned informant, they never survived more than a few nights. We are no closer to finding Casimir now than we were 2 years ago. Aye, 'tis very frustrating. Damned frustrating. Jack had serious doubts they could ever capture the leader of the malcontents, not when he could simply teleport away if they got anywhere in his vicinity. I thought about what you said, and you're right. The Russian-American coven will seek revenge. Jack had helped Ian and Tony defeat the local Russian malcontents when they'd taken over the digital vampire network. That had been 5 months ago, just before Christmas. Since I was involved in the incident at DVN, I should be here for the repercussions. Angus nodded. Did you know they are calling the battle at DVN a massacre? I'm not surprised. Jack could hear music as they approached the banquet hall. The band was playing a waltz. What a shame he couldn't invite Laura Boucher here. How glorious it would feel to hold her in his arms and swirl around the floor till they were both breathless and dizzy. He'd tighten his embrace until her soft breaths. Zoltan told me you killed 6 malcontents that night, Angus continued. Jack frowned as the lovely mental image of Lara wavered and disappeared. Zoltan talks too much. I stopped counting the dead years ago. What's the point? Angus snorted. The point is, for every malcontent ye kill, ye're saving countless mortals who would have been his victims. Oh, right. Jack smiled wryly. I'm one of the good guys. He doubted Laura Boucher would believe that. There had been 2 mortal women in his past, and they hadn't believed it. Angus slapped him on the back. You're a good lad, all right. I'm glad you decided to stay in New York, but I'm wondering if your decision has something to do with the pretty mortal who crashed Ian's wedding. I believe Robbie said her name was Susie? Or Robbie talks too much. Robbie was right to report a potential threat. She came to the wedding looking for you and carrying a weapon. Did she mean to do you harm? Jack groaned inwardly. He should have known Robbie would check that bag before handing it over. Don't worry about it. I can handle her. How do you know her? She's a police officer. The devil take it, Angus muttered. How much does she know? Nothing. She and her partner were called to the hotel when our party got a little too rowdy. Jack gave his boss a wry look. You all left me with a mess to clean up. Thank God Phineas came back with the vampy maids. You got the room back to normal? When Jack nodded, Angus continued. And you followed standard protocol? Yes. I erased all signs and memories that were ever there. The hotel has no record of us. The paramedics who came for Laszlo have no memory of it. Even the dispatcher who called the police to the scene cannot remember it. Angus paused outside the open doors to the banquet hall. Why did the paramedics come for Laszlo? Jack winced. Now he had talked too much. She called them. Susie. Her name is Lara. Jack didn't give out her last name. Somehow, he felt possessive of that knowledge. He wanted to be the only one who would investigate her. Look! Constantine pointed across the banquet hall. There's Bethany and her mom. Can I go see them? Angus glanced at Jean-Luc's mortal wife and stepdaughter. Sure, lad. As the boy scampered off, Angus turned to Jack. Laszlo told me she could not be controlled with our psychic power. Laszlo talks too much. Angus narrowed his green eyes. Then it's true. You could not erase her memories. Jack shifted his weight. No, she's immune somehow. She's a threat. No, I can handle her. The situation is under control. Angus stared at the waltzing couples as they twirled about the dance floor. How was she able to track you? She knew from the claymores Ian left in the hotel room that the groom was Scottish, Jack began. So she crashed weddings with the Scottish groom till she found you? Angus turned his attention back to Jack. Yes. Jack kept his face blank, aware that his boss was studying him carefully. She sounds clever. Robbie said she was passing fair. Jack snorted, then resumed his bland expression. Angus arched a brow. No comment. Jack gave him an annoyed look. I've known you almost 200 years, Angus. You're fishing. Angus's mouth twitched. Very well. Robbie actually said she was very lovely. Jack felt a strange sense of pride on Lara's behalf. That would be correct. Angus leaned back against the doorframe and folded his arms. Does she realize all signs of the party were erased? Yes. And being a clever lass, she has questions, no doubt. Angus frowned. I would order you never to see her again, but I'm afraid you would disobey. I do not want to fire you. You're too valuable to the company. Jack remained silent. So I'll suggest you do not see her again, Angus continued. Whatever you do, do not tell her about us. That is an order. Jack nodded. I understand. There was no way he could tell Lara about vampires. He'd made the mistake twice in the past, telling his mistress in 1855 and another one in 1932. They'd both reacted so badly that he'd been forced to erase their memories. They'd gone on with their lives, blithely unaware of him and the heartache he'd endured for losing them. It would be even worse with Laura. He couldn't erase her memory. A confession to her would be a giant leap forward that could never be taken back. Not only would he lose her, but she would remain a threat. Angus rested a hand on his shoulder. "Be careful, lad. Be very careful." He sauntered into the banquet hall. Jack sighed. Telling Laura the truth would put his life and the lives of all his vamp friends in jeopardy. The full extent of his dilemma became painfully clear. He couldn't trust Laura enough to tell her the truth, and she would never trust him as long as he refused to tell her the truth. A no-win situation. He should follow Angus's advice and never see her again. A small voice deep inside him whispered, "No." It repeated the word a bit louder and louder till it was shouting in his head. Merde. If she called him, if she needed him, he would rush to her side in a second. Over the next week, Jack adjusted to his new job as head of security at Romatech Industries. It wasn't difficult. In fact, it felt like a vacation after 2 years of hunting for Casimir in Eastern Europe. He'd arrived in New York City at the beginning of May in order to attend the annual spring conference and gala ball. Then, with Ian's wedding only a week away, it had made sense to stay in New York. Now that he was filling in for Ian, he'd remain here another 3 months. Romatech was a bustling place during the day, with 200 mortal employees making synthetic blood that was shipped to hospitals and blood banks. At night, about 50 vamp employees arrived. A few, like Laszlo, were brilliant scientists who assisted Roman. The others, not so brilliant, packaged and shipped synthetic blood and vampire fusion cuisine to vamps around the world. It was Jack's job to keep them safe from the malcontents who considered Romatech a prime terrorist target. Phineas McKinney was there to help him. Dougal Kincaid, who had been stationed at Romatech for 5 years, was reassigned to Eastern Europe to help Angus search for Casimir. Connor Buchanan was on hand to advise Jack. As personal bodyguard to Roman and the Dragonesti family, Connor was often at Romatech. Whenever Phineas made the rounds, Jack found himself alone in the security office, and his thoughts always wandered back to Laura Boucher. She hadn't called, so hopefully that meant she was safe. He was tempted to call her, but always managed to resist. Instead, he appeased his curiosity by researching her on the computer. He knew where she lived. He knew she worked from the Midtown North Precinct, but the more he found out about her past, the more confused he became. She didn't make sense. She was from a town in northern Louisiana, where her father had served as mayor and her mother resided on the board at the local country club. Laura could be living a charmed life there, so why did she move to New York City? At the age of 17, she'd won the title of Miss Teen Louisiana. Why would she give up a pampered life to become a police officer? On the 3rd night of his investigation, he located a newspaper article that was 6 years old. Former Miss Teen Louisiana nearly dies in car accident. His heart tightened in his chest. Santo cielo. The photo showed a crumpled car turned upside down. Laura had been inside that? He scanned the article. Intensive care. Not expected to live. Merda. What pain and horror had this poor girl endured? He reached for the phone to call her. No. He'd begged her to leave him alone, and she had. He closed the browser window and paced across the office. He should avoid her like Angus said. No good could come from contacting her. Instead, he should be grateful that she'd recovered from the accident. She was alive and well. And risking her life every night on the street. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket. She could have called during the day while he was in his death sleep. No messages. He entered her home and work numbers into his phone's directory, just in case. 9 circles of hell. What a fool he was. 7 nights had passed, and he still wanted to see her. He almost wished she would get into trouble. It was just after 11 Sunday night when Laura and her partner arrived at a 5th-floor condo overlooking Hudson River Park. Mrs. Kelsey Trent had called 911, asking for help before abruptly hanging up. Laura could hear the screaming voices from the hallway, a man and a woman. Harvey knocked on the green-painted door. NYPD! Laura waited about 4 feet away from Harvey, her weapon drawn and ready if her partner was attacked. The door swung open. What the hell do you want? A middle-aged man stood there in plaid pajama bottoms and a navy t-shirt. His eyes narrowed at the sight of their uniforms. You must be at the wrong place. There's nothing going on here. Are you Mr. Trent? Harvey asked. Maybe. What do you want? The man reeked of alcohol, and Laura noted the bloody knuckles on his right hand. We received a call, Harvey said. May we come in? A call? Mr. Trent gave them a confused look. Then his expression cleared. He looked over his shoulder. You stupid bitch! Did you call the police? Laura heard a feminine groan from inside the condo. She raised her voice. Mrs. Trent? Do you need medical attention? There's nothing wrong with her, Mr. Trent insisted. Laura lifted her chin. We're not leaving, Mr. Trent, until we have properly assessed your wife's physical condition. Well, aren't you the feisty one? Mr. Trent sneered at her. Then come in, sweet cakes, and properly assess. Assess your little ass off. Harvey stepped into the foyer and neatly maneuvered the drunken man to the side so Laura could enter. Can you tell me what happened, sir? Mr. Trent ran a hand through his thinning hair. Kelsey slipped in the shower, that's all. Laura quickly surveyed the foyer. An oriental rug ran the length of the polished wooden floor. Against one wall rested a wooden console table topped with a brass lamp that illuminated the narrow hall. Arched openings led into a living room on one side and a dining room on the other. There were closed doors at the back of the foyer and a cushioned bench. A woman sat there. Kelsey Trent, Laura assumed. Her peach-colored silk bathrobe matched her slippers. She'd folded her arms on her knees and was leaning over to rest her forehead on her arms. We heard your voice raised in anger, Harvey told the drunken husband. I was yelling at Kelsey for being so clumsy, Mr. Trent grumbled. Because I care so much, you know. Laura holstered her sidearm and sat on the bench next to the wife. Mrs. Trent, are you all right? She lifted her head. Her left eye was puffy and bruised, and her lip was cut. She cast a wary glance at her husband. I fell in the shower. See, Mr. Trent said. That's what I told you. Let's go to the kitchen and fix you an ice pack. Laura helped the woman stand and gave Harvey a pointed look. Harvey would understand. He would commiserate with the husband, trying to lure him into a confession of assault and battery. They could go ahead and arrest Mr. Trent on suspicion, but a confession would make it easier to convict him in court. Kitchen's in here. Kelsey Trent opened a door and led Laura into a brightly lit room. Laura grabbed a dish towel off the gray granite countertop and opened the freezer door. Do you have any other injuries? No, I'm fine. Kelsey sat at the kitchen table. I just slipped and fell. Laura deposited a handful of ice cubes in the center of the towel. Let's be honest about this, okay? If you had fallen in the shower, it wouldn't be just your face that was hurt. Kelsey's shoulders drooped. Laura folded the towel, encasing the ice inside. On the way to the table, she noticed the empty vodka bottle in the sink. You called us for help, Kelsey. We can't help you if you won't tell us the truth. I shouldn't have fussed at him for drinking so much. Laura handed her the ice pack. This is not your fault. How many times has he hit you? Kelsey dabbed the ice pack against her lip. This is only the third time. One time is too many. Laura sat beside her. You need to put a stop to it. Press charges. No, that would make Charlie so mad. It would get even worse then. No, it would be better. He'd be in jail. Kelsey's bruised face contorted with horror. But what would I do without him? I don't know. Live? Laura tamped down on her growing frustration. Listen, he's going to keep using you as a punching bag. In fact, you can count on him getting more and more violent. Kelsey glanced at the open door. What's that officer doing to him? He won't arrest Charlie, will he? They're just talking for now. He'd better not make Charlie mad, Kelsey continued, growing more agitated. Charlie has a gun in the What? Laura rose to her feet. Stay here. She unsnapped her holster as she peered into the foyer. No sign of Harvey or Charlie Trent. They must have moved into the living room. She raised her voice. Harvey? Can I speak to you for a minute? What are you doing? Kelsey shouted. Don't shoot my Charlie! Quiet, Laura hissed. She heard male voices shouting. Harvey! Bam! A gun fired. Kelsey screamed. Laura's heart lurched in her chest, and she drew her weapon. Harvey, answer me! God damn it! Charlie roared from the living room. You stupid bitch! This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't called the police! Laura could hardly think with Charlie bellowing and Kelsey shrieking. Panic seized her as she mentally pictured Harvey dying on the living room floor. Get a grip. Harvey needed her to stay calm. She'd gone through a jillion simulations like this at the academy, but still, she wasn't prepared for the sheer terror of real people dying. She punched the transmitter on her shoulder. Shots fired. Officer down. Requesting an ambulance and immediate backup. 10-4. They're on their way, the dispatcher said. Even so, it could take 5 minutes or more for the cavalry to arrive. Laura's heart thundered in her ears as she positioned herself next to the door frame and readied her pistol. Charlie Trent, put down your gun and step into the foyer with your hands up. I'm not going to jail for this, Charlie shouted. God damn it! This is Kelsey's fault! I'll make her pay! A chill crept down Laura's back. Charlie was planning to take everyone down with him. She shut the kitchen door. It would take Charlie a few seconds to open it, and in those few seconds, she would have to shoot. She glanced around and spotted 2 more doors. One looked like it led into the dining room. What if Charlie attacked from that direction? And then there was a 3rd door. She rushed over to Kelsey. Where does that door lead? It's a back entrance. Then I want you to leave, now. Kelsey shook her head, whimpering. I'll kill you, you stupid bitch, Charlie yelled. And the children, too. Children? Laura's heart plummeted. You have children? Kelsey burst into tears. My babies. This was a nightmare. Laura fought to remain calm. Was Harvey dead? Would Charlie attack his wife first or the children? Oh God, she couldn't think. She needed to act now. She had to stop Charlie before he killed anyone. Damn it, if only there was another option. If you're ever in trouble. He couldn't come here immediately. Or could he? Jack was so different. I'm coming for you, Kelsey! Charlie yelled. Laura heaved at the thick kitchen table and it fell onto its side with a loud crash. She squatted behind it with Kelsey. With shaking fingers, she retrieved her cell phone from her shirt pocket. 3 days ago, she'd told her roommate about Jack. LaToya had urged her to call him, but Laura had refused. Then LaToya had swiped Laura's phone and entered Jack's number on speed dial at number 1. What did she have to lose? Laura pressed 1, then set the phone down and readied her weapon. Charlie's heavy footsteps pounded across the foyer. Pronto, Jack's voice emanated from the phone. Jack? The kitchen door burst open, and shots exploded across the room. Chapter 5. Laura's heart slammed in her chest as she crouched behind the thick table with Kelsey Trent. Charlie had taken a few wild shots as he'd entered the kitchen, probably to keep her from shooting him. A bullet whizzed over her head and thudded into the wall behind her. Kelsey screamed. Laura's chest constricted, making it hard to breathe. The thought of sticking her head out was terrifying, but she had to see to take aim. She struggled to remember all the instructions that had been drummed into her head at the academy. Damn it! She'd thought the simulations were scary, but they were child's play compared to the real thing. The shots stopped. Now or never. Laura leaned to the side of the table and aimed her pistol. Time suddenly slowed to a crawl. A cold sweat chilled her skin while her ears filled with a buzzing noise. All she could feel was her right index finger crooked against the trigger, ready to kill. God, no. Forced to kill someone? She'd known in theory that this could happen, but she'd foolishly believed that somehow if she was careful enough, it never would. Charlie spotted her and aimed his gun. This was it. The air wavered in front of Laura. What the hell? Charlie stumbled backward. He saw it too. Laura's knees shook in her semi-crouched position. The multicolored pocket of air took shape. Human shape. Jack! She gasped. Oh my God! Charlie pointed his gun. With a blur of super speed, Jack knocked the gun from Charlie's hand and slammed him down onto the tile floor. Laura blinked, stunned by Jack's speed. In the millisecond it took to reopen her eyes, Jack had Charlie pinned down and his hands pulled behind his back. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Get off me! Charlie squirmed but couldn't budge his captor. A wave of cold air swirled around the room. Jack's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a golden intensity. Be still. Be quiet. Charlie went limp. Kelsey slumped against the table with a blank expression. Laura shivered. Jack. He was doing his mind tricks again. Laura, pass me your handcuffs, Jack demanded. Icy cold vapor crept along her skin. Oh God. It had been cold in the hotel room, too. Was Jack doing that? And how had he magically appeared out of thin air? He glanced at her. Are you all right? She stumbled, and her pistol knocked against a table leg. She glanced at it, confused and disoriented by a reality that had suddenly zoomed forward at warp speed. Put the gun away, Laura. Jack spoke softly. And give me your handcuffs. She holstered her sidearm, then walked stiffly over to Jack and handed him the cuffs. Thank God you came. She hadn't had to shoot. Jack had saved her from killing. Jack may have saved her life, and the lives of everyone else in the house, including her partner. Harvey! She ran from the kitchen and located him on the floor in the living room. He was barely conscious. His hand pressed against his blood-soaked shirt. She spotted a laundry basket full of folded clothes on the coffee table and grabbed whatever was on top. A bath towel. Good. She knelt beside her partner and pressed the towel against the bullet wound in his side. Butch! Harvey gasped. Thank God. I heard gunshots. I was afraid you were... I'm fine. Everything's under control. You just hang in there, okay? The bus is on its way. Harvey grimaced. I was stupid. I saw his gun, but I hesitated. I've never had to shoot anyone before. I know. Laura's vision blurred with tears. I didn't want to shoot either. What a relief Jack had arrived when he did. But now that she was away from him, she could feel the cold fog clearing from her mind. She realized Kelsey and her crazy husband were staying perfectly still and quiet because Jack had ordered them to be that way. He'd taken complete control of the situation without even wrinkling his expensive suit. She shuddered. What sort of man could magically appear? Or move as fast as lightning? Or control people's minds? At least he was on her side. Otherwise, he could be a really dangerous man. Laura's attention snapped back to Harvey when his eyes flickered shut. Harvey? Harvey, hang in there. He's unconscious. Jack strode into the room. He'll need a transfusion right away. He closed his eyes briefly and drew in a deep breath. He's type O positive. How can you tell? Laura kept the towel pressed against Harvey's wound as she looked Jack over. He looked so normal, if you could count extreme good looks as normal. He knelt beside her. I assume you called for backup and an ambulance? When she nodded, he continued. The man and woman won't remember me. I've altered their memories. How? How do you do it? It's hard to explain. He raised a hand when she started to object. Not now, Lara. We're short on time, and we need to make sure your story matches up. You expect me to lie? This is the truth for the couple in the kitchen. After the man shot your partner, he came after you. You hid his wife behind the table while you waited just inside the door. He barged inside, shooting wildly, and you knocked him on the back of the head with your baton. That's the way they remember it? Yes. The guy fell unconscious on the floor. You cuffed him, then ran in here to help your partner. I don't think the guy was ever unconscious. He will be soon. Jack removed a white handkerchief from an inner coat pocket. Give me your baton. He's already restrained. You're gonna hit him? Lara, the story has to make sense. It'll be more believable that you subdued an armed man who's bigger than you if you first rendered him unconscious. He was right, though Lara didn't like to admit it. Sirens wailed outside. Backup was arriving, and hopefully an ambulance for Harvey. Here, she handed Jack the baton. But don't hit him too hard. Jack's mouth curled up. You're too sweet for this line of work, Bellissima. His smile faded. That man tried to kill you. He deserves more than a knot on his head. Jack left the room, holding the baton with a handkerchief. Lara wondered if he was right, and she cared too much. But if she didn't care, how could she be a good cop? She tensed, waiting for a sound. Clonk. She winced. Harvey hadn't yelped or even moaned. He had obeyed Jack's order to remain quiet. In a few seconds, Jack was back and handing her the baton. She wedged it under her belt. How do you move so fast? He dragged a hand through his thick black hair. There's no time to explain now. But she wanted answers now, damn it. She knew the rest of tonight would be taken up with paperwork and hospital visits to check on Harvey. Okay, tomorrow. She turned her head as footsteps pounded down the hallway outside. It sounded like a herd of elephants charging to the rescue. She could almost picture Tarzan riding on one of their backs. No, wait. The wildly handsome hero was already in the room. You'd better tell me everything tomorrow. She turned back to Jack. He was gone. Oh, that smells good. LaToya Lafayette dropped her handbag and keys on the console by the door. What's cooking, girl? Blackened redfish. Lara carefully turned the fish fillets in the skillet. Great! LaToya removed her purple LSU tiger hoodie and fluffed up her glossy black corkscrew curls. It's been raining all damn day. She draped the damp sweatshirt over the back of a chair in their tiny living room. "So how come you're cooking? Not that I'm complaining, I love your cooking, but I was planning to take you out to celebrate." "I don't want to make a big deal out of it." "But it is a big deal." LaToya strode into the kitchen. "You saved that woman's life. Her children, too, and Harvey." "I didn't save Harvey. The doctors did that." "You're too modest, girl." LaToya washed her hands in the kitchen sink. "Everyone was talking about you at my precinct. I heard they're going to do a press conference with the chief of police giving you a commendation." "Oh, God, I hope not." Laura added chopped parsley and chives to the bowl of mashed potatoes. "You know they'll milk this for all it's worth. 3 months out of the academy and you're saving the day? You're like the poster child for how successful their training program is." "But I didn't do anything." Laura smashed a clove of garlic with the flat edge of a knife. "Jack did it." "You know that. I know that. But nobody else does." LaToya leaned a hip against the counter. "Now don't look at me that way, holding a knife, girl." Laura snorted as she scraped the smashed garlic into the potatoes. After a few hours of filling out forms and being interviewed by the detectives that had taken over the case, then another 2 hours spent at the hospital to check on Harvey, Laura had finally dragged home to her Brooklyn apartment about 8:30 in the morning. She'd recounted the story to LaToya before her friend had left for her job in the 26th precinct. Then Laura had showered and climbed into bed. But even in her state of exhaustion, she'd had trouble sleeping. Gunshots and screams bounced around in her head along with visions of Harvey bleeding on the floor. And she'd kept wondering about Jack. She'd decided the best way to thank him for charging to the rescue was a home-cooked meal, Louisiana style. She'd called his number, but he hadn't answered the phone. She'd left a message inviting him to dinner, then headed to the grocery store. She tried calling again about 5 p.m. He never called back. "What's in this salad?" LaToya studied the wooden bowl as she carried it to the table. "Spinach, fire-roasted tomatoes, and pine nuts." "Ooh, fancy!" LaToya's gaze wandered over their best china, cloth napkins, and candlesticks. "You went to a lot of trouble here." "I was bored." Laura loaded up 2 plates with fish and potatoes. "The captain ordered me to take some time off." "With pay? You lucky dog." LaToya struck a match and lit the candles. "Even so, this seems awfully romantic." "Let's eat." Laura set the plates on the table. LaToya's brown eyes narrowed as she blew out the match. "You did this for Jack, didn't you?" Laura heaved a sigh as she sat at the table. There was no point in denying it. "All right, I invited him to dinner, but he never returned my call. That doesn't mean I wasn't planning to eat with you." LaToya sat across from her. "Girl, I know when three's a crowd. I would have left you alone with the mystery man. But you say he never called back?" "Nope." Laura heaped some salad into their salad bowls, and I left 2 messages on his voicemail. "Maybe he didn't get them." "I'm not calling him again. That would sound desperate. And I'm not desperate. At all." Liar. She had really wanted to see him again. LaToya drizzled balsamic vinaigrette over her salad. "That jerk. I'm tempted to call him myself and give him a piece of my mind." "No." LaToya smirked, then strode toward the refrigerator. "I have the perfect solution for this. Wine. It's multi-purpose. We can toast your heroic feats and drown our sorrows over disappointing men all at the same time." "I'll drink to that." Laura stabbed at her salad. The food looked and smelled great, but her appetite was lacking. Damn that Jack. He didn't make any sense. He'd risked his life to help her, and now he couldn't even return her call? LaToya brought 2 glasses filled with white wine to the table. She sat and raised her glass. "A toast. To my best friend, a real hero." "I'm not a hero. It's bad enough to hear it at work, but I don't want to hear it from you when you know the truth." LaToya scowled at her. "Yeah, girl, I know the truth. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be a clerk in a convenience store in some town no one's ever heard of. You kept me going when I didn't think I could. You are my hero." Laura's eyes misted with tears. She'd first met LaToya when they'd shared a hospital room together after her car accident. LaToya had been shot during a robbery at the convenience store where she worked. Whereas Laura had lived a pampered life before the accident, LaToya had struggled to survive years of abuse. "You hated me at first." LaToya smiled. "I thought you were a spoiled little white girl, Miss Teen Louisiana." Laura winced, and I'm sure it didn't help matters when my mom came to visit wearing a tiara and sash. LaToya laughed. "Your mom is white, girl." "That's for sure." Laura's mom was still entering beauty pageants at the age of 52. "You helped me too, you know. It would have been so much harder to rebel against my family and follow my dreams if I'd been all alone. I don't know what I would have done without you." "To us." LaToya tapped Laura's glass with her own. "The two most badass rookie cops in the big city." "To us. Live long and prosper." Laura recited their favorite toast, borrowed from the Vulcans on Star Trek. They ate in silence for a while, and Laura's thoughts drifted back to Jack. The rascal had altered Mr. and Mrs. Trent's memories so that their statements made her sound like a hero, and she had to make sure her story matched theirs. "I have to go see the department shrink." "That's probably routine procedure." LaToya scooped some potatoes into her mouth. "I suppose." Laura pushed her fish around the plate. "I'm kind of worried about it. I mean, what if I tell the doctor my story and he realizes I'm lying?" "He won't question it, not when it confirms everything the Trent said." Laura sighed. "I'm not at all comfortable with everyone thinking I'm a hero." "Get over it already. That's why we wanted to be cops, remember? We wanted to catch the bad guys and make a difference. Besides, no one's going to believe that some strange guy magically appeared to save the day." Laura set down her fork. "You believe me, don't you?" LaToya's brown eyes softened, and she reached forward to touch Laura's hand. "I do. I watched you in the hospital when you struggled to learn how to read and write again. I was with you when we both struggled through classes at LSU, and I survived the academy with you. I know you're not going to lie to me, no matter how strange it sounds." "Thank you." Laura squeezed her friend's hand, then picked up her fork. "I have to be very careful talking to the shrink. I don't want him thinking that I'm still suffering from my brain injury." "You're not. That was 6 years ago. You're over it." "How can you be so sure? No one remembers seeing Jack but me. What if he's a figment of my imagination?" "Then who knocked down Mr. Trent? And what about that business card he gave you? His phone number worked." That's true. She hadn't imagined the business card. "You saw him at Ian McPhee's wedding," LaToya continued. "And I know Ian McPhee is real. I called him when he was on that dating website." "You didn't." "I sure did." LaToya took her plate into the kitchen. "Some lady took my message, then Ian called back really late, about midnight. I was kind of pissed, especially when he said he was already taken, but his accent was really cute." Laura shook her head. "I can't believe you called him." "I can't believe you didn't take me to his wedding." LaToya planted her fists on her hips. "I would have loved to see him. Is he as good looking as his photo?" "I didn't actually see him." "Are you crazy? The guy is hot." "And taken, remember?" LaToya sighed. "Yeah, I know. So how does this Jack look? Is he anywhere as cute as Ian?" Laura couldn't quite recall how Ian had looked. It didn't matter. There was no way he could look better than Jack. She brought her dishes into the kitchen. "Jack is the most gorgeous man I have ever set eyes on." "Really?" "Which probably means that I am imagining him." Laura wrenched open the refrigerator door. "How about dessert? I made a Mississippi mud pie." "Damn, girl, you went all out." Laura set the pie on the counter. "I wanted him to answer my questions." "Fine food, candlelight, sounds to me like you wanted to do more than just talk." Laura shot her friend an annoyed look, then sliced 2 pieces of pie. I was merely trying to set the mood so he'd be comfortable enough to spill all his secrets. Right! LaToya grabbed a fork and a saucer of pie, then headed back to the table. Where I come from, Mississippi mud pie means let's get down and dirty, honey. With a snort, Laura set her plate of pie on the table. She went back to the kitchen for a glass of water. I'm afraid he's avoiding me because he doesn't want to divulge his secrets. LaToya considered with a mouth full of pie. We want to be detectives, right? We'll just figure out his deep, dark secrets on our own. I've been trying to do that for a week. Laura sipped water on her way back to the table. All I can figure out for certain is that he's psychic. 'Cause he messes with people's minds? Yep. Laura sat. But he's got other powers, too, that I can't explain. Like super speed. Then he's a superhero, you know, faster than a speeding bullet. LaToya shoved some pie in her mouth. This is the real world, not a comic book. How could a normal guy suddenly become a superhero? LaToya's eyes twinkled with humor. Maybe he got zapped by lightning, or fell into a vat of acid. Laura laughed. He might look delicious, but he doesn't look deep fat fried. Then he's got to be an alien. That's how Superman got his powers. Laura ate some pie while she mentally pictured Jack in a latex costume with a cape fluttering in the wind. Damn, he looked good. I wouldn't be entirely opposed to a superhero if he looks like Jack, but it doesn't explain how he can appear and disappear at will. That's a tough one. LaToya stuffed more pie in her mouth, then her eyes lit up. I got it! Astral projection. What? It means he stayed in one spot while his spirit... I know what it means, but Jack wasn't a spirit. He slammed Charlie Trent onto the floor and cuffed him. Okay. LaToya frowned. Then he can't be a ghost. No. Laura recalled the way she'd rubbed against him in the church closet. He is totally solid. You've touched him? Laura shrugged. In the process of interrogating him. LaToya snorted. I bet. So the only explanation for the disappearing act is the guy knows how to teleport, like on Star Trek? It would appear so, but teleportation hasn't been invented yet. LaToya pointed her fork at Laura and gave her a knowing look. That's what they want us to believe. Laura grinned. You think NASA or some secret branch of the government has discovered how to teleport? Yeah, and this Jack is one of their secret agents. Hard to believe, Laura mumbled with her mouth full. I've got it. LaToya's face beamed with excitement. He's a secret agent from the future. Right. Teleportation and time travel together. That makes it much more believable. LaToya glared at her. Hey, it makes sense. People don't know how to teleport now, but they will in the future. Ipso facto, he's from the future. And he traveled back in time to throw a bachelor party at the Plaza Hotel? All right, mock me all you like. LaToya took her empty plate to the kitchen. But you won't like the alternative. Since humans don't know how to teleport, then your Jack has to be an alien. You can't be serious. LaToya pointed a finger at Laura. This is the second train of thought that's ended up with him being an alien. A coincidence? She wagged her finger and her head. I don't think so. Does he spell his name with an apostrophe, like J apostrophe capital A-C-K instead of J-A-C-K? Why would he do that? It sounds exactly the same. All the aliens do it. It's part of their code. Laura snorted. He seemed awfully human to me. He wants you to think he's human, but it's all a facade. He's playing with your mind, making you see him as a human when he's really a slimy creature with tentacles. And then he'll impregnate you with his alien baby, and it'll rip right through your stomach. Enough. Laura took the rest of her pie to the kitchen and dumped it in the trash. I just lost my appetite. Has he made a move on you? Has he tried to kiss you? Not really. Well, Sorta, but I asked him to. Laura chafed under the look of horror LaToya was giving her. I didn't mean it. It was an interrogation technique. LaToya scoffed. I must have missed that lesson at the academy. But now that I think about it, you do need to make a move on him. Get him to take his clothes off. Why would I do that? Although the prospect did sound rather appealing. I have no interest in him that way. LaToya gave her a skeptical look. Are you going to tell me you never thought about jumping his bones? Laura's face grew hot. Fine, but if he's really an alien, then we're probably not biologically compatible. Oh, good Lord, you're right. He might not even be a mammal. He could be a reptile and have two hearts. Laura grimaced. You've been watching too much science fiction. Just because Jack can teleport, that doesn't make him some kind of lizard. The phone rang. Laura jumped. Was Jack finally returning her call? It's the lizard, LaToya whispered. Don't be silly. He's as human as you and me. Laura hurried to the phone, then hesitated. No, you answer it. LaToya lifted both hands in the air. I ain't talking to no alien. He's not an alien. The phone rang again. I need someone else to hear him so I'll know I'm not crazy. LaToya heaved a sigh. Okay, I'll do it for you. The phone rang again, and she grabbed the receiver. Hello, you have reached the Boucher and Lafayette terrestrial home. Laura groaned. You want to talk to Laura? LaToya spoke with a high-pitched, sweet voice. May I ask who's calling? Why, yes, Jack, I'll fetch her right away. Just a moment, please. She covered the receiver with her hand. It's the talking lizard. And, honey, he ain't selling insurance. Chapter 6. Sometimes Jack wished he didn't have superior hearing. He's not a lizard, Laura whispered. Then he's another kind of alien, the other woman muttered. And this Jack is jacking with your mind to make you see him as human. He shook his head as the two women continued to discuss him in urgent whispers. Obviously, Laura had told her roommate about him. Now there were two mortals who knew too much. He could erase the roommate's memory, but Laura would probably resent his jacking with her friend's mind. And she'd simply tell her friend everything again. He retrieved a bottle of synthetic blood from the mini-fridge and popped it into the microwave. Whenever he was in New York, he resided at Roman's townhouse on the Upper East Side. The Russian-American malcontents were headquartered in Brooklyn, not far away, but luckily they were laying low at this time, and the security system at Roman's townhouse had been improved to make it safe. Jack usually stayed in a guest room on the 4th floor so he could use Roman's office and mini-fridge on the 5th. The microwave dinged, announcing his breakfast was ready. He poured the blood into a wine glass, then sauntered to the desk with his cell phone by his ear. Hello, Jack? Laura finally answered. Sorry you had to wait, I was in the shower. She was a lousy liar, but he considered that a virtue. I hope you put something on, Bellissima. Otherwise, my imagination will run wild. As if it wasn't already. I'm dressed. I'm glad you called. I left some messages on your phone this afternoon. I just heard them a minute ago. He sat behind the desk and booted up the computer. I work at night, so I'm asleep during the day. Me too, but I had trouble sleeping today, so I decided to cook you dinner. But when you didn't call back, we ate it. Sorry. That's all right. Jack sipped from his wine glass. He figured the dinner invitation was part of a plan to confront him with all her questions. Unfortunately, he couldn't give her any answers. I'm sorry I missed it. That's okay. Maybe you could drop by for dessert. Merda. He wasn't sure how to handle this. Maybe he could put her off for a few months, Then Ian would be back from his honeymoon, and Jack could return to Europe. Laura would never be able to track him down. He grimaced. Avoiding her till he could run away seemed cowardly, and the thought of never seeing her again was downright depressing. I have to go to work soon. But I really wanted to see you tonight. Laura's voice sounded strained. I can meet you somewhere when you go on break. She wasn't going to give up. Normally, Jack admired a person who stuck to a project till it was done, but when the project was him, he was beginning to feel as desperate as Laura sounded. He didn't want to tell her where he was staying or where he was currently working. I'll drop by your place for a few minutes. He typed in her address on MapQuest. Thank you. Do you need directions, or does dropping by mean you're going to magically appear in front of me? Jack winced. How could he deny his ability to teleport when she'd seen it? He studied the map to her apartment. I'll drive. I should be there in 30 to 40 minutes. You know where I live? Yes. He would ask Phineas and Connor to cover for him at Romatech for an hour or so. He heard Laura whispering again to her roommate. I doubt he's driving a space shuttle, Laura muttered. 9 circles of hell. Laura was going to be really angry when she realized he couldn't tell her anything. So, I guess you have an Italian car? Laura asked. Not here in America. I'll borrow a car from a friend. Roman always kept one at the townhouse. What kind of car? Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. But if it's really big, you might have trouble parking. He couldn't resist. Bellissima. It is big, but I've never had trouble parking it. He smiled as a period of silence stretched between them. Okay, she finally said. I'll see you soon. She rang off. Jack finished his breakfast while he pondered her request for a description of his car. She was up to something. If she were a malcontent, he'd suspect her of wanting to set a car bomb, but he didn't think Laura wanted to kill him. Of course, that could change if she learned the truth about him. He knew from experience that women didn't react well to the truth. He'd have to be a fool to repeat the same mistake and expect a different outcome. Hey! Someone's parking down the street, LaToya reported on her cell phone. Oh, I forgot, this is a stakeout. She switched to a low, urgent voice. Possible sighting of male subject driving a red Toyota. A Toyota? That doesn't sound very Jackish, Laura said. 30 minutes had passed, and she was waiting anxiously in the apartment on the 3rd floor, while LaToya was stationed on the street below. Their plan was for LaToya to spot Jack arriving so she could write down his license plate number. Then, while Laura interrogated Jack in the apartment, LaToya could run his plates. Laura watched from the living room window as LaToya wandered slowly down the street, pretending to window shop. It was dark outside, but the street lamps cast yellow pools of light that reflected eerily off the wet cement. Subject has exited his car, LaToya whispered into her phone. Dark hair, average height, average looks. Jack has black hair, Laura said, but I'd say he's taller than average, and way better looking than the average alien, LaToya muttered. Subject has entered the deli. Don't think he's our man. And it's starting to drizzle again, damn it. You want to come in? Negative, I'm on a mission. Possible alien incursion. LaToya pulled the hood of her LSU sweatshirt over her head. Hey, I wonder what aliens eat. I hope your Jack isn't here to harvest us for food. Jack is not an alien. But Laura wasn't sure what he was. She glanced around the apartment to make sure it was presentable. The dishes had been rinsed and stashed in the dishwasher. The kitchen opened onto the living room, which was so small it was easy to keep clean. Her bedroom was a little messy, but she didn't intend to invite Jack there, even though LaToya insisted she should strip him to check for multiple belly buttons or hidden scales and gills. Laura's heart speeded up at the mere thought of seeing him again. How would he explain things to her? And how would she react? What if he actually confessed to being an alien? She snorted. LaToya's silliness was getting to her. There had to be a reasonable explanation for Jack's bizarre abilities. Please let it be reasonable. She wanted him to be human, and available, and interested in her. Oh, what the hell. She wanted him to worship the ground she walked on. "Damn it, would you look at that?" LaToya growled. "What?" Laura strained to see out the window. "Have you spotted him?" "No, I'm looking in the window at Mrs. Yee's bakery. She swears everything is fresh every day, but this cream puff with the chocolate icing has the same little black spot on it that the one yesterday had. I'm telling you, it's the same one." "LaToya, you've been lusting after those cream puffs for a week. Just buy one and eat the damn thing." "Are you kidding? You know how many calories that is?" Lights flashed across the dark, wet pavement as a new car turned onto the street. From Laura's vantage point, she couldn't spot the car yet. "Can you see it?" "Affirmative. Black four-door sedan. Windshield wipers on. Driving slow like he's looking for a place to park." Laura tensed as it drove by. "I think it's a Lexus. Could be Jack." "Windows were tinted," LaToya continued. "I couldn't see the driver. Wait, he's parking at the corner by the magazine stand. I'll head that way." Laura watched as LaToya strolled past the shops. "Oh, my God," LaToya whispered. "What, are you all right?" Laura asked. Her friend had stopped in her tracks. "Oh, my God!" LaToya turned to look into a shop window that was, unfortunately, empty. "He's across the street at the end of the block, and he is so hot!" It must be Jack. Laura's heart pounded faster. Good God, this was ridiculous. She was acting like a teenager with a crush on the best-looking boy in school. She needed to get a grip. There'd been plenty of good-looking boys who had wanted to date her after she'd won Miss Teen Louisiana. It hadn't taken her long to realize that they'd merely wanted to boost their own ego and reputation. Any beauty queen sufficed. She'd been an object, not a person, and after the car accident, they'd all quickly disappeared. "Status report. Totally hot subject is halfway to our apartment," LaToya whispered. "Too hot to be a cold-blooded lizard. I repeat, subject is not a lizard." Laura pressed against the window, trying to catch a glimpse of him. "Oh, no," LaToya hissed. "He just looked at me." Laura gasped when a tall, dark-haired man jogged across the street, headed straight for LaToya. Jack. "I told you, Bob," LaToya yelled into the phone. "It's over between us. Pack up your crap and move out." Laura held her breath to see if her friend's play-acting would fool Jack. "Miss," his voice could be heard over LaToya's phone. "You are Laura Boucher's roommate, no?" Who?" LaToya huffed. "I don't know who you're talking about." "I recognize your voice," Jack said. He'd managed to hear LaToya's hushed voice from across the street. Laura wondered if superhearing was another one of Jack's unearthly abilities. "I'm sure I haven't met you before," LaToya insisted. "And I'm busy talking to my ex, if you don't mind." "Tell Laura I'll be there soon." LaToya strode away. "No, Bob, you're not taking the Courvoisier. It's mine." Laura spotted Jack crossing the street again, then disappearing into her building. "Did you hear that?" LaToya whispered. "He knows who I am." "I don't know how he heard you whispering," Laura said. "He must have excellent hearing." "Supersonic hearing? I bet you he's a bionic man. You should get his clothes off so you can see which parts are real. He might be a man of steel." LaToya snickered. Very funny. Though a bionic man would definitely have good stamina. A knock sounded on the door, and Laura jumped. "He's here! How did he get up 3 flights of stairs so fast?" "He's freaking Superman, that's what! You be careful, girl, or he'll pull some super mojo on you. Okay, I'm next to his car now, so I'll get his plates. Call me if you need me." LaToya hung up. Laura snapped her phone shut and set it on the coffee table on the way to the door. Super mojo? She had to admit there was something very sexy about Jack. Maybe it was his incredible powers, or incredible good looks, or the mystery surrounding him, or the whole package. She opened the door and her heart lurched in her chest. Oh yeah, the whole package was good. She'd always loved to unwrap pretty packages. Buonasera, Butch. His smile revealed white teeth and friendly laugh lines. He brushed a tendril of damp hair off his smooth brow. She liked the way his smile reached his twinkling golden brown eyes, and the way the light rain had glued his black t-shirt to his broad chest and firm stomach. He was dressed more casually than usual, with worn, faded jeans that hugged his hips and legs. His black boots looked worn but comfortable. He was a man who appeared comfortable with himself, genuine and sincere. Gorgeous, without pretense or vanity. She only hoped he could be honest with her. His smile widened. May I come in? Oh, yes, of course. Lara stepped back. How long had she stood there gawking at him? She motioned to the living room. Please, have a seat. Can I get you something to drink? I made a Mississippi mud pie for dessert. Would you like a piece? He turned to her with a confused look. You eat the mud? It's chocolate, nice and gooey. Lara grinned. You've never had any before? You're in for a real treat. No, thank you. Her smile faded, so she couldn't impress him with her cooking. Something to drink, then? We have a nice Chardonnay. If she couldn't sweeten him up for the interrogation, maybe some wine would loosen his lips. No, thank you. He touched his stomach, frowning. I've been a little under the weather. Oh, sorry. You should drink lots of fluids. His mouth twisted with a wry look. I do. But please, go ahead and drink if you like. Okay. Another glass of wine might bolster her courage. She headed into the kitchen. I wanted to thank you for helping me last night. You're welcome. Jack pivoted in the middle of her living room as he looked around. How is your partner? Harvey's going to be all right, but he'll be out of commission for a few months. Lara set her wineglass on the coffee table, then settled on the love seat. Her heart did a little flip when Jack sat beside her. His gaze wandered over her, lingering here and there with apparent appreciation. And how are you, Lara? I'm fine. It was hard to talk with him so close, hard to think when he spoke her name like it was an endearment. The captain gave me some time off, and I guess I'm going to get some sort of commendation. It's really embarrassing that everyone thinks I'm a hero. Jack extended an arm across the back of the love seat. Cara mia, you are heroic. Cara mia? Lara had grown up hearing ma chère in Louisiana, but the Italian version sounded new and exotic. Even so, she shouldn't let it go to her head. Jack could use those words all the time without meaning them. I'm not a hero. You're the one who saved the day. Then you programmed the trends to make me sound like RoboCop. It was the best way to explain what happened. The important thing is that you're safe and unharmed. Yes, I am. Thank you. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. I'm just uncomfortable with taking credit for something you did. She was also uncomfortably aware of his hand resting just inches from the back of her neck. She felt a very slight tug. Was he touching her hair? He smiled. You're an honest person. I like that. What about you? Can you be honest with me? His smile faded. I would like it to be, but I am in a bit of a bind, actually. Her heart sank. I don't get it. Why can't you just tell me the truth? I'm truly sorry. I'm under orders from my boss not to talk about certain sensitive matters. Your boss? He would be with McKay Security and Investigation? Yes. I looked that up on the internet. It didn't say much, just that the company was started in 1927 and was based in London and Edinburgh. Jack nodded. That is true. Since he was responding, her questions were apparently dodging the certain sensitive matters. She decided to keep digging. What does this McKay company do? We provide security services for clients around the world, and we specialize in investigation. That's what you do? Investigation? Usually, yes. Are you investigating something here in New York? No. Providing security? Yes. Laura sipped some wine. This was like pulling teeth. If only she could get him to loosen up a bit. Are you sure you wouldn't like some wine or something stronger? His mouth curled up on one side, and his eyes gleamed with amusement. Damn, he knew what she was up to. She needed a different strategy, but she couldn't bring herself to blurt out a question about him being an alien or a bionic man. It just seemed too ridiculous. But she could always try LaToya's suggestion of examining his body. You poor thing. Your shirt's all wet. Why don't you take it off and I'll toss it in the dryer? He glanced down at his damp t-shirt. It's not that bad. It's sopping wet. You'll catch your death of cold. His mouth twitched. I doubt that. I insist. Laura leaned forward to grasp his t-shirt and yank the hem free from his jeans. What was she expecting to find? Gills across his ribcage? Are you trying to ravish me, bellissima? Her cheeks flamed with heat. Of course not. I just don't want you to get sick from wearing a wet shirt. How thoughtful of you. His eyes glimmered. I believe my jeans are a bit damp too. Her face burned hotter. They seem all right to me. Let me know if you change your mind. He stood and finished tugging the black t-shirt free from the jeans slung deliciously low on his narrow hips. A trail of dark hair emerged from his jeans, striking for its deep contrast to his pale skin. Laura dragged in a deep breath, forcibly avoiding any mental pictures about where that trail of hair led to. Man of Steel? No, she wasn't going to think about it, but the paleness of his skin did surprise her. How long had he been working the night shift? He rolled the t-shirt up further, revealing a swirl of dark hair around his belly button. One belly button. Very touchable-looking skin. Nothing at all alien. Her mouth went dry as the t-shirt rose higher. Surely an alien couldn't fake those stomach muscles, chest hair, and strong pecs. What scientist would stick chest hair on a bionic man? She could always touch it to see if it was real, give a few of those dark curls a tug to see if they were glued on, just for the sake of her investigation, of course. Her hands curled into fists, resisting the temptation. He was moving so slowly. Damn him. Was he purposely trying to emphasize how sexy he was? He lifted his arms, and muscles rippled and bulged across his chest and shoulders as he yanked the t-shirt over his head. Laura bit her lip to keep from moaning or drooling. He dropped the shirt on the coffee table. Your turn. She dragged her gaze up to his face. The gold flecks in his eyes were gleaming. I didn't get wet. His nostrils flared, and his chest expanded as he took a deep breath. His voice was soft and deep. Are you sure, cara mia? Laura pressed her thighs together. Oh, God, what if he also possessed a super sense of smell? He sat beside her on the love seat. I should warn you, love. Even if you take me to your bed, I will not be able to tell you what you want to hear. She gazed dumbly into his warm brown eyes for a moment before his words clicked. Then she gasped. I wasn't intending to bed you for information. How dare you? She snatched his damp t-shirt from the coffee table and marched into the kitchen. He stood and slid his hands into his jean pockets. I misinterpreted the situation. He ducked his head and studied his black leather boots. I have insulted your honor. I apologize. He actually looked embarrassed. A small fissure zigzagged across Laura's defenses and tugged at her heart. In spite of Jack's suave and sexy demeanor, she suspected there was a sweet and vulnerable man underneath. She tossed his shirt into the small dryer unit that was stacked on top of the washing machine. I only wanted to talk to you. I want to know how you can move so quickly, and how you can appear and disappear, and how you can control people's minds. He followed her into the kitchen. I am truly sorry, but I cannot explain. So, she was at a dead end. She punched the button on the dryer control panel, and a whirring sound filled the strained silence. How on earth could she let this go? My roommate thinks you're an alien. He gave her a wry look. Do I look like an alien? You could be hiding a different body underneath, or given your ability to mess with people's minds, you could be manipulating everyone into seeing you as human. He leaned back against the kitchen counter and folded his arms across his broad chest. You see me as I am. I am not able to influence your thoughts. I only have your word for that. His brow furrowed. I am not lying about it. Believe me, if I could erase your memory, I would have already done so. And we wouldn't be having this awkward conversation. Awkward was right. Can I touch you? I mean, just to see if you feel normal? He uncrossed his arms and held them straight at his sides. Be my guest. She took a deep breath, then approached him and placed a hand over his chest where his heart should be. His chest hair was like a soft, silky cushion. Individual strands curled around her fingers, as if welcoming her touch. I can feel your heart. It's beating a little fast. You're touching me. She had an effect on him? She liked that. She gave him a playful smile. So you're not hiding a second heart somewhere? The corner of his mouth quirked. Hide and seek? Where would I hide it? Her throat constricted. Was he implying he was an alien? I don't know. Where? She slid her hand down his ribcage and pressed against his firm stomach. I don't feel anything beating. A little lower. Here? She reached the waistband of his jeans. A little lower. She noticed the bulge beneath his zipper and snatched her hand away. You Neanderthal! He laughed. You can't blame me for trying. Well, if that's your idea of a heart, I'll just have to be a heartbreaker. She lifted her hands and mimicked the act of snapping a twig in two. He grimaced, although there was still laughter in his eyes. Please, my heart is very sensitive. She lifted her brows with an innocent look. You're soft-hearted? How sweet. I haven't been soft since I met you, he growled. She ignored the heat in her face. Stick out your tongue. My tongue? Yes, to make sure it's not forked like a snake. He gave her a challenging look. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. My humanity isn't under question. How do you control people's minds? Are you psychic? I suppose you could call me that. She was finally getting somewhere. How do you move super fast? It's a gift. He arched a brow. I can also move super slow. Shall I show you? She bit her lip to keep from saying yes. Good God, the man was far too tempting. Or was he doing something to her? Are you sure you've never influenced my thoughts? I haven't. I tried, but I can't control you at all. Ain't life a bitch? He grinned. I'm starting to like it. I never know what you'll do or say. It's exciting, and I like knowing that your reaction to me is honest. He tilted his head, studying her. I think you're truly attracted to me. She snorted. What an ego! She let her gaze drift south. You must be thinking with your heart. Oh yeah, I've been thinking real hard. He chuckled when she rolled her eyes. Even though I can't answer all your questions, I am truly honored by your interest in me. Professional interest? Of course. For my part, I find you equally intriguing. She blinked. No, he couldn't mean that. There's nothing unusual about me. I disagree. You could be living a pampered life in Louisiana. You're certainly beautiful enough to win more pageants. She winced. You investigated me? That's what I do. His eyes gleamed. I am amazed by your bravery and determination. You've given up an easy life to become a police officer. I wanted my life to mean something. Cara mia, you will always mean something. The crack in her defenses widened. She glanced at his face. He was watching her intently as if his gaze alone could touch her. She looked away, overwhelmed suddenly by a strange yearning. How could she want him to touch her when she knew so little about him? How do you do it? He whispered. Do what? Get totally flustered? Over the years, I have known women who were innocent and women who were not, but I have never met one who was both. Until you. He stepped toward her. So pure and provocative at the same time. She opened her mouth to disagree, but looked at his eyes and forgot to speak. There was so much desire in his gaze, so much hunger it made her knees weak. He took another step closer. I wonder which side will win, the innocent or the seductress. Laura pressed against the dryer, and it vibrated against her back, making her skin tingle and beg to be touched. He grazed his fingers along her cheek, and she shivered. His eyes were hooded as he focused on her mouth. He's going to kiss me. Should she let him? Oh God, he was right. There were two voices at war inside her mind. The prim and proper one warned her not to get involved with such a mysterious man. But an inner primeval woman urged her to dive into the unknown and surround herself with his mysterious allure, his charm, his manliness. Go for it. His forefinger skimmed over her bottom lip, and a deep longing flooded her senses. It consumed her body, making her greedy for his touch, his kiss. Go for it. She sucked his finger into her mouth. He groaned. Lara. He removed his finger and cradled her face in his hands. Cara mia. Yes. God help her, she wanted to be dear to him. He leaned forward and brushed his mouth against hers. Chapter 7. Before the invention of synthetic blood, Jack had preyed on women in order to survive. It was not something he was particularly proud of, but he had always made sure it was pleasurable for the woman. He would invade her thoughts and read exactly what she wanted. If she craved sex, he made sure she was fully satisfied. If she needed comfort and understanding, he gave her that. Then he would quietly take a pint of blood and erase her memory. Lara was different. He couldn't tell what she wanted, and if he made a mistake, he couldn't erase it and start over. It was terrifying. It was exciting. It was like being mortal again. All his senses were centered on now. He had to do it right now. That made him feel more alive than he had in many years, and more vulnerable. His old insecurities crept back. Could he please her if he didn't know what she wanted? He was over 200 years old, so he certainly had his technique down. But Lara was different. She deserved more than a practiced routine. This was a memory he couldn't erase, so it needed to be special. He sucked her bottom lip into his mouth and caressed it with his tongue. That elicited a moan deep in her throat, and his heart swelled with joy. He was pleasing her. He swept his tongue across the seam of her lips. They opened. He was undone. How could he not fall for Laura? She was opening up to him without the use of vampire tricks. He molded his mouth against hers, and she kissed him back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him close. Santo cielo! She wanted Jack, the man, not Giacomo, the Casanova, nor Jack, the vampire. She wanted him. With a growl, he enveloped her in his arms. Her answering whimper sounded sweet, like a surrender. And that ignited a passion in him, a need long dormant, the need to possess a woman and lay claim to her. He swirled his tongue inside her mouth, and she stroked it with her own. She tasted of wine and chocolate, both tart and sweet. She was both vixen and angel, and he wanted to pounce on her and worship her at the same time. He moved his hands down her back, his fingers splayed and pressing her against him. She melted in his arms and clutched his shoulders, so giving yet so demanding. To hell with years of finesse and well-mannered seduction. He wanted it raw and honest. He wanted to make her scream. He grabbed her buttocks and pulled her tight against his erection. She gasped, breaking their kiss. He trailed kisses to her neck. He could smell her type A blood pulsing wildly in the carotid artery. Her rapid heartbeat echoed in his ears. Her fingers dug into his skin. "Lara," he whispered in her ear, "I want you." She trembled in his arms. He nuzzled his nose against her neck. God, he wanted to lick her. He wanted to set her over the edge. Normally, he could use mind control, coupled with vampire saliva, to bring a woman to climax just by laving her neck. It was an old trick to make the penetration of fangs feel orgasmic instead of painful. But he didn't need to feed, and he had no mental connection to Lara. He wasn't sure she would feel anything at all. He pressed his lips against the pulsing artery. His gums tingled, aching to release his fangs. Even with a full stomach, she was a huge temptation. He dragged his tongue up her neck, and she shuddered. "Jack!" She raked her hands into his hair. She did feel it, the old-fashioned way. Her reactions were honest, just like her. His erection strained against his pants. Merda. He was about to burst. He rested his brow against her temple and took deep breaths. Her breasts pushed against him as she also struggled to breathe. "Wow," she whispered. "Santo cielo," he breathed. "What is that? Holy sky? Heaven. Oh, yeah, definitely." Her hands smoothed down his back. "Good news. I have determined that your tongue isn't forked. That's a relief." He moved back a tiny bit to stop torturing his groin. She gasped and pulled her hands away from him. Merde. Too late, he realized his vision was still tinted rosy pink. He'd managed to hide it before the kiss, but now... "Your eyes are red." She scooted away from him. "Bellissima. Don't be concerned. It is nothing." "Bull hockey. Red glowing eyes are definitely something. I don't know what, but you'd better tell me." How could he explain this? "It is simply an indication that I'm turned on." She stiffened. "Turned on? Like an android? You're like Data?" Jack hesitated. He wasn't sure what she meant. Unfortunately, Laura took his pause as an assent. "I can't believe it, although it does explain a lot." She gave him a curious look. I didn't think androids could kiss like that. You'll put real men out of business. Lara, do you have an on and off switch? She reached behind him and raked her fingers through the hair at the base of his neck. I think Data's switch was around here. Lara, I'm not an android. I have a heart, remember? It could be an artificial heart. Or you could be like the Bionic Man with just a few mechanical parts. It would explain your super speed and hearing. She dragged her hand over his shoulder and down his chest. Where's the switch? She wasn't listening. Poor girl, she was too desperate to make sense of the situation. She slid her hand down to his navel. Is this it? He couldn't resist. A little lower. She glanced lower, and the bulge in his pants was larger than before. Oh, come on. She swatted him on the arm. That's not a switch. Though it might be a little off button. It's more like a lever, and if you grabbed it, I would definitely get off. She snorted. You've got to be a normal guy. You've been trying to get a hand job all night. He grinned. Bellissima. When it comes to receiving pleasure, I always say, ladies first. Her cheeks flushed. I should have known you couldn't be an android. No one would ever program a machine to be as outrageous as you. You wouldn't want me to be a machine, would you? No, but I still don't know what or who you are. She turned and opened the dryer door. You might as well get dressed. It's obvious you're not going to tell me. Lara. He touched her shoulder. I am sorry. With a sigh, she removed his black t-shirt. I don't understand why you can't tell me. He took the warm t-shirt. It's a matter of security. There are others who would be in danger if I said too much. Others like you? He pulled the t-shirt over his head. I really shouldn't say. There's got to be a way around this. She shut the dryer door. What if I did the talking, and if I'm wrong, you can say so, but if I'm right, you say nothing? That might be safe for a few questions. He seriously doubted she would ever guess he was a vampire. Are you an alien? No. He tucked his t-shirt into his jeans. Do you have any metal parts, like the Bionic Man? No. She placed a hand on his chest. You're a live human male? At the moment. His heart was beating now, but it would stop at sunrise. Her mouth quirked. You're only male at the moment? If you doubt my masculinity, love, just slide your hand a little lower. She laughed. You never give up. He touched her cheek. I'm afraid I have to for the night. I needed to go to work. Where do you work? Wherever I'm assigned. She grabbed his shirt and squeezed the cotton in her fists. You're driving me crazy. Cara mia. He slid his hand around the nape of her neck. The feeling is a mutual. Why can't you trust me? She whispered. You came to my rescue. You probably saved my life. We shared a really nice kiss. Nice. Really nice. She gave him an annoyed look. Okay, it was super duper uber hot. The point is, I would never do anything to hurt you. You can trust me. His heart ached. He knew she meant the words now, but if she knew the truth, she'd consider him a monster. Lara. He rested his forehead against hers. I wish I could be the man you want me to be, the kind of man you deserve. She touched his face. What's stopping you? He closed his eyes. Life and death. She was one, and he was the other. I don't understand. I know. He pressed a kiss against her brow. It was best for him never to see her again, but the thought of never holding her in his arms again, never hearing the sound of her laughter, never gazing into the blue heaven of her eyes, it was wrenching his heart in two. But what choice did he have? Either she could remain ignorant and remember him fondly, or she could learn too much and recall him with disgust. The former option was the best for both of them. Good night, Lara. Goodbye, cara mia. He strode from her apartment, wishing he were dead. Unfortunately, that wish came true with every sunrise. 5 days passed with no word from Jack. Lara tried not to think about him, but how could she forget the most intriguing man she'd ever met? Or forget the hottest kiss she'd ever received? 5 long days. He had to be avoiding her. Obviously, he didn't want to tell her about himself, but couldn't they still be friends? Deep inside, she felt he could be trusted. He'd come to her rescue. He'd protected her from harm. He'd been very apologetic about his inability to explain. He had to be a good man, and he was one hell of a good kisser. LaToya kept bugging her to call him, but Lara resisted. LaToya had run his plates, so she knew his address, but Lara refused to go see him. She was hurt and disappointed that he hadn't confided in her, so she was avoiding him too. She wasn't supposed to return to work yet, so she spent the days cooking, cleaning, and watching DVDs, mostly romantic comedies. None of the heroes were as sexy as Jack. She avoided watching her stash of sci-fi reruns. It would be too annoying to watch the characters teleporting. When the phone rang Sunday afternoon, her heart lurched. Was Jack finally calling? She lunged for the receiver, then mentally slapped herself. Don't act desperate. She lifted the receiver to her ear in slow motion and assumed a bored voice. Hello? Hey, girl. Her shoulders slumped at the sound of LaToya's voice. Hey. I'm getting off work soon, LaToya said. Meet me at Morningside Park in 30 minutes. Why? Can't explain now. See you soon. LaToya lowered her voice. Don't forget your badge. What? Laura asked, but her roommate had already hung up. What was LaToya up to? She usually came straight home when her shift ended. 30 minutes later, Laura waited by the park's main entrance and spotted LaToya headed her way, still in her patrol officer's uniform. What's up? Laura swung her handbag over her shoulder. I want to show you something. LaToya led her toward the entrance to Columbia University. I didn't want to talk about it while I was still at work. The case has been turned over to some detectives there, so I'm not supposed to be involved with it anymore. What case? A missing college student, Vanessa Carlton. My partner and I answered the 911 call, then later we turned it over to the detectives. So why are we here? Laura asked. LaToya adjusted her sunglasses against the late afternoon glare. I was there when the detectives questioned the girls in the dorm, and it was really weird. I kept remembering the way you described Harvey and the paramedics when they were under Jack's mind control. Laura flinched. You think Jack is involved with this girl's disappearance? I don't know what to think. And I couldn't tell the detectives about what happened to Harvey when he doesn't remember it. We would both look crazy. That's true. So I thought you better see these girls, LaToya continued. You've seen mind control before, so maybe you can tell if that's what happened to them. Laura's heart sank. Okay. She'd always known Jack was different, unusual, but she'd never thought he was a criminal. He couldn't be involved with this. Please. She followed LaToya into the dormitory. A bulletin board covered the wall close to the entrance. Brightly colored paper announced seminars and parties. Girls stood in small clusters in the hallway, whispering to each other. When they noticed LaToya in her uniform, they hushed, and a silent aura of fear hovered over them. Officer? One of the girls asked. Any news about Vanessa? Not yet. Sorry, LaToya said. The girls nodded and filed into their rooms. This is Vanessa's room. LaToya knocked on room 116, then raised her voice. NYPD! The door cracked, and a young woman peered out. Young, about 18, Laura figured. Round, chubby face, and innocent eyes. Did you find her? Her eyes were wide with hope. We're still working on it, LaToya said. Megan, I brought another detective here to ask you a few questions. LaToya motioned toward Laura. "Can we come in?" "Sure." Megan opened the door. "But I already told the other detectives everything I know." She sat cross-legged on a twin-sized bed and set a bowl of M&Ms in her lap. "Want some?" "No, thank you." Laura sat at the desk chair that was situated between the two twin beds. LaToya perched on the other bed and removed a pad of paper and a pen from her shirt pocket. Laura began with questions about Vanessa's schedule, her girlfriends, boyfriends, enemies, her favorite pastimes, or places to hang out. LaToya busily took notes while Megan answered between mouthfuls of candy. "Do you have a recent photo of Vanessa?" Laura asked. "Well, the other detectives took the best one." Megan grabbed a photo album off the desk and thumbed through it. "This one's pretty good." She handed it over. Laura studied the photo. Auburn hair, blue eyes, slim build. "Yeah, Vanessa's really pretty." Megan gave her bowl of M&Ms a guilty look. "She's not overweight like me." "Any trouble with guys?" Laura asked. Megan shook her head, and her brown curls bounced about her face. "People are always assuming that Vanessa dates a lot, but it's not true. She's sort of picky. She wants to save herself for the right guy." "I see." The missing girl didn't sound like the type to run off to have an affair. Laura turned to LaToya. "Has her family been contacted?" "Yeah," LaToya said. "They have no idea where she is. They say she's never run off like this before." "And the ex-boyfriend checked out?" Laura asked. "Yeah, he has an alibi, and he's happily engaged to another girl. It's a dead end." Laura focused back on Megan. "You have no idea where she could be?" "Nope." Megan shoved more candy into her mouth. She filled her hand with more M&Ms. "Did you go anywhere with Vanessa last night?" Laura asked. Megan's hand went slack, and the M&Ms fell with a pattering sound back into the bowl. Her face went blank. "We were in our room, studying." A chill crept up Laura's arms. Megan's face was expressionless, just the way Harvey's had been. The paramedics and the Trents had looked the same way. "God, no. Don't let Jack be involved with this." "I told you it was weird," LaToya whispered. Laura cleared her throat. "Megan, it was Saturday night. Surely you went somewhere. Maybe to get something to eat?" "We were in our room studying," Megan repeated. "And Vanessa never went out at all?" "We were in our room studying," Megan whispered. "I understand." Laura stood and slipped Vanessa's photo into her jeans pocket. "Thank you for your time." Megan blinked and looked surprised. "You're going?" "Yes, I'll keep in touch." Laura headed for the door. "Okay." Megan's eyes were once again eager. "I hope Vanessa will be okay. She's really nice to me, you know? She showed me the proper way to put on makeup." LaToya led Laura down the dormitory hall. "You see what I mean by weird? Megan was acting normal, then she turned into a zombie." "I know," Laura grumbled. It looked like she'd been programmed. "And we know only one person who's capable of doing that." Laura winced. "Not Jack, please. There could be others with that ability. Hadn't he said something about protecting others? Others who could be like him? But if his friends were capable of kidnapping, what did that say about Jack? LaToya knocked on door 124. "Vanessa's friends live here. Carmen and Ramya." Laura talked to the two girls. They were both pretty brunettes. Carmen looked Hispanic, and Ramya came from India. They were clearly worried about Vanessa and eager to help in any way they could. Until Laura asked if they'd gone out the night before. Their faces went blank, and their eyes shuddered. "We were in our room studying," they answered in unison. Gooseflesh slithered down Laura's arms. "Thank you." When the door shut, she turned to LaToya. "Don't say it. It can't be Jack." LaToya grimaced, then headed toward the stairs. "There's someone else I want you to meet." Laura followed her up to the second floor. All three girls were programmed to say the same thing. They must have all gone out together. But why was Vanessa abducted and the other girls sent back? "Maybe the perp can handle only one Vic at a time." LaToya turned right down the hall. "I don't think so. With mind control, he could handle a room full of women. He wouldn't even need restraints. They would just obey him like sheep." "Well, that's a good point." LaToya knocked on a door. "This is Roxanne's room." A girl with dyed black hair, heavy black eyeliner, and a lip ring answered the door. "Yeah, what?" "I'll tell you what," LaToya said. "Megan, Karma, and Ramya all claimed they were in the rooms last night studying." "Well, I can't swear under oath about Carmen and Ramya. I didn't go to their room. But I know Vanessa went out, so the other girls had to be with her. They follow her everywhere like puppy dogs. It's freaking pathetic." "How do you know Vanessa went out?" Laura asked. Roxanne rolled her eyes. "Look, I was really suffering from menstrual cramps, and Vanessa, she's like a freaking pharmacy down there, so I went to her room to score some Midol, and no one answered the door. It was locked, but I was really desperate, you know? So I jimmied the lock and went inside." "What did you see?" Laura asked. "A box of Midol in the top drawer of her dresser, so I took 2 pills. Left her 50 cents. I'm not a thief, you know." She slanted a worried look at LaToya. "You guys aren't going to arrest me, are you?" "You're fine," Laura assured her. "But are you saying the room was empty? Vanessa wasn't there?" "Duh. Vanessa and her chubby sidekick were gone." "Any idea where they went?" Laura asked. Roxanne snorted. "I don't know. Maybe she went shopping or to get her nails done. She really freaks out if her nails aren't perfect. Or her hair. She's got about 50 different tote bags for her books so she can coordinate them with whatever she's wearing each day." LaToya narrowed her eyes. "You don't like her much, do you?" "Oh, brilliant detective work, Nancy Drew, but if you think I'd do anything to hurt Vanessa, you're crazy. She paid me $300 to type her papers this semester. I need her." Roxanne grimaced. "And the whole thing kind of freaks me out. The same thing happened last year to Brittany Beckford. She disappeared and the cops never found her." Laura exchanged a worried look with LaToya. Brittany had gone missing before they'd arrived in New York. How long had Jack been in New York? "Can you describe Brittany?" "Typical spoiled rich preppy," Roxanne grumbled. "In English, please." LaToya pulled out her notebook and pen. Roxanne sighed. "Long hair, bleached strawberry blonde, fake tan, blue eyes due to her contacts, collagen lips, fake friends who have forgotten her. The only thing real about Brittany was her low IQ." "Thanks. You've been very helpful." LaToya stuffed her notebook back into her pocket and headed back to the stairs. "Fascists," Roxanne muttered as she shut the door. Laura and LaToya descended the stairs in silence, then strode down the hallway to the dormitory entrance. "Vanessa seems to worry a lot about her appearance," Laura said. "She and a million other girls," LaToya muttered. "Yeah, it sounds like she and Brittany have a lot in common." 2 missing girls with red or reddish blonde hair and blue eyes. Laura paused to look at the bulletin board. A pink paper drew her attention. "Look at this." She ripped it free. LaToya read it out loud. "Do you want to stay young and beautiful forever? Free seminar, room 4, Student Services Building, Saturday, 9 p.m. That would be the kind of seminar Vanessa would go to. Laura studied the paper. "Let's check it out." They located the room where the meeting had taken place, but it was empty except for a few plastic chairs and a dry erase board. They talked to the building manager, and he checked the schedule. "Room 4? His face went blank. There was no one in that room Saturday night. Laura gulped. Whoever had run the seminar had erased his tracks, much like Jack had erased all evidence of him and his friends at the Plaza Hotel. Damn! She'd wanted so much to believe in Jack. She'd wanted to trust him. Her gut churned as they walked across the campus. She couldn't believe he was involved. There had to be someone else with his abilities. I need to talk to Jack. You're in luck. LaToya pulled out her notebook and flipped through the pages. I have his address right here. That Lexus he was driving was registered to a Roman Dragonesti, Upper East Side. Then let's go. Laura's heart squeezed in her chest. She'd wanted so badly to see Jack again, but now she'd have to question him as a suspect. What did you learn about Jack in our apartment? LaToya asked. You didn't say much about it. She hadn't wanted to talk about his kiss. It had been too glorious to cheapen with gossip. A vision flitted through her mind. Jack in his jeans and no shirt, his broad chest and strong shoulders, his warm brown eyes that glimmered with gold, or glowed red when he was turned on. She swallowed hard. I'm not sure what he is. LaToya shook her head. It's looking bad for him. I know. Laura's gut clenched. Please, God, don't let Jack be a kidnapper or a murderer. Chapter 8. It was almost 6 o'clock when Laura and LaToya ascended the steps to Roman Dragonesti's townhouse on the Upper East Side. Fancy place. LaToya scanned the neighborhood from the front porch. Nice and quiet. Did you notice how heavily shuttered all the windows are? Laura had hoped for a peek inside one of the windows, but the place was closed up tight. She pressed the doorbell. The chimes echoed inside as if they were reverberating around an empty cavern. There was something not quite right here, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination coupled with her current sense of gloom. The subway ride and short walk hadn't done much to calm her nerves. A niggling fear had settled in her gut and a sick heaviness in her heart. She recognized the symptoms, having endured this pain once before. Disillusionment, betrayal. She had fought so hard after the car accident to rebuild her life and put the pageant days behind her. She'd met Ronnie at LSU. She'd thought he understood her need for a new and meaningful life, had trusted him, and believed him to truly love her. Until he had bragged to his friends and anyone else who would listen that he'd popped the cherry of a beauty queen. She'd been nothing more than a fancy title so he could mark a notch on his trophy case. Damn it. She had thought Jack could be trusted. She'd thought he was different, that he admired her for her intelligence and strength of character. She'd thought he might be the one. We're being watched, LaToya whispered. Laura looked up at the surveillance camera. The green light had come on. Jack works for a company that specializes in security. I wonder what they're keeping secure, LaToya muttered. A crackling sound emanated from an intercom next to the door. May I help you? A male voice asked. Laura pushed the call button. NYPD, we have a few questions. Yeah, open up, LaToya shouted. There was a pause. Laura's stomach nodded. Please let Jack have an alibi for Saturday night. The door opened slowly, revealing a tall, young man. The words McKay, S. and I were embroidered on the left side of his navy polo shirt. His khaki pants were belted low on his lean hips. His dark hair was pulled back into a short ponytail. A gold stud gleamed in his ear. He was almost as gorgeous as Jack. I am Carlos, he said with a slight accent. How may I help you? Can we come in? LaToya asked. His mouth quirked. Do you have a warrant? We have a few questions, if you don't mind. Laura gave him a friendly smile. Is Jack here? Giacomo de Venezia, otherwise known as Jack? Carlos tilted his head, studying her. Are you the cop who crashed Ian's wedding? I heard about you. Laura felt heat creeping up her neck to her cheeks. I'm Officer Boucher, and I'm here on a professional matter. Jack is a person of interest. Carlos's eyes gleamed. I bet he is. This is my associate, Officer Lafayette. Laura motioned to LaToya. Is Jack here? We need to talk to him. He is not available at this time. Carlos's amused gaze swept down to her feet and back up. Robbie said you are pretty, but that's a huge understatement. He must be angry that Jack caught you first. Laura stiffened. I haven't been caught by anyone. Carlos smiled. I believe the net has been cast. Will you cut the bullshit and get Jack? LaToya demanded. Miss Lafayette? Carlos's eyes glimmered as he considered LaToya. Aren't you a little wildcat? Her brown eyes narrowed. Sucker, I've got claws you don't want to see. Carlos chuckled. I'll tell Jack you stopped by. He has your number. We need to see him now, Laura insisted. I realize he sleeps during the day, but would you please wake him? Easier said than done, Carlos muttered. I'm afraid he's not really here, not in the metaphysical sense. LaToya jutted out a hip and planted a hand on it. Where is he then, in the freaking metaphysical sense? I've often wondered that myself, Carlos frowned. Where exactly do they go when they're not here? Laura exchanged a look with her roommate. Carlos sounded like he was one tugger short of a combination plate. Are you saying you don't know where Jack is? Not exactly, but if you'll return about 8:30, he could see you then. We'll do that, LaToya said. Excellent. Carlos smiled. It's been a pleasure to meet you, ladies. Ciao. The door closed. Laura heard the sound of deadbolts being shot into place. That was interesting. I'll say. LaToya descended the steps to the sidewalk. Between Ian, Jack, and Carlos, I can't decide which one is the hunkiest. Jack, definitely. Laura checked her watch. Let's grab some supper. They walked toward Central Park, then turned south. As they passed by the plaza, Laura remembered that the hotel had a business center inside. She and LaToya shared a pizza at a deli on 6th Avenue, then returned to the plaza, where the staff was happy to cooperate with New York's finest. They sat side by side in front of computers in the business center. I'll check out the Dragonesti dude, LaToya typed on her keyboard. Laura Googled Giacomo di Venezia, but all the links referred to Giacomo Casanova, the famous womanizer. That wasn't any help, although it did elicit a memory. When Laura had questioned Jack at the church, he'd mentioned his father had seduced hundreds of women, and that his mother had been the last conquest. What a strange coincidence. Was Jack like his father? Did he make a sport of seducing women? Somehow, Laura had felt that his attraction to her was genuine. But wasn't that how these cads operated? They made all the women they seduced think they were special, and Laura had been fooled before. It would really hurt to find out he was a womanizing pig. Unfortunately, it could be even worse. He might be a criminal. No. She refused to believe Jack had anything to do with the missing girl. Laura didn't know him that well, but she couldn't believe he would ever abuse a woman. He'd saved her life. He was a protector of women, not an abuser. Well, Roman Dragonesti sounds like a genius, LaToya said. He figured out how to clone blood. According to this article, his synthetic blood is responsible for saving thousands of lives every year. Synthetic blood? Laura thought back. I was given some of that when I was in the hospital. Then this Roman dude saved you too, LaToya continued. He manufactures the stuff at Romatech Industries. He's got several factories around the country, but the biggest one is in White Plains, New York. That's close to us. Laura did a search on Romatech and located a news article that described a bombing at the facility last December. A car had exploded in the parking lot, but no one had been seriously injured. This was just the last of several attempts to bomb the place. It looks like Romatech has some serious enemies. Maybe they're doing some kind of funky research that's upsetting people, LaToya suggested. You know, stem cell research or genetic engineering. They obviously need good security. Laura wondered if this was the security work Jack was doing. I might check this place out. Thank God she was off work for a few more days. I'm supposed to work tomorrow, but I could call in sick and go with you, LaToya offered. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Laura checked her watch. It's a little after 8. Let's go talk to Jack. Is something wrong? Jack had just teleported into the kitchen at the townhouse. He'd been in the 5th floor office drinking his breakfast and catching up on email when Carlos called on the intercom to request his presence downstairs. You bet something's wrong. Phineas sat at the kitchen table wearing the official khaki pants and navy polo shirt of McKay Security and Investigation. Carlos has gone crazy. I think he's been sniffing some catnip. Carlos shook his head as he opened the refrigerator. He retrieved a bottle of water and twisted off the top. Some cups came by while you two were napping. And Carlos invited them back. Phineas thumped a fist on the kitchen table, shaking his half-empty glass of blood. They'll be here in 15 minutes. Jack frowned. What do the police want? Me, probably. Phineas gulped down the last of his breakfast, then slammed the glass on the table. I have an outstanding warrant. Sheesh, Phineas, Carlos grimaced. You should have warned me. How can I protect you if I don't know? As their daytime guard, it was Carlos Pantera's job to keep them safe during their death sleep. Jack had been impressed so far by the Brazilian's vigilance. Like many of the mortal day guards who worked for McKay Security and Investigation, Carlos had special skills, and a special secret. He kept quiet about the vamps, and they kept quiet about his shape-shifting ability. Phineas's shoulders slumped. I didn't want Angus to know. He believed in me enough to give me a job. I really like being one of the good guys. Don't worry. Angus is very happy with you, Jack assured him, then turned to Carlos. Were the police looking for Phineas? No, they didn't even mention him. He should be safe. Carlos sipped some water. Phineas exhaled in relief. Then I'm out of here. That's a shame. Carlos sat beside him at the table. They were very pretty ladies. Jack's heart speeded up. The police were women? Was Laura looking for him? Pretty ladies. Phineas smoothed back his short hair. This sounds like a job for the love doctor. Was Laura here? Jack strode toward the table. I mean Officer Boucher. Yes, she was looking for you, and Officer Lafayette was with her. Carlos smiled at Phineas. She's a lovely black woman. Hot damn! Phineas's face lit up, then crumbled. Why would a pretty young thing join the Popo? They're clever, too, Carlos continued. Somehow they figured out where Jack's leaving. That's the Popo for you, man. They'll track your ass down. Phineas took his empty glass and blood bottle to the sink and rinsed them out. Jack sat at the table as he thought back. He'd been careful not to tell Laura where he lived or worked. The car. That's why Laura's roommate had been waiting on the street. They must have run the plates on Roman's car. Carlos nodded. They're smart. Relentless. Phineas jammed his empty glass and bottle in the dishwasher. You better not talk to them, man. They'll drag you down to the precinct where they have those interrogation rooms with one-way glass, and when you don't show up in the mirror, your ass will be cooked. I'll be careful. Jack glanced at the clock above the sink. They would be here in 8 minutes. Phineas, go on to work without me. Tell Connor I'll be there shortly. Okay, but I can tell you he's not going to like this. Phineas frowned as his body wavered and disappeared. Jack sighed. Connor had strongly suggested he avoid seeing Laura again. Jack had tried to forget her, but it was impossible. Someone at Romatech would walk by wearing a blue shirt that reminded him of the color of her eyes, or he would hear someone laugh and find himself longing to hear the sound of Laura's laughter. Whenever he showered, he recalled the feel of her hands on his skin. And when he lay down to fall into his death sleep, he imagined the sun rising, a fiery ball of gold and red. He could never see it again, but he could see Laura's hair the way it gleamed red and gold, the way soft strands curled close to her brow. It felt like silken fire in his hands. He wanted to see her again. Santo cielo, he wanted her. I hope you don't mind that I invited them back, Carlos said. I thought it would be best to appease their curiosity. We don't want them coming here with a search warrant during the day. Jack winced. That would be a disaster. They would find dead bodies. You're awake now, so everything should appear normal. Are there any coffins in the basement? Jack asked. No. Dougal took his with him when he was reassigned. Ian gave his coffin away to charity. He'd outgrown it. Jack smiled. And I doubt his new wife wanted to share one with him. Carlos laughed. No, Tony wouldn't go for that. Jack glanced at the clock. 5 minutes to go. I'd better get ready. He teleported to his bedroom on the 4th floor. With vampire speed, he showered, brushed his teeth, and pulled on a clean pair of jeans and a maroon t-shirt. He was dragging a comb through his damp hair when he heard the doorbell chime below. Laura. He glanced at the blank wall above the bathroom vanity. Even if a mirror were there, he wouldn't reflect in it. He rubbed the stubble on his jaw. He hadn't had time to shave. Hopefully, he would look all right to Laura. He was gorgeous. A blur of motion had caught Laura's attention, and then Jack was suddenly there on the 2nd-floor landing of the grand staircase. She blinked. Had he been moving at super speed? He was standing still now and looking at her. He smiled, and her heart squeezed in her chest. No way could this man be a kidnapper. All he'd have to do is crook his finger and a woman would come running. Officier Boucher. A tap on her shoulder made Laura jump. Yes? Carlos grinned. I asked if you and your partner would like a tour of the premises. Oh. Laura winced inwardly. She hadn't heard Carlos the first time. She'd been too busy ogling Jack. When she and LaToya had arrived a minute ago, Carlos had ushered them into the spacious foyer. She'd noted the gleaming marble floor and grand curved staircase, and then Jack had appeared. Now he was slowly descending the stairs, his gaze still focused on her. I'll take the tour, LaToya announced. Laura can talk to Jack. Laura sidled close to her roommate. Are you sure you want to separate? Don't worry, Officer Boucher, Carlos said. Your friend will be safe with me. LaToya snorted and crossed her arms. You should be worried if you're safe with me. Carlos's eyes gleamed. So how do you want to do this? Shall we start at the top and work our way down? LaToya arched a brow. Sounds good to me. Officer Lafayette. Jack bowed slightly as he reached the bottom of the stairs. A pleasure to see you again. I hope your ex is no longer causing you a trouble. I believe his name was Bob. He's fine, LaToya grumbled, but your ass could be in trouble. She stomped up the stairs with Carlos. Jack turned to Laura, his eyebrows raised. I'm in trouble? No, she was in trouble. Her skin was tingling, and he hadn't even touched her. Is there some place we can talk? This way. He motioned to a room on the left. She strolled into a living room. 3 maroon couches surrounded 3 sides of a large square coffee table. The 4th side faced a widescreen television. Would you like something to drink? Jack asked. Some water would be nice. The pizza she'd eaten earlier was making her very thirsty. She sat at one end of the middle couch. She placed her handbag beside her so there would be something between her and Jack. She noted a desk against the far wall topped with a computer. To her left, maroon curtains flanked a large bay window that overlooked the street. Metal shutters were closed tight, as if they were worried someone might get a peek inside. But as Laura scanned the room, she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Maybe someone was extremely opposed to sunlight. Here you go. Jack's voice caught her off guard. That was fast. He handed her a glass of ice water, then placed a wooden coaster on the coffee table in front of her. Shanna will have my head if we leave watermarks on the table. Shanna? Who's she? Roman's wife. They own this townhouse. Jack settled on the couch beside her. Roman Dragonesti? Laura sipped some water. Yes. Jack shifted sideways to face her and propped an elbow on the back of the couch. You did your homework. I'm guessing you ran the plates on Roman's car. Yes. Laura drank some more water. LaToya doesn't actually have an ex-boyfriend named Bob. The corner of Jack's mouth lifted. What a surprise. Damn, he was cute. Laura set her glass on the coaster. You're not thirsty? No, I'm fine, thank you. It seemed odd that he never joined her for a drink. She glanced at the window. I've never seen such heavy-duty shutters in a residence before. They look industrial strength. They cut out the noise from the city. That's for sure. It's as quiet as a tomb in here. He rubbed his whiskered jaw. You could say that. His gaze shifted to Laura with an intense look. I missed you. Her throat tightened. You could have called. I've been trying to resist you. Trying? I would say you were entirely successful. Laura slapped herself mentally. She was sounding too needy. She waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. Not that it matters. I was avoiding you too. He regarded her sadly. That was wise of you. Why? Are you involved with someone else? No. He touched her hair. After meeting you, how could I want anyone else? She gulped. Did he really mean that? Or was he just a smooth talker? She shoved her hair behind her shoulders and out of his reach. This is a professional call. I see. How can I help you? Where were you last night? His eyebrows rose. Are you working a case? Yes. She lowered her gaze to her clenched hands in her lap. Now she felt like a heel. A college girl disappeared last night. She may have been kidnapped, and it looks like someone altered her friend's memories. And you suspect me? He asked quietly. I don't... She swallowed hard at the lump constricting her throat. I don't want to, but you're the only one I know who can manipulate minds like that. She cast a nervous glance his way. Are there others who can do it? Merda, he muttered, his brow creasing with a scowl. Tell me there are others. Tell me you have an alibi. Do you really believe I would kidnap a young woman? He tossed her purse on the coffee table, then scooted closer to her. She stiffened. What are you doing? If you think I'm a criminal, you obviously don't know me well enough. He scooped her onto his lap. Stop it. She tried to wiggle off his lap, but he held her tight. You could get in big trouble for hindering an investigation. Lara. He interrupted her, gazing fiercely into her eyes. I was at work last night. At Romatech Industries? Yes. We celebrate Mass there on Saturday night. There was a reception afterward. He gritted his teeth. About 30 people were there if you wish to question them. I'll do that. She couldn't find a place to set her hands other than his chest or shoulders. You had a church service at work? Yes. Father Andrew comes every Saturday night. Our enemies know about it. They've attacked before, so I had to be there to provide security. Enemies? That sounded over the top. But on the other hand, if Jack was at church, he couldn't be involved with Vanessa's disappearance. It looked like her prayers had been answered. What about the mind manipulation? His frown deepened. There are others with the ability. Friends? Yes. His eyes hardened, the gold glinting with anger. And enemies. Gooseflesh skittered down Lara's arms. Friends and enemies with mind control power? She shivered, suddenly feeling like she was teetering on a precipice about to fall. He touched her cheek. This is shocking to me. Tell me about it. What on earth was she getting into? She tried to make sense of everything, but it was hard to think with him touching her and looking at her so fiercely. He skimmed his fingers along her jaw. "I'm stunned by how much it hurts for you to think ill of me." She swallowed hard. "I didn't want to. It was making me sick. I didn't want to believe it." "Then don't." He raked his hands into her hair. "I want to trust you, Jack." But it was damned hard when his eyes were taking on a reddish glow. "You can." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Chapter 9. He must have turned masochistic in his old age. How else could he rage with desire for a woman who suspected him of being a criminal? Jack molded his mouth against Laura's, easing her lips apart so he could invade her with his tongue. He rubbed his hands down her back. Mine. Santo cielo. He was becoming possessive. Possessive to the point that common sense no longer made sense. So what if they were wrong for each other? So what if every affair he'd had in the past had come to a terrible end? He no longer cared. She was Laura, and he had to have her. He stroked her tongue with his own, and a surge of joy shot through him as she grabbed his shoulders and kissed him back. Yes, she wanted him too. Lara. He dusted her face with kisses, her cheeks, her brow, the little freckles on her nose. Cara mia. Jack. She delved her hands into his hair. I shouldn't let you. Don't be afraid, he whispered against her temple. But you have strange powers. The better to love you with. He drew her earlobe into his mouth and suckled. He knew from experience that a vamp's saliva tended to make a woman more sensitive and titillated, but it usually required some mind control to work, and Laura was immune to that. He tickled her neck with his tongue. She moaned. He grew hard. She was so glorious, so responsive. Even without a mental connection, her body reacted to him as if they belonged together. He ran his hand down her hip to her thigh and squeezed. She wiggled closer to him. He winced as her hip rubbed against his erection. He'd reached the limit of how much torture he could bear. Time out. He shifted her lovely rump onto the couch beside him, so she was lounging sideways with her head resting against the side cushion and her legs draped across his thighs. Her pink tint warned him that his eyes were still red. He turned his face away from her and circled a hand around her ankle. I saw your eyes, Jack, she whispered. They're glowing and red. I know. He massaged her delicate ankle bone. It's a sign of how much I want you. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I want to know your secret. Who are you? He closed his eyes briefly. 9 circles of hell. I'd tell you if I could. She groaned. This is so frustrating. At least tell me what's the deal with the 9 circles of hell. It's an old habit. He took her hand and stroked her fingers with his own. When I was a young lad in Venice, my tutor was an old priest. He taught me to read with Dante's Divine Comedy. It starts with Inferno and the 9 circles of hell. She grimaced. What a strange choice of reading material for a child. He laced his fingers with hers. Father Giovanni was trying to scare me into being good. He didn't want me to follow in my father's footsteps. She gave him a wry smile. Did it work? He smiled back. Unfortunately, I found the descriptions of Inferno more interesting than Paradiso. Well, Most kids would. It's the literary equivalent of a horror movie. So, 9 circles, huh? That's a lot of hell. According to Father Giovanni, there are a lot of sinners. She snorted. What a fun teacher. So which of the 9 circles is waiting for your untimely demise? The question caught him by surprise. After living 200 years, Jack no longer gave much thought to death. And that was a mistake. He could always die in battle with the malcontents. And then, what would happen to his immortal soul? Would he prove Father Giovanni right and end up in Inferno? He'd killed before, but only in self-defense. He'd fed off women, but he'd always tried to repay the favor. When it came to sin, only one loomed before him that he couldn't possibly deny. Jack, she squeezed his hand. You look so serious. I was only joking. He met her gaze. His vision was no longer tinted red. Nothing like thoughts of eternal damnation to kill the mood. I would go to the 2nd circle, and there I would spend eternity, being tossed to and fro by a violent storm. She made a face. That's awful. What sin have you committed to deserve that? He lifted her hand to his mouth and pressed a kiss into the palm. Lost. Her eyes widened. That hardly seems fair. I mean, lust doesn't seem all that evil. At least your lust doesn't. Not when it's directed at me. It is me, right? Oh, yes. He rubbed his thumb over the spot he'd kissed, wishing he could permanently imprint his claim on her skin. Definitely you. Only you. Her eyes sparkled. I like that. Her gaze swept over him with a seductive look. Maybe we could find a way to appease your lust. Cure a sin by giving in to it? He smiled as he wrapped a hand around her calf. That's a novel approach. Hey, what good is a sin if you can't enjoy it? He chuckled. What a naughty angel you are. But as tempted as I am, I don't believe your solution can work. Why not? You're assuming my lust can be appeased. He gazed at her body with a wistful look. There is no cure for this. The more I get, the more I want. Even so, I am touched that you would so nobly sacrifice yourself to save me. Her face turned a deeper pink. It wouldn't be entirely unselfish on my part. I'm afraid I'm suffering from the same sin. He leaned toward her to touch her face. Don't worry, cara mia. There is an easy way out. Easy, but also very rare. If lust grows into true love, then we would find ourselves in Paradiso. Jack, you are so sweet. She curved a hand around his neck. There's something very old-fashioned and romantic about you. He was definitely older than she thought. You bring out the romantic in me. She watched him with worried eyes. There's so much about you that I don't know. I wish you would tell me more, 'cause I just don't know what to think. I understand. How could she trust him when he wouldn't confide in her? Maybe he could prove himself by earning her trust. He kissed her lightly on the lips, then straightened. Tell me about this case you're working. She groaned. Okay. She told him about the college student who had disappeared Saturday night and how the friends all appeared programmed to tell the same lie. Here, I have some stuff to show you. Laura slipped a hand into her jeans pocket, lifting her hips slightly in the air. Jack groaned. Have mercy, bellissima. She grinned. You have a one-track mind. She handed him the photo, then unfolded a pink sheet of paper. LaToya and I found this on a bulletin board. We checked it out, and the building manager did the same zombie act that the girlfriends did. Jack studied the photo and then the flyer. Do you want to stay young and beautiful forever? Free seminar. Yeah, I think that's how the perp attracts the girls. Then he picks one out like Vanessa and makes sure no one else can remember him. Roxanne said there was another girl last year who went missing. Jack glanced at the photo. Was the other girl a redhead like this one? Close, strawberry blonde. A twinge of unease pricked at Jack's gut. Laura was exactly the kind of girl this kidnapper was looking for. And given the kidnapper's ability to manipulate minds, chances were good that he was a vampire. A malcontent who preyed on pretty young women for food and sex. And like most malcontents, he probably considered mortals a disposable food source. When he tired of one, he would drain her dry and toss her out like an empty milk jug. If Laura came across him in the course of her investigation, he would want her. He would grab her and teleport away, and there would be no way to track him down. Jack swallowed hard. He couldn't let Laura pursue this vampire. This criminal is dangerous. I think you should leave his capture to someone else. Like me. No way. She scowled at him as she swung her legs off his lap and sat up. I want to be promoted to detective. If I can help with this case, it'll prove that I'm ready. Prove yourself on someone less dangerous. She scoffed. They're all dangerous, Jack. That's why they're called criminals. He folded the flyer and handed it back to her. Have you been officially assigned to the case? No. She stuffed the flyer in her pocket. Some detectives in LaToya's precinct are handling it. Normally, it would be a really big no-no for us to do our own investigating, but we feel compelled to do something because we know about the mind control aspect. I don't think the detectives will ever figure that out, and I really don't know how to explain it to them without them wanting to lock us up in a psych ward. Jack also doubted the detectives would figure out that a vampire was involved. But if they did, it would be disastrous for all the good vamps who needed secrecy in order to survive. He would explain the situation to Connor and Angus. They would agree that the matter needed to be resolved by vamps quickly and quietly with as little mortal interference as possible. Since you are determined to work on this case, I would like to assist you. Really? Laura's eyes widened. Actually, he was going to take charge, but he'd keep that to himself for now. I have some experience in investigative work, and I could be considered an expert in mind control. Yeah, I noticed. I'd like to meet Vanessa's friends, Jack continued. I might be able to retrieve their real memories. Oh my gosh. Laura jumped to her feet. That would be great. We could get a real description of the kidnapper. Then you agree. We will work together. And he could protect her from harm. He stood and motioned toward the foyer. The car's out front. I'll drive. Great. Laura dashed into the foyer. LaToya! What? LaToya yelled. Footsteps pounded on the stairs. I'm coming. Are you all right? I'm fine, Laura shouted. I'm going out with Jack. He wants to help us with the case. What? LaToya halted on the second-floor landing and gasped for breath. Carlos stopped right behind her. She gave Jack a wary look. He can't help us. He's a suspect. He's fine, Laura smiled at him. He's a good guy. Jack's heart expanded in his chest. Grazie, bellissima. He took her hand and kissed her fingers. Wait a minute. LaToya marched down the last flight of stairs, glaring at Laura. You're going somewhere alone with this guy? She glanced at Jack. No offense, but you're not exactly normal. Jack bowed his head. I understand, and I applaud your desire to protect Laura. I feel the same way. Ain't that just dandy? LaToya grabbed Laura's arm and pulled her away from Jack. Girl, we need to talk. He has an alibi for last night, Laura explained as she was dragged into the living room. He was at church. LaToya snorted. Right, he's a regular choir boy. What's going on? Carlos whispered as he reached the bottom of the stairs. Jack held a finger to his lips. He wanted to listen in on the conversation next door. Carlos nodded. "Have you lost your mind, girl?" LaToya whispered. "One minute you think he's a suspect, and the next you're ready to believe anything he says." "He has an alibi," Laura repeated. "A lot of people saw him last night." "You only have his word for that. And what if he programmed those people to say they saw him?" LaToya asked. "What if he's messing with your mind too?" "I'm immune to him." LaToya snorted. "Girl, if that man had the flu, you'd already be running a fever." "He's an honorable man," Laura insisted. I sort of offered myself to him and—" "What?" "Shh!" Laura hushed her. She lowered her voice so that Jack had to strain to hear. "I offered myself to see how he would react, and he turned me down, even though it was obvious that he wanted me. It was so sweet." "How special," Carlos whispered with a wry smile. "I feel strangely nauseated." Jack shot a look at Carlos that said, "butt out." Still, he was surprised that the shapeshifter's hearing was as good as his. "How did the tour go?" "Fine." Carlos kept his voice low. "I made sure she didn't see any bathrooms with missing mirrors." "Good." Jack focused once more on the conversation in the living room. "He's going to help us find the kidnapper," Laura whispered. "What if he's steering the investigation away from himself?" LaToya asked. "He's not," Laura hissed. "Did you come across any imprisoned women upstairs?" "No, but I haven't seen the basement yet. You know there's something weird about him." Laura sighed. "Yes, I know." "What do you know?" LaToya asked sharply. "I know that I don't know." "Well, I know that." Laura moaned. "This is getting us nowhere. I'll be fine. Why don't you go home, and I'll be along later." "All right," LaToya grumbled. "But before I leave, I'm going to finish checking this place out. If you need me for anything, call me." Jack strode to the console and collected the car keys. "Are you ready, Laura?" he called. "Coming." She rushed into the foyer, swinging her handbag onto her shoulder. LaToya followed her and glared at Jack. "She better come back safe." He nodded. "I would never do anything to hurt Laura." "I'm holding you to that. I've got a cousin in New Orleans who's into voodoo. Don't make me start playing with dolls." Jack looked at Laura and smiled. "I'll try to behave myself." She leaned close and whispered, "Don't try too hard." He squeezed her hand. "Whatever you say, Bellissima. I always aim to please." "Oh, God," LaToya grimaced. "Y'all are so sweet, I'm going into hyperglycemic shock. Just kill me now." Carlos laughed. "How about the beer?" "Sounds good." LaToya crossed her arms, still watching Jack with a suspicious eye, while Carlos disappeared into the kitchen. "So, choir boy, what's in the basement?" "A dead body or two, usually," Jack smiled. "But they're gone now." Laura gave him an annoyed look. "That's not helping." "Sorry," Jack said. "There's a washer and dryer downstairs." "Of course," LaToya narrowed her eyes. "And plenty of bleach for getting out bloodstains." "Exactly," Jack nodded. "I ate bloodstains." Laura elbowed him in the ribs. "Would you stop kidding? She's going to believe you." Unfortunately, he wasn't kidding. "Here's the beer," Carlos announced as he returned from the kitchen. He handed an open bottle to LaToya. "Thanks." She took a swig. "So what is in the basement, Carlos?" "A pool table. Would you like to play?" "Sure." She followed him to the basement stairs and gave Jack an irritated look as she passed by. "Dead body's my ass. You've probably got a spaceship down there." Jack strode to the front door and punched some buttons on the keypad to deactivate the alarm. "Shall we go?" "Sure." Laura followed him out the front door. "Please don't mind LaToya. She's just very protective of me." "I understand." He closed the front door and turned the alarm back on. "I feel the same way." There was a bloodthirsty vampire out there collecting redheads. He would do whatever it took to protect Laura. Chapter 10. Megan, this is Jack Venezia. Laura realized she wasn't sure what Jack's last name was, which was a bit disturbing since she kept ending up in his arms, kissing him. He's going to help us locate Vanessa. Okay. Megan's eyes widened at the sight of Jack standing at her door. How do you do? He nodded politely. May we come in? Megan stumbled back a few steps, still gawking at Jack. Laura knew how she felt. Jack had a way of taking over one's senses. He closed the door. Have a seat, please. This will just take a moment. Megan retreated until she collided with her bed and fell onto her rear. Laura sat across from her on the other twin bed. She retrieved pen and paper from her handbag while she wondered what exactly Jack would do to this girl. He leaned casually against the door. So, Megan, you and Vanessa are good friends. Oh, yes. Vanessa's like the coolest friend I've ever had. I hope she's okay. Megan's bottom lip trembled and tears filled her eyes. I'm so afraid for her. I'm sure you are, Jack spoke softly. And where did you and Vanessa go last night? The change that swept over Megan's face was alarming. Laura's skin prickled with gooseflesh as she watched the young woman go from near tears to a totally blank expression in a matter of seconds. We were in our room studying, Megan said with a dull, robotic voice. An icy blast of air swirled around the room. With a shiver, Laura turned her attention to Jack. What kind of human brain could change the temperature? He was frowning, completely focused on Megan. The gold flecks in his eyes gleamed. Laura swallowed hard. What did she really know about him? He stepped toward Megan. Where were you last night? We were in our room. Megan swayed, her eyes closing. A strange, crackling static echoed in Laura's ears. Beneath the buzz, she thought she detected a low and masculine voice. It sounded like Jack, but she couldn't make out the words. Since his mouth wasn't moving, he must have been communicating telepathically. Yes, Megan whispered. Yes, what? Yes, she would answer his questions truthfully? Or yes, she would say whatever he mentally ordered her to say? Unease tickled the back of Laura's neck. Could LaToya be right? Was Jack programming Megan to lie for him? He placed a hand on top of the girl's head and closed his eyes. You will remember. Where did you go Saturday night? We were in... Megan grimaced. We went to the Student Services building for a seminar. Vanessa wanted to go. Who was presenting the seminar? Jack asked. He... Megan slumped back. Jack grasped her head, covering her temples. Who was he? Apollo, she whispered. Laura wrote the name down on her pad of paper. Describe him, Jack ordered. Tall, blonde, really good-looking. Megan wrinkled her nose. Really pale. Laura paused in the middle of taking notes. She'd always thought Jack was a little pale, too. What did Apollo tell you? Jack asked. He showed us a PowerPoint presentation with pictures of a fancy resort and spa. We filled out a survey about our favorite spa treatments, and one lucky person was chosen to receive a deluxe spa package. 1 week, all expenses paid. Vanessa was the lucky one. Laura shook her head. That kind of luck could get you killed. Did he say where the spa is located? Jack asked. I don't know. Megan frowned. It looked pretty. Classical Greek architecture, white marble buildings. It was in the country somewhere. Thank you, Megan. You will go to sleep now, and when you wake in the morning, you will have no memory of us being here. You will not remember answering my questions." Jack released her. She fell sideways on the bed, and Jack pulled her up to where her head rested on the pillow. The cold air in the room dissipated. Laura rushed across the room to remove Megan's flip-flops. "Why did you erase her memory of us?" Jack covered her with a blanket. "As long as she sticks to the story that Apollo programmed her with, she'll be safe. If he ever suspects she's been talking about him, her life could be in danger." Laura nodded. "I understand." She headed for the door. "I doubt Apollo is his real name." "I agree." Jack turned off the lights as he exited the room. "He probably thinks it goes well with the Greek architecture of this supposed resort." A free spa package would be hard for any woman to resist. Laura motioned down the hall. "Do you want to see the other friends?" She led him to Carmen and Ramia's room. Ramia was at the library studying, so Jack did his spooky mind tap on Carmen. Like Megan, Carmen reported that Apollo was tall, blonde, and handsome, and that he'd chosen Vanessa to win the free spa package. They left Carmen asleep and walked across campus to the Student Services building. There was no record of Apollo filling out any forms to rent a room, and the manager had no memory of him. As they neared the exit, Laura spotted a vending machine. "I need a drink. Would you like something?" She fumbled in her handbag for her billfold. "No thanks." Jack whipped out his wallet and inserted $1 into the machine before she could unsnap her billfold. He sure was fast. "Thanks." She punched the button for a Diet Coke. Once again, he was refraining from drinking with her. "Shall I drive you home now?" "Yes, thank you." She unscrewed the top from the cola bottle and took a sip while he opened the door. She strolled across campus with him, mentally reviewing what they'd learned so far. Kidnapping college-aged girls was uncommon enough, but using mind manipulation to pull it off was definitely different. Apollo covered his tracks just as well as Jack had at the Plaza Hotel. How many people possessed these powers? How many crimes were being committed on a daily basis that were so well covered up, no one knew they had even happened? It was the perfect crime if the victim didn't realize he'd been victimized. Laura suppressed a shudder. This whole train of thought was very disturbing. There could be a crime syndicate of secret mind manipulators who were abusing, raping, and killing the innocent. And if no one knew about it, how would they ever be stopped? She gulped down some cola. "Jack, we have to find this guy. He could be a serial killer." "I agree." As they approached the parking lot, she realized Jack had also been quiet. He was frowning, apparently deep in thought. How much did he know that he wasn't telling? "So what do you want to do next?" she asked. "I'll find out more information." He glanced at her with a lopsided smile. "I am an investigator, remember?" "A secretive one," she muttered. "That's the best kind." He punched his keypad to unlock the Lexus. "If we're going to work together, you should tell me everything you know." A pained look crossed his face as he opened the passenger door for her. "I'll do what I can." Which translated as not much, Laura figured as she slid into the passenger seat. He closed the door behind her and circled the car. Once again, she was struck by how old-fashioned he was. She buckled up and inserted her Coke bottle into a cup holder. He climbed in and started the car. "I want to thank you, Laura, for telling me about this case." "You're welcome." She fiddled with her handbag, gathering up her courage as he pulled out of the parking lot. "You know, when I introduced you to Megan and Carmen, I realized I wasn't sure about your last name. Is it really Venezia?" "Venice is my home." He glanced at her with a smile. "Would you like to see it?" She blinked. "Well, sure, of course." She'd always thought it would be wonderfully romantic to float along in a gondola with a handsome Italian man. Who wouldn't? And the rascal was changing the subject on her. He was good at manipulation without using any psychic power. About your last name, I shall take you. Excuse me? He turned south onto Henry Hudson Parkway. I'll take you to Venezia. She gave him a dubious look. If you insist, but you might want to top off your tank first, and I seem to recall an ocean somewhere along the way that could be a problem. He chuckled. I'm not prepared to go tonight. Duh, I don't have a plane ticket, and I can't really afford one, so even though I appreciate the offer, I'll have to pass. You won't need any money, bellissima. You can stay at my palazzo. Is that like a palace? We'll ride in a gondola under the moonlight, he continued, and I'll show you my favorite places. How can a guy who works as an investigator afford a palazzo? He shrugged. It's not a very big palazzo. It's been in my family for years, and I work because I want to do more than merely exist. I want to do something meaningful, like rid the world of bad guys. We have that in common, yes? Yes, but I don't have superpowers like you. You have power, bellissima. You can bring a man to his knees. She snorted. A corner of his mouth lifted in a half-smile. You might be surprised at what I can do on my knees. Her cheeks grew warm. So, this palazzo of yours, do you have family living there? She asked casually, hoping to get more personal information from him. No, I'm not there very often. I'm usually on assignment. Do you have any family at all? I have a distant cousin who runs the family business. I'm a major investor. And what is the family business? Shipping. He slanted an amused look at her. I am somewhat aware of the oceans out there. Good. I feel so much safer now. He snorted softly. Cara mia, you are never entirely safe with me. Her skin tingled. Are you threatening me? He gave her a wry smile. Nothing of painful. If I pounced on you, it would only be to give you a pleasure. Oh. Her face burned as she turned to look out the window. As the minutes ticked by, the tension in the car grew. Lights flashed and horns blared, but it all seemed distant, as if they were alone in the world, as if nothing could touch them in their private cocoon. It was only him and her and this strange magnetic energy that was pulling them together. An odd sense of destiny overwhelmed her thoughts, making her feel as if her whole life had zoomed by for the express purpose of reaching this moment in time, this moment with Jack. She thought remaining silent would help, but it didn't. Heavy desire surrounded her, swathing her in heat. It felt so dense she would have sworn there was a physical connection between her and Jack. If he hadn't been driving, she'd be climbing all over him by now. He turned onto Canal Street going east. She cleared her throat. Jack? Yes. His voice sounded strained. Was he feeling it too? If I go to bed with you, I want it to be entirely my own decision. She turned to him. Promise me you won't use any of your manipulative powers to sway me one way or the other? I promise. He gave her a sad look. I would not have it any other way. Thank you. She took a deep breath. What is your last name, Jack? Good question. I go by the name Giacomo di Venezia, since my last name has always been debatable. His eyes twinkled with humor. I am a bastard, but I am sure you've already noticed that. She smiled. Yes, it was painfully clear from the start. He chuckled. According to my birth certificate, I'm Henrik Giacomo Sokolov. You're kidding. You're German? Half Bohemian from my mother. Her husband's name was Sokolov. I've never used the name since I'm not related to that cuckold who refused to allow me in his house. Your mother's husband rejected you as a baby? Jack shrugged. Why not? I was evidence of his wife's infidelity. He sent her back to her family in disgrace, and she died a few years later. I never really knew her. That's terrible. Laura leaned toward him. Poor Jack. What happened to you? I was sent to the place where my father was working. An old nurse raised me. Jack headed across the Manhattan Bridge. It wasn't that bad, really. Nana Helga was a kind woman, and I saw my father whenever I could. He taught me Italian. I spoke Czech with everyone else. So your father's Italian? He was. He died when I was 7. Oh my gosh, Jack. Laura touched his arm. I'm so sorry. It's all right. My father was 73 when he died. He had a full life, a very full life. What happened to you then? I was sent to Venice to live with an uncle and some cousins. He squeezed her hand. I fell in love with Venice. I'd love to show it to you. Well, maybe. That would be nice. Laura realized he still hadn't claimed a last name, and something about his story seemed oddly familiar. Your father was Italian, but he was working in Bohemia where he met your mother? He lived in many places, but he had a way of burning his bridges behind him. Jack approached her street in Brooklyn. Can I see you tomorrow night? We can work some more on this case. You mean the kidnapping? She'd become so intrigued with Jack's story that she'd almost forgotten about Apollo. How about 8:45? He turned onto her street. Your place? Okay. She gathered up her belongings. Thank you for helping me. Lara. He stopped the car in front of her apartment building. I want Apollo stopped. I pray the girls are still alive. But most of all, I am determined to keep you safe. I'll be fine. She unbuckled her seatbelt. He touched her cheek. Her heart stuttered in her chest. I want to kiss you, he said softly. Is that all right? Yes. Oh God, yes. She skimmed her fingers along his high cheekbone, then across the hollow of his cheek and the dark whiskers on his jaw. He leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers. His mouth moved slowly, sweetly, molding her till she ached to open up to him. She slipped her hand around the back of his neck and ran her fingers into his soft, dark hair. He was so delicious, so tempting. He broke the kiss and settled back in his seat. Good night, Lara. The rascal. He had to know he was leaving her hot and bothered. The red tinge in his eyes let her know he was as turned on as she was. Good night, Jack. She climbed out of the car and hurried up the 3 flights of stairs to her apartment. So, how did it go? LaToya lounged against her bedroom doorway wearing her pajamas. Laura booted up the computer at her desk. It was great. We now have a description of the perp. Tall, blonde, and goes by the name Apollo. Cool, LaToya yawned. And Jack behaved himself? Yes. Laura connected to the internet and Googled Giacomo Casanova. You look tired. Go on to bed. I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow. Okay, good night. LaToya closed her bedroom door. When Jack had told her about his childhood, certain things had bothered Laura, and it had taken her a while to figure out why. Jack's father had lived such a naughty life that the old priest who tutored Jack had worried that he would follow in his father's footsteps. The man had been a womanizer who lived in many places. His last job had been in Bohemia, where he'd seduced Jack's mother. He'd died there at the age of 73. As Laura scanned Casanova's biography, her chest tightened. Her heart raced. Giacomo Casanova, famous womanizer. He'd lived in many places until some sort of scandal forced him to move on. His last job was librarian at Castle Dux in Bohemia, where he died at the age of 73 in 1798. Laura's stomach roiled, and she pressed a hand to her mouth as bile rose in her throat. No, it was some kind of strange coincidence. People didn't live to be more than 200 years old. She was imagining things. But had she imagined Jack's super speed and hearing? His ability to teleport or control minds? She jumped to her feet and paced across the living room. Who was he? What was he? He had to be human. He had a beating heart. She'd felt it before. She'd felt his breath against her face when he kissed her. And she'd felt his erection under the zipper of his jeans. She paced back and forth, but nothing was making sense. She collapsed on the couch and grabbed a legal pad off the coffee table. She could figure this out, damn it. If she was going to be a detective, she had to be smart enough to solve things. She scrawled a title at the top of the page. You Don't Know Jack. Then she began a list of his characteristics. Intelligent, strong, handsome, witty, sexy, sweet, gorgeous, protective, supportive, generous, naughty, great kisser. She frowned at the list, then marked a big X through it. It looked like a wish list for the perfect boyfriend, not clues to reveal his true identity. Her gaze drifted over the list once more. Damn, he would be the perfect boyfriend if there wasn't something weird about him. What she needed was a list of his stranger characteristics. She began writing. Teleportation, mind reading and manipulation, super speed, strength, and hearing. These were the obvious ones. She needed to dig deeper. The truth could be hiding in the obscure. Secretive. He definitely had something to be secretive about. Hardworking, motivated. She'd gotten the impression he didn't need to earn a living. He was fighting what he called the bad guys. Has enemies. He'd mentioned enemies several times, and his friends and enemies all had the same ability to control minds. What else? Old-fashioned. That made her cringe. He'd said he was 7 years old when his father died. What if his father died in 1798? Never drinks with me. Come to think of it, she'd never seen him eat either. Pale. Megan had said that Apollo was pale too. Eyes that can glow red. Laura stared at the list. Her mind ticked off the possibilities LaToya had mentioned that night over dinner. Her ideas had seemed silly then, but not anymore. Superhero, mutant, alien, bionic man. Could Jack's secret have something to do with Romatech Industries? If Roman Dragonesti had managed to clone blood, what other strange things had he accomplished? Laura tossed the list on the coffee table and lounged back against the sofa. She rubbed her temples. Whatever Jack was, he was giving her one doozy of a headache. If she had any sense, she'd avoid him. But she knew she wouldn't. When it came to Jack, she was hopelessly intrigued, and falling fast. Chapter 11. With the amount of mind manipulation involved, I believe we can assume Apollo is a vampire. Jack finished explaining the case of the missing college student. I agree. Connor tapped his fingers on the desk in the security office at Romatech Industries. He could be a malcontent. Instead of hunting for a victim every night, he lures them to his place and keeps them on hand. Yeah, Phineas said. The dude's stocking his pantry. Jack suspected Apollo was using the women for more than food. He paced across the office. After dropping Laura off at her apartment, he'd driven back to the townhouse. Then he'd teleported to Romatech and called this meeting. Phineas lounged back in his chair. Limp dick. Connor arched a brow. "Excuse me." "I wasn't referring to you," Phineas muttered. Connor continued to stare at him. "The Apollo dude's a limp dick," Phineas explained. "He has to use mind control to catch a woman. If he was the love doctor like me, the ladies would naturally succumb to his sophisticated charm and manly physique." Jack chuckled. He'd been in New York for almost 4 weeks, and in that time, he hadn't noticed any women succumbing to Dr. Fang. Connor cleared his throat. "I believe it is time for you to make another round." Phineas frowned. "I did one 10 minutes ago." "And a good job you did, too," Connor said. "Off you go, lad." Phineas trudged toward the door. "I'm more than just a babe magnet, you know. I can tell you want to talk to Jack in private." Connor's eyes twinkled. "Ach, you're very astute." "Yeah, you bet your plaid-covered ass I am." Phineas flipped up the collar of his polo shirt. "Dr. Fang is one astute son of a bitch." He closed the door behind him. Jack sat in the chair Phineas had vacated. "I hope you've trained Dr. Fang well. I would hate to lose him in battle." "He's become a very good swordsman. Ian and Dougal taught him." Connor narrowed his eyes. "He would benefit from some lessons from you. I would say you're actually the best swordsman in Europe, but if Jean-Luc heard that, he'd skewer me." Jack smiled. Jean-Luc had been claiming himself the European champ for centuries. "I'll be sure to tell him. He's too vain as it is." Connor snorted and turned his attention to the surveillance monitors. Jack glanced at them and spotted Phineas leaving through a side entrance. The vamp's body blurred as he raced into the wooded grounds that surrounded Romatech. "I'll fit in a practice session with him before dawn." "Good." Connor drummed his fingers on the desk, then stopped abruptly. "How much does the girl know?" Jack wiped his face blank. "Nothing." Connor studied him carefully. "Is she, intellectually challenged?" His mouth ticked. "No." "The more time she spends with you, the more suspicious she'll become, and the more you'll be tempted to tell her too much." "She knows nothing," Jack said. "It's the other police officers we need to be concerned about. So far, they don't know anything about Apollo. We need to keep it that way. We can't afford to let them actually solve this case." "I agree. Nothing is more important than keeping our existence a secret." Connor gave him a pointed look. Jack glared back. "She knows nothing." Connor looked away frowning. "I'll tell Angus about this Apollo problem, and I'll have Roman send out a memo to all the minor coven masters in America. Perhaps one of them will know of a resort with classical Greek-style architecture in their district." Jack nodded. "Excellent idea." "Hopefully we can locate Apollo's resort in a few nights," Connor continued. "I assume the place will be fenced off and have a few daytime guards. Apollo's control over the ladies' minds may be weaker during the day, while he's in his death sleep." "True. And he can't afford to let any of the women escape." Jack frowned as he wondered how many women Apollo might have killed. "I'll compile a list of missing college students, especially pretty red-headed females." "Good." Connor glanced at the surveillance monitors. "Do you know which police officers are working the case?" "I could find out. They'll be working out of the precinct where Columbia University is located." "That would be Morningside Heights. We should erase their memories." Connor looked at Jack. "We should erase the memories of every mortal who knows about this case." Jack gripped the arms of his chair. "Laura is immune. Her memory cannot be erased." "By you," Connor finished softly. Jack gritted his teeth. "My psychic powers are as strong as any vamp's." "I do not mean to insult you, but I have to question if you really tried. Deep inside, you may not have wanted her to forget you." "I tried," Jack growled. "Laszlo tried too. We couldn't get through to her." "Then you will not mind if I give it a try." Jack shot to his feet. "No!" Connor's eyebrows rose. "An interesting reaction." "Don't play these games with me, Connor. You will leave Laura alone." The Scotsman heaved a sigh and leaned back in his chair. "What the hell is wrong with y'all? Roman, Angus, Jean-Luc, Ian, it's spreading like a bloody plague. I've been wondering if a vamp loses his mind once he reaches the ripe old age of 500, but I remain unaffected, thank God. And you're just a youngster." 216 years old, Jack said wryly, barely out of a training pants. Connor gave him an annoyed look. "There are at least 5,000 law-abiding vamps that we know of, and almost half of them are very bonny and clever women. Why can you not dally with one of them?" Jack shrugged. "I never intended this to happen." "Do you no realize that you risk the lives of every vamp around the world when you tell a mortal our secret? You do not have the right to endanger us all." "I haven't told her anything." "Yet," Connor rubbed his brow. "I've seen this happen too many times now. You're acting just as sick as the others did." "Love isn't sick. Amore is the most powerful and positive force in the universe." "You've known her, what, 2 weeks? You cannot call it love. 'Tis a bad case of lust, nothing more." Jack paced across the room. No, he'd lusted before. He'd loved before. He knew the difference. This is more than lust. "It is folly," Connor grumbled. Maybe so, but was it love? Jack halted and stared into space. How deeply was he falling for Laura? "Can you stop seeing her?" Connor asked softly. Could he? There were only a few things he had to do to survive. Hide from the sun, drink blood. When looked at that way, the life of a vamp seemed endlessly monotonous. Every day at sunset, his heart leaped to life in his chest, but for so long he'd felt dead inside. He'd given himself entirely to the cause of fighting the malcontents, for it gave him a reason to climb out of bed every night. It was a dark life of constant conflict and bloodshed. It had lasted 2 centuries, and it could go on forever. Merda. He was living in a circle of hell. Lara felt like an angel who had come to his rescue, all beauty and light. He was no longer living for death, but for amore. He was falling in love. Love. He'd always believed in true love, but he'd always been unlucky in it. His first love, Beatrice, had died before he could marry her. Her loss had hit him with such devastation that many years passed before love found him again in 1855. With high hopes, he'd told his mistress his secret, only to have her reject him. He'd been forced to erase her memory, but his memory had remained intact, and the pain of losing her had taken years to get over. In 1932, the same scenario repeated itself. The same pain of losing a woman he loved. He had no doubt that telling Laura the truth would mean losing her. He swallowed hard. He couldn't risk it. He couldn't bear the thought of never seeing her again. Just considering the possibility of losing her was causing his chest to clench painfully. There was something so special about her, and he wanted to share something special with her, something that he loved. The idea of Venezia came back. I have to be with her. I was afraid of that. Connor strode toward the door. I'll tell Roman about the situation and start the hunt for Apollo's resort. All right. Jack circled the desk to sit in front of the computer. He would spend the next several hours compiling information on missing female college students. He glanced at the Scottish vamp who was halfway out the door. Thank you, Connor, for understanding. Connor snorted. What I understand is you're falling into madness. May God save your soul. Amore can fill your heart with joy and peace, Jack said. It can make you feel whole. A pained look crossed Connor's blue eyes. Or it can rip your heart in two. He closed the door. Jack sighed. He'd been there before, left behind with a heart ripped in two. He could only hope it wouldn't happen with Lara. By late Monday afternoon, Lara was becoming increasingly bored. LaToya was at work, so she was all alone. She'd gone to the department shrink for a 1 o'clock appointment, and he had declared her fit for duty starting on Wednesday night. She considered going to work early so she could access the records on missing persons, but how could she explain that she was working a case she hadn't been assigned to? She wondered how Jack was doing with the investigation. Actually, she wondered about Jack quite a bit. By 4 o'clock, she was lounging on the sofa and once again studying the "You Don't Know Jack" list she'd written the night before. The first list gave all the reasons she was attracted to Jack. Intelligent, strong, handsome, witty, sexy, sweet, gorgeous, protective, supportive, generous, naughty, great kisser. And he was so much more. He seemed attuned to her thoughts and feelings much more than any other man she'd ever met. And he truly cared for her. She could see it in his eyes, when they weren't glowing red. With a sigh, she read the second list. Psychic powers, superpowers, old-fashioned. That made her wince. If his father died in 1798, that would make Jack born in 1791. This was definitely freaky enough that she ought to be scared off. Even Jack had told her she should run like the hounds of hell were after her. But if he were truly a bad man, would he warn her? Maybe he was afraid that he'd accidentally hurt her with his super strength. She tossed the list on the coffee table. Enough with this useless speculation. She needed hard facts. If she were a detective, how would she investigate him? First stop would be his workplace. She'd check out Romatech Industries and confirm his alibi for Saturday night. The trip would probably take a few hours, so she needed to let LaToya know she wouldn't be home for supper tonight. She turned on her cell phone and noticed a missed call in her voicemail. Probably her mother again, begging her to give up this police nonsense and come back home to do something sensible with her life, like compete for the Miss Louisiana title. When Lara had first moved to New York, her mother had called every day to nag her, so she'd resorted to turning the phone off when she wasn't at work. And now that she worked the night shift, she continued to keep it turned off so she could sleep during the day. With a resigned sigh, she steeled herself for more nagging and activated her voicemail. Her heart leaped at the sound of Jack's voice. "Lara, I've been gathering information on the case. I'd like to show it to you Monday night. I've also planned a date for us. It would only take a few hours of our time, then we could come back and work some more. I'll call you Monday about 8:30 to see if you're agreeable to going out with me. Sleep well, bellissima." He hung up. A date? She listened to his message one more time. Yes, Jack was planning a date. She collapsed back on the couch and closed her eyes, enjoying the deep, sexy sound of his voice. Jack wanted to date her, and he wondered if she would agree. She snorted. That was like asking her if she was agreeable with world peace or a cure for cancer. She glanced at the list on the coffee table, and the title mocked her. You Don't Know Jack. Should she be this eager to date a mystery man with strange powers? But wouldn't dating him give her the best opportunity to get better acquainted with him? She checked the time of his call. He'd made it at 5:30 that morning. She glanced at the time now. 4:30 p.m. She had 4 hours before he would call. It wouldn't take her 4 hours to get ready. And what about her plan to go to Romatech? How could she fit that in? She had time to travel to White Plains, but it would be tight getting back in time. An idea struck her, and she called Jack. He didn't answer, so she left a message. "Hi, Jack. I'll be happy to go on a date with you. And thanks for working on the case. I'm guessing you did all the work at Romatech, so I'll just meet you there at 8:30, okay? Bye." She showered, and after 30 minutes of deliberation, finally chose a blue sundress with a white straw belt. She topped it with a white crocheted shrug sweater in case the evening turned cool. She switched to a white handbag to match her white sandals. She checked her makeup for the 10th time, and her conscience pricked her. There were kidnapped girls out there who needed her help, and all she could think about was this date. She was letting her attraction to Jack get out of hand. But there will always be bad guys, she argued with herself. How often does love come along? She stared at herself in the mirror. Was it love? Could she really be falling in love? Her chest tightened with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty as she gathered her things and left the apartment. She took the subway to Grand Central Station, then boarded an express train to White Plains. It was almost 7 when her taxi arrived at Romatech. The facility was bigger than she'd imagined and completely walled off. The front gate was closed with a guard station nearby. When the guard approached the taxi, she rolled down the window and flashed her NYPD badge at him. "Hi, I'd like to talk to your head of security, and I have an appointment with Jack, Venezia, whenever he arrives." The guard gave her a doubtful look. "I've never known the police to arrive in a taxi, and no offense, but you look more like a fashion model than a police officer." Her face grew warm. She handed him her badge. "Check it out if you must, then let me speak to your supervisor." He studied her badge. "Laura Boucher? I've heard about you." "Heard what?" Her face grew warmer. With a smirk, the guard returned her badge. "Just a minute." He went to the guard station and spoke on a phone. Laura groaned inwardly. She hadn't realized this place would be so hard to get into. And she should have realized that no one would believe she was pursuing a case when she was dressed like this. It was all too obvious that she was pursuing Jack. The guard returned to the taxi. "Miss Boucher, Howard Barr will meet you at the front door." He pushed a button on his remote control, and the iron gate swung open. The taxi proceeded down a 2-lane road that cut through a wooded area. Then, around a bend, the facility came into view. A small parking lot was in front, and a large one to the left by a side entrance. The building sprawled from the main entrance with several wings jutting out into the beautifully landscaped grounds. A large man in khaki pants and navy polo shirt emerged from the front door just as the taxi pulled to a stop. Laura paid the cabbie and climbed out of the car. "Hello, I'm Laura Boucher." She extended a hand. "Howard Barr." Smiling, he shook her hand. "I've heard about you." Thanks." She watched as he slid his ID card through a slot, then pressed his hand to a sensor pad. "You certainly have tight security here." "Yup." A green light blinked on a keypad, and he opened the door. "Come on in." She stepped into a wide foyer and noted a few potted plants resting on the marble floor and beautifully framed artwork decorating the walls. The scent of antiseptic cleanser lingered in the air, reminding her of a hospital. Not surprising, though, since they would need a sterile environment for the manufacture of synthetic blood. Howard led her to a small table on the right. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to check your bag." "I understand." She set her white straw handbag on the table. Thankfully, she'd left her handgun at home. "Jack mentioned that you have some enemies." "Yep." Howard fumbled around her handbag with his huge hands, then refastened the clasp. "We've been bombed a few times, so it pays to be extra careful." "Why would someone bomb this place?" Laura swung her bag onto her shoulder. "The synthetic blood you're making here is saving thousands of lives." "Yes, but there are some weirdos out there who object to it not being real blood." "So, Miss Boucher, how can I help you? Jack won't be available for another hour or so." "I'm investigating a college student who disappeared Saturday night." Howard nodded. "Jack was working on that last night. He left the information on the laptop. Did you want to see it?" "Yes, please." "This way." Howard led her down a hall to the left. "I'll let you use the conference room. Jack mentioned that he was working with you, so it should be all right for you to look at the information he found." Laura felt a twinge of annoyance. Of course it was all right. The missing girl was a police matter. I suppose Jack was here Saturday night, working security? Yes, Howard frowned. Why do you ask? Standard procedure, she murmured. She noted the labeled doors that they passed. Restroom, storeroom, conference room, nursery? She thought she heard a child's laughter behind that door. Dental office. You have a dentist here? Yup, Shanna Dragonesti. Howard motioned to the office. She provides dental care for all the employees here for a fraction of the normal cost. That's nice. So what time was Jack here Saturday night? All night long. Howard stopped. You don't seriously consider him a suspect, do you? Jack's a great guy, and if he were guilty, why would he help you work on the case? Laura shifted her weight. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but it would clarify matters if you could provide actual proof that he was here that night. Howard scowled at her. Fine. I'll show you the security tapes from Saturday night. He led her to a door labeled McKay Security. Once again, he swiped his ID card and pressed his hand against a sensor pad. We've got a few weapons inside, so we have to keep it locked up tight. I understand. Laura followed him inside. At first, it looked like a normal security office. Desk, computer, file cabinets. A wall covered with monitors linked to surveillance cameras. But then she spotted the caged-off area in the back. Her mouth fell open. A few weapons? She walked toward the padlocked cage, counting the assault rifles lined up on a rack. 12. Numerous handguns on a shelf. Bins filled with ammo on another shelf. But what really caught her eye were the swords. Gleaming broadswords and foils filled the wall on the left. On the right wall, lethal-looking daggers and knives were on display. She curled her fingers around a chain link of the cage and studied the swords. Some of them looked really old. And what an old-fashioned way to protect a building. Old-fashioned. Those words were starting to haunt her. What's with all the swords? Are you expecting a horde of Vikings to attack? Howard snorted as he sat behind his desk. The guys like to collect them. He typed on his keyboard. Okay, I've got surveillance video coming up from Saturday night. Laura turned to look at the monitors. They went fuzzy for a second, then cleared up. The numerical date for last Saturday was printed in the bottom right corner along with the time. 2100 hours, 9 p.m. Howard joined her by the monitors, holding a remote control. As you can see, the building's fairly empty on Saturday night. Just security and people going to mass. I see. Laura had noticed that most of the monitors showed empty hallways. She recognized the main foyer. A few people were congregated there. A blur of movement on a different monitor caught her attention. It looked like someone racing at warp speed through the wooded grounds. How fast is that guy going? Oh, it's just on fast forward, Howard muttered. She wondered if one screen could be on fast forward while the others weren't. Howard pointed at a screen. There's Jack leaving this office. She watched his graceful, long-legged stride. How long have you known him? Since I started working for McKay S&I, Howard said. About 10 years, I guess. Laura saw a little boy run into the hall. Jack swung him up into his arms. Who's that? Konstantin Dragonesti, Roman and Shanna's son, Howard explained. That's Shanna coming out of the nursery with the new baby. Laura smiled when she saw Jack step back. He'd looked perfectly comfortable around the toddler, but the baby seemed to terrify him. Shanna handed the baby to an older woman who had also exited the nursery. While the older woman returned the children to the nursery, Shanna strolled down the hallway with Jack. They're headed to the chapel for Mass, Howard explained. I'll fast forward. Laura noticed Howard was wearing the same sort of clothes that Carlos had been wearing at the townhouse. Are you wearing a uniform? Yes, for McKay guards. I've never seen Jack wear the uniform. Jack's one of our top investigators and he works undercover a lot. He can do pretty much whatever he wants. Howard punched a button on the remote control. You'll see them coming out of the chapel soon. It strikes me as a bit odd to have a church service here. Howard shrugged. Roman likes to do it. Okay, here they come. Howard motioned to the monitor as everyone exited the chapel. Most of them went into a room on the right. That's the fellowship hall where we go for refreshments. There's no camera in there. Laura spotted Jack in front of the chapel talking to the kilted Scotsman she'd met at the wedding, Robbie. The two of them strolled into the fellowship hall. The time in the corner of the screen said 22 hours. It looked like Jack did indeed have an alibi. The older woman showed up on the monitor displaying the hall outside the nursery. She was walking with the baby in her arms, and the little boy was skipping by her side. They soon appeared in the monitor outside the chapel. The little boy jumped into his daddy's arms. Roman Dragonesti hugged the boy, and Shanna took the baby. They were a lovely family and looked so normal. All the people seemed normal and nice. Laura wondered if she was being too suspicious where Jack was concerned. Maybe she should just relax and enjoy being attracted to him. She blinked when Jack suddenly walked into the hall. He had a glass in his hand, and he sipped from it. At last, proof that Jack actually drank. She pressed closer to the screen. What is he drinking? Wine? The screen went blank. What? She glanced back at Howard and saw him set the remote control down on his desk. I assume that was enough to prove his alibi. He typed on his keyboard, and the monitors went back to real time. Now, would you like to see the information Jack compiled last night? Yes, I would, thank you. It's all in here. Howard picked up a laptop and strode toward the door. You can use the conference room across the hall. Laura grabbed her handbag to follow Howard and glanced back at the monitors. Was she just being paranoid, or had he tried to keep her from seeing something? Chapter 12. Laura sat at the end of the long conference table and waited for the computer to boot up. Howard hovered at the door. Do you need anything to write on? Maybe something to drink? I'll be fine, thank you. She did a double take at the computer screen. The desktop was surprisingly bare. There was only one non-system file, and it was labeled Apollo. I need to make a round, Howard said. I'll check on you in 15 minutes. He strode away, leaving the door wide open. Security was certainly a priority around here. Laura turned her attention back to the computer. Jack had made sure there was nothing on this laptop pertaining to Romatech Industries or McKay Security and Investigation. He obviously didn't want her trying to snoop around their business. What could they be hiding? She'd gotten the feeling that Howard hadn't really liked her being in the security office or looking at the surveillance tapes. And what was the deal with all those weapons, especially the swords? She sighed. More questions to ask Jack. At least he wasn't trying to hide anything from her regarding the Apollo case. Laura clicked on Apollo, and 2 folders came up titled Negative and Positive. She opened the negative file and found a brief description of 5 local women who had been kidnapped. She scanned down the page and realized they were all the wrong age or wrong hair color for Apollo. She opened the positive folder and gaped at the screen. There were 20 more folders. Jack had uncovered all this information in one night? She opened the first folder and found a photo and brief report. A female student with dark auburn hair had disappeared from NYU last month, April. Laura opened the second folder. A strawberry blonde had vanished from NYU the year before, in June. The third folder showed Brittany Beckford from Columbia University, who had disappeared last July. The fourth and fifth folders showed 2 red-headed students who'd gone missing from Syracuse University. Was Apollo kidnapping a new girl every month? Laura double-checked the dates. Each girl had disappeared on the 4th Saturday of each month. How could something so blatant and horrible slip by the authorities? Apollo must be using mind control to cover his tracks so well that no one realized what was happening. In fact, most of these girls were merely listed as runaways. Thank God this criminal was finally coming to the attention of the police. Laura frowned. Jack had worked awfully hard on this, but it wasn't his case to solve. It was a police matter. She winced as she scanned the report in the 6th folder. The girl had been a student at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. The 7th girl was missing from Princeton, New Jersey. If Apollo was kidnapping girls across state lines, then the case belonged to the FBI. Even so, she had to hand it to Jack. He was one hell of an investigator. She wasn't even halfway through all the folders, and she was skimming through them fast. She needed hard copies of all these reports so she could compare them to one another, and she needed hours to study the material. What she needed was a copy of all this. She started to email herself the entire Apollo folder, then hesitated. Would Jack mind? Surely not. He'd said in his phone message that he meant to show her all this information. They were working the case together. She clicked on send. Hello. She jumped in her chair and spotted a little blonde-haired boy at the door. He looked like the boy from the surveillance video. Hello. He tugged at his blue and green striped t-shirt. My name is Tino. Of course, Constantine Dragonesti. How do you do? I'm Laura Boucher. He gave her an angelic smile. I heard about you. Great. She turned off the laptop and rose to her feet. Tino! A woman's voice called. Oh, there you are. An older woman appeared in the doorway and noticed Laura. I'm sorry, I hope Tino wasn't disturbing you. No, not at all. Laura approached them. I'm Laura Boucher. Oh, I've heard about you. Not again. Laura extended a hand. How do you do? Very well. My name is Radinka. She shook hands and didn't let go. She peered closely at Laura, then smiled. Yes, you and Jack will be very happy. Excuse me? Radinka released her hand, then yelled over her shoulder. Shanna! You'll never guess who's here! Coming! A woman emerged from the nursery, pushing a baby stroller. She was blonde and a little plump from having recently given birth. The babe was a tiny newborn with pink, delicate skin and a fuzzy cap of black hair. Laura leaned over the stroller for a closer look. What a beautiful baby. A girl, she figured from the baby's delicate features. The pink blanket was another clue. She raised her gaze to the baby's mother. Hi, I'm Laura Boucher. Oh, I've heard about you. That's what they all say, Laura muttered. Shanna laughed. Don't worry, it was all good. By the way, I'm Shanna. My daughter's Sophia, and you met my son Constantine? Yes. Laura smiled at the little rosy-cheeked boy. She's the one for Jack, Radinka announced. Laura gulped. I wouldn't say that. I hardly know him. Well, we'll just have to gossip about him then, won't we? Shanna's eyes sparkled with humor. Robbie said you were very pretty. He was definitely right. Connor said you were trouble, Constantine added. Tino. Shanna frowned at her son, then turned to Laura. Connor's just worried about Jack getting hurt. We're all sort of like family around here. Would you like to have supper with us? We were just headed for the cafeteria. I'm going to have macaroni and cheese. Tino pranced around the hall. I'd love to come, but Howard might expect me to stay put. Laura motioned toward the conference room. Oh, don't worry about that. Shanna waved a dismissive hand. They'll see you on the monitor and know you're with us. Come on. Laura grabbed her handbag, shut the conference room door, and accompanied them down the hall toward the foyer. She hadn't eaten yet, so she was hungry, and she was eager to hear some of the gossip Shanna had referred to. At the same time, she figured she'd better eat light. Jack had a date planned for later that night, and it might involve dinner. And other things. They went down the length of the foyer, then turned right, then left, then another left. The halls were lined with windows on one side, and Laura realized they were circling around a courtyard and landscaped area. The setting sun cast a glare off the windows and lit up the bright red and pink geraniums that bloomed in pots around the courtyard. In the nearly empty cafeteria, they settled at a table with the baby stroller parked at one end next to Shanna. Laura sat across from her and ate a small salad while she admired the 2-week-old baby.
"You want to see what I could do?"
Tino asked. Of course. Laura figured the little boy wanted some attention too. Tino! Shanna shook her head, frowning. Oh, okay. His shoulders slumped, and he pushed his macaroni around his plate. Shanna watched him, still frowning. Then her face brightened. I know. You wiggled your ears the other day. You can show Laura that. Tino sat up, grinning.
Yeah.
He turned to Laura.
You want to see?
I'd love to. Laura laughed when the little boy's ears moved slightly. That's amazing. I was never able to do that.
I can read, too,
Tino boasted. That's wonderful. Laura pushed back her empty salad bowl. How old are you?
I was 2 in March.
Constantine gulped down some milk. 2? Laura would have guessed he was more like 4, but then she didn't know very much about children. Sophia suddenly let out a wail, and Shanna lifted her from the stroller. There, there. She paced around the table, cuddling the baby. You just had your dinner. Can't you let your mama have hers? Laura realized Shanna was only halfway through her meal. Radinka wasn't finished either. She pushed back her chair and stood. I'll hold the baby. Oh, thank you. Shanna transferred the baby to Laura's arms. She likes to be carried around. I guess it reminds her of being inside of me.
I don't remember being inside you, Mama,
Tino said. Shanna chuckled as she sat down to finish her supper. You used to roll around doing somersaults.
Cool.
Tino attacked a bowl of red Jell-O cubes. Laura strolled slowly around the table, enjoying the incredible softness of the baby against her chest. Sophia gazed up at her with clear blue eyes. Laura smoothed a hand over the baby's head and felt the downy black hair. Jack's children would have hair like this. She sighed. What on earth was she doing, imagining Jack's future children? As crazy as it was, she couldn't seem to get too upset. There was something about holding this baby that made her feel very calm inside. You're good with children. Shanna scooped some mashed potatoes into her mouth. Jack is too. He would make an excellent father. Radinka pointed her fork at Laura to add emphasis. Laura snorted, but she couldn't help but smile. You two are a couple of matchmakers, but as good-looking as Jack is, I doubt he needs any help in the romance department. She hoped they would come back with something like, Jack hasn't been seeing anyone for years. Jack's been as chaste as a 90-year-old monk. Shanna reached for her glass of iced tea. I have to admit, Jack is a very good-looking man. Youth, Radinka muttered, and shook her head as she cut up the last of her steak. What's really important is character. Jack is a good man. He's kind, loyal, and dependable. That sounded all fine and dandy, but Laura still wondered how many busloads of women had chased after Jack. She continued to walk around the table. I suppose a guy with both good looks and good character would have a lot of women pursuing him. I suppose he would. Shanna's eyes twinkled. Laura blushed. She was so obviously fishing. Shanna chuckled. Don't worry, I've never known Jack to have a girlfriend. He always comes to parties alone. Laura's lungs expanded with a breath of joy. But of course, once he arrives, he flirts something terrible with all the women, Shanna added wryly. Laura coughed when her throat suddenly constricted. He's just being kind, Radinka insisted. He flirted with me at the spring gala ball and even asked me to waltz with him. I knew he was just being polite, but still, it made me feel wonderful, like I was 40 years younger. How long have you known him? Laura asked. Since I started working here, Radinka said. About 18 years now. I used to be Roman's assistant. But then I stole her. Shanna looked fondly at Radinka, then turned to Laura. I met Jack 3 years ago at my wedding. He goes to all the weddings and parties. He's an excellent dancer, Radinka added. Shanna nodded. And a good friend. When Angus and Emma were in trouble, he came to help. He helped Ian and Tony, too. Laura knew who Ian was, but she wondered about the other people. Still, she didn't want to veer off the topic of Jack. I know he's a sweet guy, but there are some odd things about him. Exceptional things. Like exceptional good looks? Shanna asked with a sly grin. And exceptional loyalty? Radinka said. And exceptional availability? Shanna added. Laura stopped pacing and faced them. I realize you may not know this, but Jack has some strange powers. He can actually teleport and move super fast. Radinka patted her mouth with her napkin, then carefully folded it. We know about that, dear. She gave Laura a pointed look. We also know you have nothing to fear from him. That's true, Shanna said quietly. I'm sure Jack's abilities must seem awfully strange to you, but please don't let it scare you away. What really matters is how he uses his powers, and he always uses them for good. You can trust him, Laura. Was it that simple? Could she just accept him the way he was and trust him? Apparently Shanna and Radinka did. Laura was tempted to, but at the same time, she wanted answers. And she wanted Jack to trust her enough to give her those answers. Well, speak of the devil. Shanna nodded her head toward the cafeteria entrance. Laura whirled around and saw Jack standing at the open door. Her heart lurched in her chest. He was definitely exceptional. He was everything she'd ever wanted in a man. You can trust him, Laura. He walked toward her slowly. He was dressed in faded jeans, a black t-shirt, and black leather jacket. His hair was still damp and combed back from his face. Dark whiskers shaded his jaw. He looked as if he'd hurried here as quickly as possible. His gaze drifted to the babe in her arms, then returned to her face with a heated, golden gleam. She stepped toward him as if drawn by a magnet. Oh, yes, Radinka announced behind her. Those two will be very happy. Laura halted as heat invaded her face. She knew the amused smirk on Jack's face meant he had overheard Radinka's remark. Here, I'll take Sophia. Shanna rushed over to relieve her of the baby. Hi, Jack. Constantine ran up to him, and Jack swung him into his arms. Hey, buddy, how's it going? He tousled the little boy's blonde curls. Tino leaned close and whispered loudly. Radinka says Laura's the one for you. Laura bit her lip as she grew increasingly annoyed. These people acted like she would automatically fling herself into Jack's arms. It wasn't like the man was irresistible. She could resist him. On what planet? An inner voice chided her. Radinka shook her head as she stacked their empty dishes onto a food tray. If only I could find the one for my son. I don't think Grigori's ready to settle down, Shanna whispered. Well, he'd better hurry it up, Radinka grumbled. I won't live forever, and I want to see some grandchildren. How are you, ladies? Jack set Tino down, then gave Shanna and Radinka each a peck on the cheek. How is Sophia? She's fine, Shanna smiled. We dragged Laura to supper with us so we could gossip shamelessly about you. I see. He turned to Laura, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Bellissima. You never cease to surprise me. I didn't expect you to come to Aromatech. She shrugged. I wanted to get some work done on the case. And you checked on my alibi for Saturday night. She lifted her chin. Yes, I did. It's standard procedure. His eyes twinkled with humor. Did I pass? I believe so. That's good. I wouldn't want you going on a date with a criminal. He drew closer to her as his gaze wandered over her blue sundress, bare legs, and white sandals. You look very beautiful tonight. Thank you. She forgot to stay annoyed. It was hard enough not to automatically fling herself into his arms. He touched her arm where it was covered with a white crocheted shrug. This is pretty, but it may not be warm enough for where we're going. Where are we going? He smiled. Not to worry, love. I am sure we can find something warmer for you. He turned to the others and inclined his head. Ciao, ladies. Tino, I must steal Lara away from you now. There was an old-fashioned courtesy about the way he bowed. Lara groaned inwardly. Those words, old-fashioned, kept popping up. She grabbed her white handbag and looked at Shanna and Radinka. It was nice to meet you. Shanna patted her on the shoulder. I have a feeling we'll be seeing you again. Definitely, Radinka nodded. Enjoy your date. Oh, we have business to take care of, too, Lara said. Police business. Radinka snorted and muttered. You mean monkey business. Can I have a cookie? Constantine hopped around the table, obviously not in need of any sugar. Scusi, signorini. Jack bowed again, then with a light touch on Lara's back, he ushered her from the cafeteria. I was halfway through my breakfast when Carlos told me that Howard had called and you were here waiting for me. I came as quickly as I could. Thank you. I left a message on your cell phone, too. I heard it. He smiled at her as they started down the hallway. I'm delighted you want to go on a date. She shrugged. It's just for a few hours, right? Then we'll get back to work. As you wish. Howard said he showed you the laptop? Yes. I was amazed by how much information you discovered. It's very impressive. Grazie. He turned right and led her into another hallway. I am determined to find Apollo as soon as possible. I believe he kidnaps a new girl on the 4th weekend of each month. I noticed that too. In a few weeks he'll strike again. Jack nodded. We'll catch him before that. We? Lara bit her lip. She hated to tell Jack that this was strictly a matter for the police and FBI, especially after all the hard work he'd done. You know, I go back to patrolling the streets on Wednesday. Jack halted. You will work at night? Yep, looks like we'll both be working the graveyard shift. He frowned. I won't be able to see you very much. He would miss her? Lara liked the thought of that. Don't worry, I get a night or two off each week. I might even agree to go out with you again, although that'll depend on whether tonight's date is any good. She gave him a teasing smile. His frown deepened. I hope it'll be good. I wanted to share something special with you. A place that I care deeply about. Oh. Her smile faded. Okay. But we'll be limited in how long we can stay there. He glanced around the hall. If it's all right with you, I think we should leave right away. Really? She watched as he opened a door and peeked inside. Oh, sorry. He'd interrupted someone at work. He strode down the hall to the next door. We can always work on the Apollo case later. I've already made a lot of progress, don't you think? Yes, you have. She frowned as he opened the door to a storeroom and peered inside. Did you lose something? I just don't want us to be seen. Come, this will do. He caught her arm and dragged her into the storeroom. Was this his idea of a date? Making out in a closet? She had a brief glimpse of shelves filled with office supplies before Jack shut the door and enclosed them in darkness. Whoa, I thought we were going someplace special. We are, Bellissima. I have it all planned out. He wrapped his arms around her. Giannetta and Mario are very eager to meet you. Who are they? They take care of the palazzo for me. She swallowed hard. But that's in Venice. Yes? He brushed her cheek with his knuckles. That's where we are going. Her mouth fell open, then snapped shut as she shook her head in disbelief. We can't go to Venice. It's about a 10-hour flight, isn't it? We'll need to hurry. We have about 3 hours at the most. Before the plane leaves? The reality of the situation finally caught up with her. Then what are we doing here? Her heart started to race. This was so sudden and so exciting. I need to go home and pack. I need my passport. She pushed away from him to get to the door. He pulled her back so suddenly her handbag tumbled to the floor. Bellissima, we're leaving now. A sudden suspicion snaked through her, and the tiny hairs on the back of her neck rose. What do you mean? I need you to trust me. He wrapped his arms around her tight. Her skin chilled in spite of the warmth of his body. Why are we in this closet? So no one will see us teleport. Laura gasped. No. Yes. You saw me do it before. It's perfectly safe. It's perfectly crazy. She pushed against his chest. Laura. He held her by the shoulders. I would never do this if it could hurt you. I care for you too much to let anything harm you. He cared. Her heart melted. Unfortunately, the rest of her was still freaked out. I don't know how to teleport. It scares me. What if I get put back together all wrong? You'll be fine. As long as you're in my arms, you'll be safe. She swallowed hard. Wouldn't a plane be safer? Cara mia, we could be in Venice in 2 seconds. That seems hard to believe. And for someone who's been pretending to be normal for the last 2 weeks, you're suddenly okay with showing me your true self? Yes. He eased his arms around her. It's a step forward, don't you think? He was finally ready to be honest with her? How could she refuse that? I want to move forward. Then come with me. He embraced her tightly. Hang on to me, and don't let go. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gripped her hands together. Are you sure this is safe? There aren't any weight restrictions or... Everything went black. She stumbled and blinked as brightly lit candles spun around her, reflecting off gold walls. Easy, love. Jack steadied her. The room stopped spinning, and she realized there were paintings on the walls and ceiling, all outlined with gleaming gold leaf stucco work. Candles glowed in golden wall sconces and from 3 ornate chandeliers. Antique furniture was clustered around an enormous fireplace with a marble mantelpiece. Her feet were firmly planted on a polished terrazzo floor. This sure wasn't Kansas. Wow. Jack released her. Are you all right? She looked around the room again. Wow. Jack chuckled. Welcome to my home. He strode toward some French doors and pushed them open. And welcome to Venezia. Chapter 13. Jack smiled at the expressions that flitted over Laura's face. Shock transformed into wonder as she gazed around the great room. He felt a surge of pride, for the room was impressive when all lit up. Mario and Gianetta weren't very nimble in their old age, so it was probably their grandson Lorenzo who had lit all the candles before leaving on his assignment. A cool breeze swept through the open French doors, causing the flames to flicker and the gold to gleam. Laura gave him a wry look. Just a small palazzo, huh? He shrugged. There are over 200 palazzi in Venezia. It's no big deal. Right. Everybody has one. She followed him onto the balcony. I can't believe it. We're really in Venice? Yes, Venezia. He breathed deeply of the cool, humid air. Candles glowed behind beveled glass on each side of the French doors. A bistro table with 2 chairs was nestled in the corner of the balcony. He glanced over the balustrade at the water below. Lights sparkled on it, reflecting the moonlight and lights from neighboring palazzi. The watergate was directly below him on the ground floor. The lamps from the watergate illuminated the red striped poles in front of his home. Jack always loved coming home, and now he had someone to share it with. How do you like it? It's incredible. Very old. Laura gave him an odd look, then shivered. Are you cold? He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. I was afraid it might be too chilly for you. I'll have Gianetta find you something warm. Thanks. Laura looked around curiously. It's not just the cooler weather that's bothering me. I'm in shock that we're actually here, and I'm still freaked out by our mode of transportation. It was quick and painless, no? The moment of sheer terror was over quickly, but my confusion is greater than ever. How are you able to do such a thing? With a sigh, he stroked her hair. I really don't know how it works. It's simply a gift, and I'm grateful for it. Well, it does beat 10 hours on a plane. She turned in his arms so she could look over the balustrade. I didn't realize the canals were this big. Most of them are not. This is the Grand Canal. Oh, nice address. She glanced back at his home. Not too shabby for a palace. He grinned. Unfortunately, many of the palazzi are in bad shape. This one dates from the 16th century, and there is always something that needs repairing. But you love it, she said quietly. Yes, I do. It's my anchor, a constant that is always here for me and never changes. She regarded him. Her eyes narrowed. There's something so old-fashioned and noble about you. That was high praise for someone born a bastard. Cara mia, thank you. He kissed her brow. Giacomo, you have arrived! A voice said in Italian. Jack turned to find Gianetta at the open French doors. Bellissima! He gave her a hug and kissed her plump cheeks. She was wearing a thick bathrobe over her nightgown, and her long gray hair lay in a braid against her ample bosom. He responded in Italian. I'm sorry you had to get up in the middle of the night. She patted his cheek. It's always good to see you, and I'm thrilled you brought a girl with you. I have waited so long for this. About 50 years, Jack figured. That's how long Gianetta and her husband Mario had been taking care of the palazzo. They'd started out as servants, but over the years they'd become loyal and treasured friends. She's immortal, no? Gianetta whispered in Italian. Yes, she is. Her name is Lara Boucher, he answered in Italian. She's American. And very pretty. Gianetta nodded in approval, then spoke in heavily accented English. I am very happy to meet you. Thank you, Laura grinned. I'm delighted to be here. She needs a coat or jacket, Jack told Gianetta. When she looked confused, he translated into Italian. Ah, I have just the thing, and I'll bring refreshments. Gianetta bowed and left the balcony. She seems very nice, Laura said. She approves of you, which is good since she and Mario are like a family to me. Laura snorted. Everyone keeps playing the matchmaker around us. As if we need any encouragement. He wrapped his arms around her from the back and pulled her against his chest. She rested her head on his shoulder. The stars are lovely, but I wish there was more light. When does the sun rise? Too soon. He nuzzled her neck. They had less than 3 hours before he'd have to teleport them back to New York City. He couldn't risk falling into his death sleep in front of her. This is a good time to be here. The city is quiet. All you can hear is the lapping of water against the buildings and the occasional hoot of an owl. She folded her arms over his. I've always wanted to see Venice. Thank you. Bellissima, we have barely begun. Jack pointed in the distance. Do you see the light on the water? That is our gondola coming to pick us up. This is so cool. Laura turned toward him, smiling. Thank you for dragging me here against my will. He smoothed a hand down her back. What else can I make you do against your will? With a laugh, she slid her hands around his neck. You know what they say, where there's a will, there's a way. He nudged her nose with his own. I want my way with you. She pressed against him and raked her hands into his hair. I can't ever resist you, Jack. Cara mia. He kissed her brow, her cheeks, her nose, and his heart soared. Lara wanted him, and he hadn't used any vampire tricks. She was the first and only woman he'd met whose mind he couldn't invade and read, and yet their minds seemed to be of one accord. He captured her mouth with his own and indulged in a long, leisurely kiss. She melted against him, Lara in his arms in Venezia. Life didn't get any better than this. A throat cleared. Scusi, Gianetta whispered at the entrance to the balcony. Lara stepped back, blushing slightly. I bring food. Gianetta spoke in English. She set a wooden tray on the small bistro table. And I bring cape for the signorina. She removed the cape that had been draped over one shoulder and shook it out. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Lara stroked the midnight blue velvet. While Lara was busy admiring the cape, which Gianetta was settling on her shoulders, Jack sidled over to the table to check the food. Sure enough, Gianetta had filled the bronze goblet with warmed-up synthetic blood. He chugged it down before Lara could see the contents. She laughed. You sure were thirsty. Yes. He set the empty goblet on the tray. You look wonderful in the cape. With a grin, she pirouetted and let the long cape swirl around her. The velvet material came to rest in long folds that reached her ankles. Isn't it gorgeous? It's lined with silk and has a hood, too. She lifted the hood, and Jack caught his breath. Her eyes looked as deep blue as the velvet framing her lovely face. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, making her fragrant with the scent of pulsing blood. He was tempted to forego all the sightseeing and whisk her straight upstairs to his bedroom. But no, he needed to court her first. He needed her to love him. That way, if she ever found out the truth about him, he'd have a better chance at not losing her. Very nice cape, Gianetta said in English. Giacomo gave me cape 10 years ago for carnival. Giacomo very nice man. Oh, Lara cast a curious look his way. I guess he was about 18 at the time? Gianetta gave Jack a confused look and spoke in Italian. She doesn't know. When he shook his head slightly, she frowned at him. You have to tell her. Something wrong? Lara watched them both. Yes. Jack switched to English and pointed at the tray on the table. Your gelato is melting. Come, have a seat. Yes. Gianetta rushed to the table and set the bowl of ice cream, a linen napkin, and a glass of water in front of a chair. Gelato from Venezia, very good. You try. I'd love to. Laura sat in a bistro chair, carefully arranging the velvet cape around her. Jack handed the empty bronze goblet to Gianetta. Here. She passed him a small package of Vampos, the after-dinner mint for vamps who wanted rid of blood breath. Grazie. You think of everything. He popped a mint into his mouth and handed the package back to Gianetta, who quickly slipped it into her bathrobe pocket. Laura glanced at the empty tray, then at Jack. You're not going to have any ice cream? No, I'm lactose intolerant. He sat across from her at the table. But I'll be happy to watch you enjoy it. She gave him a sly grin. You like to watch? He chuckled. She aimed a seductive look at him as she brushed the hood off her head. He swallowed hard while his wayward mind imagined more clothes coming off. She lifted the spoon to her mouth and touched the gelato with the tip of her tongue. Then she licked it. So sweet and creamy. He arched a brow at her. For a sweet angel, she could be wonderfully wicked. You like it? Oh, yeah. She opened her mouth slowly and inserted the spoon. She drew the spoon out slowly. His groin tightened. Oh, yes. She closed her eyes and tilted her head back. Yes! Yes! She pounded a fist on the table. He shifted in his chair. Gianetta grabbed Jack's shoulder and whispered in Italian, Is she all right? Yes. His voice sounded strained. She really likes ice cream. That'll be all, Gianetta. Gianetta grabbed the empty tray and headed out the door, mumbling about strange American ways. Laura grimaced. Sorry, she probably thinks I'm crazy, but I just couldn't resist. He smiled slowly. Cara mia, I am counting on you not being able to resist. She spooned more ice cream into her mouth. He continued to watch, amazed that he could get a hard-on from something so simple and innocent. This is really good. She finished the last bite. And this bowl is beautiful. It's from Murano, where the glass blowers work. I'd love to see that. They're not open now, but I can arrange it for another trip. He stood and looked over the balcony. The gondolier was approaching the water gate. Tonight, I want to show you the Basilica and Campanile at the Piazza San Marco. She dabbed at her mouth with the linen napkin. I'm guessing Basilica is a church, but what's the other thing? The Campanile. A bell tower. Oh, cool. But aren't they closed at night? I have connections. She grinned. From being a choir boy? He chuckled. Not exactly. Our gondola is arriving. Do you want to see? Oh, yes. She jumped up and peered over the balustrade. Oh my gosh! He's wearing a striped shirt and hat, just like in the movies. Shall we go? Jack gestured toward the French doors. Laura accompanied him across the great room to the staircase. About 50 years ago, he'd had the stairs wired for electricity so no one would trip in the dark or have to carry a candle. Laura glanced at the ascending staircase. How many floors are there? 4. He led her down the stairs. The water floor is below. I live on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and Mario and Gianetta live on the 4th with their grandson. Gianetta met them at the bottom of the stairs.
Mario has taken care of everything, she told Jack in Italian. Father Giuseppe will be waiting for you in the piazza, and Lorenzo will be there shortly. Grazie mille. Jack gave her a hug. I may not have time to come back here. I understand. Gianetta smiled at Laura and switched to English. Giacomo, very good man. Never bring girl here before. Really? Laura's eyes lit up. Jack gave Gianetta an annoyed look, then escorted Laura to the garden. I want to show you this before we go. Laura gasped when they stepped into the garden. Long strands of white twinkle lights outlined its square shape. A path of paving stones circled the fountain in the middle. An arbor entwined with wisteria arched over a stone bench. The scent of gardenia and roses filled the air, along with the sound of trickling water from the fountain. It's so beautiful, Laura whispered, and so peaceful. No wonder you love it. Jack gazed up at the windows on the third floor where his bedroom was located. He was tempted to teleport Laura straight there, but their gondola was waiting, and he was determined to court her properly. He refused to act like his father, treating each woman like a conquest before moving on to the next. Laura deserved better, and if she could love him, he would remain devoted to her forever. Come. He led her back down the arched hallway to the water gate. Mario was waiting for them where the gondola had tied off. Jack gave the old man a hug and introduced Laura. Mario shook her hand. Brava, bellissima! Giacomo, very good man! Laura gave Jack a wry look. You must pay them well. He laughed. I do, actually. He stepped into the gondola and helped Laura board. They settled on the cushioned seat beneath a canopy that afforded them some privacy. Piazza San Marco, please, he called to the gondolier in the back of the boat. Of course, the gondolier replied and moved them quickly into the canal. Laura snuggled close to Jack. This is so romantic. I'm glad you like it. He looped an arm around her shoulders and turned toward her so he could see her face. She looked about curiously as they moved slowly down the Grand Canal. He pointed out several palazzi that had been transformed into hotels. They were lit up, and some even had luxury yachts parked in front. Her mouth fell open. Look at that bridge. He glanced at it. That's the Rialto. The center arch was illuminated at night. Laura's eyes glittered with excitement. This reminds me of a movie I loved when I was little. I thought it was the most romantic movie ever. Lady and the Tramp. Have you seen it? No. Well, the tramp takes Lady to an Italian restaurant, and the waiters bring them a big plate of spaghetti. Then the waiters serenade them with the song Bella Nota, and it's so incredibly sweet. Bella Nota. He'd have to tell Mario about this. Then the Lady and the Tramp start sucking on the same spaghetti noodle, and he accidentally kisses her snout. Her, what? Snout. Oh, Laura laughed. Did I forget to mention that they're dogs? He gave her a dubious look. Romantic dogs. She laughed again and swatted his arm. I was 5 years old, and that spaghetti noodle kiss was really hot. Lady turned away with this sweet blush like she was all embarrassed, and Tramp has this wolfish grin on his face like, yeah, baby, let's do that again. With his own wolfish grin, Jack tapped the end of her nose. So, if I kiss your adorable little snout, will you be my lady? True to her role, Laura looked away and blushed. I'm not sure you could be a tramp. I don't think he ever lived in a fancy palazzo. Ah, but I'm a bastard, so I should still qualify. She poked him in the chest. You're not a bastard, you're a sweetheart. Must I prove I'm a bastard? He reached underneath her cape and tickled her ribs. Take that, and beware or I will jab you with the comfy cushions. She wiggled away from him, giggling. Stop it, you tramp. With a laugh, he pulled her onto his lap. My lady. Her laughter faded as she slid her hands around his neck and gazed into his eyes. Jack. He squeezed her hip. Woof! She smiled. A real bastard might try to take advantage of me. She nuzzled her nose against his cheek. I'll do my best. He turned his head to take her mouth. Her lips opened, inviting him in. He circled his tongue inside her mouth and stroked her tongue. She moaned, then suddenly broke the kiss. She glanced over his shoulder at the dark canopy separating them from the gondolier. I forgot. We're not alone. They're used to it. Venice has always been a place for lovers. She raked a hand through his hair. Is that what you want us to be? Lovers? Underneath the cape, he skimmed his hand down her skirt till he reached bare skin. She ran her fingertips along his jaw. Everyone keeps telling me what a good man you are. His hand crept under the hem of her skirt. I'm as trustworthy as a priest. So I hear. Shanna said I could trust you. His fingers inched up her bare thigh. I'm practically a saint. She glanced down at the cape where his hidden hand made a bulge that continued to move up her thigh. What exactly are you doing? His mouth twitched. Searching for the Holy Land? He reached the edge of her panties. Lace by the feel of it. She frowned. Perhaps you should know that I'm not... I don't normally... She gasped when his hand slipped under her panties. Jack, you bastard. That's a me. He squeezed her bare rump. Jack, she breathed. I shouldn't. She glanced nervously at the canopy. I know. You're just so hard to resist. He patted her bottom, then started to slide his hand out from under her panties. Her panties came with him. With a gulp, he quickly moved his hand so the panties would be in place. Then he slowly moved his hand down. There was a tug on his ring, and the panties moved with him. Merde. Her lace panties had snagged on his ring, the signet ring he'd inherited from his father, Giacomo Casanova. His father had seduced hundreds of women without any problems whatsoever, and he was having trouble with just one. This was the real reason he never used the Casanova name. He could never live up to his father's reputation. The old man was probably laughing in his grave. Chapter 14. 9 circles of hell, Jack muttered. Hell? Laura asked. I thought I was the Holy Land. You're a paradise. Unfortunately, I am stuck there. Her eyes widened. Stuck? Normally, I would love being stuck to your lovely bum, but it might look odd if we go sightseeing with my hand under your skirt, especially in the basilica. She glanced down. How can you be stuck? My ring. It's caught in the lace, see? He moved his hand down her hip, dragging her undies down a few inches. Okay, stop. She bit her lip, frowning, then suddenly giggled. I can't believe this has happened. I assure you, as much as I had hoped to get your clothes off, this was not a part of my original plan. She snorted. No problem, just rip yourself loose. Are you sure? It will destroy your undies. She narrowed her eyes with a seductive look. Rip it. Very well. He jerked his hand away.
but the panties came with him. He yanked his hand back and forth, but the lacy latex material simply stretched with him. Santo cielo, they are indestructible. Laura laughed. He continued to wage battle, but to no avail. They could use this material to build spaceships. She shook her head, grinning. Maybe you should try taking your ring off. He pushed at it with his thumb, but it didn't budge. I would need to put my other hand up your skirt. A likely story. She cast him a sly look. I think the only option left is for you to do the gentlemanly thing and cut your hand off. I prefer it attached if you don't mind, and you might enjoy what I could do with it. While she snorted, he lifted her slightly. Fortunately, I have another option. He slid his hand and the panties down her legs. She gasped.